Oh my god, we're live. What? That's insanity.
Ooh.
Holy shit.
Oh my god. I'm gonna say all those racist things. Wait, hang on, no.
You've already said everything you need to say about the cyborgs. We get it, Metal.
Oh, I mean, can you say enough about them? They seem kind of stinky. I don't know.
I guess you got me there.
I mean, I didn't,
we
didn't
do
want to
have to,
say it, but they smell kind of bad.
we do have to both oil our metal parts as well as deodorize our human parts.
That's true. That's true. Oh boy. Hello, Chad. How we doing today? We're very early today because daylight changed or something. The sun is on vacation. I don't know how that works.
So our clocks go forward ahead an hour in spring and then stay that way until the fall, even though there's not really any reason why we should be doing it in this day and age. But yeah, we got to shift our schedules twice a year for no reason.
I wish
It's
that
awesome.
would go away too. It's just so annoying. When's our daylight saving? I always forget until it happens. But yeah, let me see. Mark hates farmers. Wow.
No, it's just like guys, I've worked shift work and stuff like that. Like I understand having to rotate your schedule around your job. It's not that big of a deal. Like it's you can do it. Lots of things are open all night now. It made much more sense when everything closed at 5 and was never open on Sundays. You know, because the idea was so that the farmers still have daylight at the end of the day to or like they still have time at the end of the day to go do stuff if they need to.
Well, I never have that thing. If it's dark when I'm done with work, it's dark.
Yeah, it's fine.
I don't know. Do you want to know more? We'll talk about more things for sure. Oh man, it's weird streaming this early. Like I'll look at the clock and it's like, oh, it's like in the middle. It's the middle of the day for me. So it's always weird when I have these streams and it's over. It's like, oh, there's still a day left. Just so used to doing these, and then time for bed. But that's not what's going on here.
Yeah, yesterday instead of saying time for bed, I said, okay, time to play Helldivers until 4 in the morning.
I mean, if it gets going, it gets going. It's very fun because we tried to play a bit on the weekend. I had a friendo here. It was kind of weird how everything turned out. Because our plan was, hey, let's get drunk and play through Metal Gear Solid games. So I put on my PS1 on my old television, but was either my PS1 is finally dying, or it doesn't like the wireless adapter with the controller I have, because it just randomly shuts down. And I wonder if it might be because that thing takes more energy than the PlayStation has available at times. The thing is, I don't have another controller to test it with because the other controllers I had all broke when they were sitting in a garage somewhere. So I
actually don't know if I have any PS1 controllers kicking around here anymore. I definitely have some PS3 controllers and one PS2 controller that I'm aware of. But honestly, the best way to play Metal Gear Solid 1 is Duck Station. Like it's actually kind of better than playing it on original hardware because you get some mods in there and hacks that end up stopping the texture shimmering, because in Metal Gear Solid in the background the walls will always kind of be like moving a little bit. And you can get rid of that, as well as like run it in. I recommend actually don't run it above 720p or 1080p at the most. Like don't push it up to 4K or 1440, because then it starts being too much resolution for those visuals to really deal with. But if you put it at like 720p, 1080p, and then put a scanline filter on it, it's a remarkably similar experience to just playing on a CRT TV. But it looks better than it's ever looked. And yeah, nice. I had a great time. I actually streamed it about 6 months ago or so.
Nice. We were kind of looking forward to like the old school feel. Like we put a table in front of the couch, television on top of it, PlayStation in front, and it's like, yeah, that's the shit.
Right on.
Like the good old days. And then it didn't work. It was a shame. But he had, fortunately, he had it on GOG, so we downloaded that, and we started playing. And then we got more drunk. It's like, let's play something different, like together. And then we played Helldivers, but the exoskeletons came out and the servers were
And
not
it's
happy.
yeah,
Had a big
I
surge
noticed.
apparently.
I had about 4 crashes last night, and I think I didn't really lock this down by like trying to double blind it or anything, but I think it was anytime there were more than 2 walkers in play, the game didn't like it. But I mean, they're fun. We can get into that as we move into Helldiver stuff. But
Sure. But when that then works, like, oh, what are you gonna do? It's like it's getting kinda late-ish, but not like going to bed late, you know? Like it's like almost midnight. And for some reason, it turned out we played Vampire Survivors all weekend on I on my PC and he on my guest PC, and we just had that and got drunk. It was a good time. Vampire Survivors was really fun. It's just a really fun game.
That game is very elegant in its simplicity.
Yeah,
Does it
100%.
have online co-op now?
It does have. It's not online. I think it's only local. It's like couch co-op.
Oh, okay. I thought you were playing on different computers.
Oh, we were. He was playing like just he hasn't played it as much as I have, so he had like tons of stuff to unlock, and I was
Okay.
and I was just like, oh, let's finally check out this new DLC, and then it was all different things. I was like doing these crazy things, like do inverse library to level 80, and I figured out that's actually not that easy. If you're not, well, I guess you could look up how to do it easy, but that's kind of lame. But,
Right.
yeah, no, it was fun. We did play a couple of rounds on my PC locally, though. It's pretty fun. It works kind of pretty well. Like you get levels one after another, and you can do up to 4 people. So I guess if you do 4, first one gets a level, then the second, third, fourth. But apparently
Okay.
you can get items for the other one. So if you need to do any evolutions, you can still do those together. It's kind of interesting how they made it. It worked pretty well. It's fun stuff.
Yeah, that
So
team
they-
seems like they're. Sorry, that team seems like they're pretty good at just kind of throwing together ideas pretty quickly and having them at least function in a way that doesn't destroy the game and just kind of makes it more fun.
Is it even the team? I
Or
think
is
when
it
it
just
came
one
out, it was
person?
only like a random one person who was just doing it for the lulz, and then it became super successful.
Oh yeah, I remember actually that it was. I think he was like a computer science student and was. I think he made that as like a test to be like he took some Castlevania sprites and just sort of made. Hey, I wonder if I can make like a top-down
Yeah.
style game of it, and then it just ended up being so much fun that he was like, well, instead of actually using this experience to make a game, I think I made my game.
Sometimes things just come together when you do things, I guess. But I guess before we go into any of the topics for today, I think it's worth mentioning or worth talking about briefly that the absolute chat legend Akira Toriyama died,
Yeah.
which was very sad news indeed. I mean, I think we all here watched Dragon Ball and other things and played Chrono Trigger and whatnot back in the day. And I mean, I remember back in the day, school was over. It's like, I'm gonna go home, I'm gonna watch DBZ, dude. That's just the shit. Like, that was like the hypest stuff back as a teenager ever to me. Like, that was sick. And now he's yeah.
I mean, for probably the most connected I've been to his work was been maybe about 6 years ago or so when after my ex and I had broken up. I was trying to like get myself into better shape, and what I would do is watch Blu-rays of Dragon Ball Z just
Nice.
on my TV with my surround sound cranked so that I could drown out the sound of my fan bike that's like unbelievably loud while I was like just doing insane high interval cardio. And yeah, and so it's funny, like Dragon Ball, it's just at all times there's going to be people trying to push past their limit and like become stronger, and it's simple but inspiring.
Yeah.
Dragon Ball Z got me into anime. I used to rush home from school to watch it.
Yeah, there you
And,
go.
Yeah. It was annoying because like they would keep resetting the run of episodes whenever they were like out of new material, and you're never quite sure when that was gonna be. So
Oh.
you'd be like waiting for the new episode, and then all of a sudden it would play episode 1 with fucking Raditz, and you'd be like, no.
No, we're back to the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was on YTV in Canada. It was our youth television channel.
Yeah. Yeah, same. YTV. Yep.
I watched the original Dragon Ball when I was a kid. Dragon Ball Z though, I would mostly catch the odd episode here and there with like friends in elementary school, but I wasn't really as into it because I don't know. I guess I just kind of moved on to other things at that point. But it was like, and then obviously playing Chrono Trigger was like, oh okay, that's a Dragon Ball guy. That's neat. But yeah, it was kind of getting back into it in like my mid 30s. That was something that sort of surprised me because it was like, oh well, you know, it's just simple stories about being the best you can possibly be and then becoming better in the next arc.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like wrestling, kind of.
I feel like a lot of wrestling fans are Dragon Ball fans. Kind of goes hand in hand. I don't know. I mean, I watch wrestling, so
It's
No,
there's a lot of ripped dudes with their shirts off,
Yep.
screaming and fighting. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the thing is though, I never really was big into wrestling, but it was actually like in watching Dragon Ball Z and thinking about a joke that someone made once. I forget, like it wasn't my joke, although I probably said it a whole bunch of times since. It's that or at the time was probably WWF, but WWE is just redneck anime.
Nice.
I think though that Dragon Ball is like it's the perfect way to understand that. It's like, oh, okay, I not only get that joke, I now kind of understand why people like wrestling because I like this, and if it is just kind of this, but you know, with stuntmen instead of anime superheroes, then you know it would be fun.
Yeah. I always think of that South Park episode where they made fun of wrestling. Basically just represented it as drama for rednecks, but I never heard the term like redneck anime. That's so funny.
Yeah,
I think
no,
that's
like
accurate.
I think it works better.
That's how Pegasus was great as well. Isn't that this gay stuff? And there's like the amateur wrestling people. It's like, no, we're like doing real sports.
Yeah, the like the actual like collegiate wrestler dude.
Yeah.
It's not rap.
No. But yeah, I still like every other year I go and watch Dragon Ball, just at least the normal one. Then to some degree into DBZ until I stop doing it. But I just always enjoyed doing watch throughs of that show. It's just fun to watch. Is it
I gotta
silly?
get chunk of the
Very
walkthroughs.
silly, very really. But I really like it. It's fun stuff.
I think I was last on like volume 9 of Dragon Ball Super on the Blu-rays, but then I moved and the funny thing about blasting anime through surround sound while you're using an exercise bike that's extremely loud, you can't really do that once you live with another person. You're like, hey, Mark, my whole stream can hear the Kamehamehas. Can you please turn that down? Sorry, honey, I'm working out.
Fine. They would. I think the chat would be okay with this. That would just blast through the speakers, because that's just how it goes. But yeah, sad stuff. It was pretty sudden because someone in chat says like thought he was pretty much healthy for the most part, but apparently he died of a blood clot in the brain. I don't know how those work. If those just can happen or something. I don't know.
Fluid collected in his brain. Yeah.
Yeah, subdural hematoma. So a blood clot would actually be a stroke. Like, I mean, that's the easiest way. A brain blood clot, generally, that's what a stroke is. But a subdural bleed or subdural hematoma, hematoma being a bruise, effectively, or subarachnoid bleeds, which are a layer below the dural. Anyways, I'll get too deep into medical stuff if I go too much further down. But it's it's something that can be accessory to head trauma, and even head trauma that might not seem very bad. So yeah, it's one of those reasons why when people say if you get hit in the head and you're feeling like a little bit dizzy, that you do need to go to the hospital, even if you're like, nah, I'll be fine in the morning. It's like, no, you might not be. Because if you got hit enough that there's a bleed happening underneath your dural layer, like the subdural being the layers of your brain, being like arachnoid layer being another one of them. But if you have a bleed in there that is just getting worse, it has nowhere to go because it's trapped in by your skull. And yeah, and bad times from there.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so we got Kentaro Miura of Berserk dying of a Ascending. What did he have? Aortic dissection, which is like something that happens to the main blood vessel inside your chest. That it basically just rips apart on its own,
Oh
and
boy.
it's a very painful way to die too, which I always found just tragic for the guy who wrote Berserk, because I'm like, holy shit,
Yeah.
like he died the way Guts lived. Like that's it's terrible. But yeah, but we lost two of the great masters within the span of a couple years to oddly random seeming blood related internal injuries that yeah that could probably not have been easily saved, like even if they did find them. It's like, oh, okay, we found them now, but it's like if it's already started hurting, you're probably already dead kind of deal. Like it's pretty rough. But oh yeah, and the
Yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh creator died too. I've never really been into Yu-Gi-Oh, but yeah, Toriyama and definitely Berserk are kind of two of the all times. And I mean, imagine Yu-Gi-Oh might be too, because I know that it has a very large following. I just don't know too much about it. I know
Yeah,
that there's
same.
a card game.
Yeah, I mean the outpouring of support over Toriyama's, that was kind of nuts. Apparently, it was even in local news here in Germany. It was like, Jesus, okay, I didn't expect that, but yeah, fair enough.
And apparently, you got a guy fired from Sweet Baby Inc. too.
Yeah, I heard that he was talking shit. I don't actually know what, but it's always a bad look.
He said his tweet was something to the effect of like Toriyama has great range because he's written some of the best and also some of the worst black characters of all time.
Okay.
And everyone's just like the guy just died, man. Like, is this what you wanna do about it?
Yeah, but that sweet engagement. Anyway.
I think it's mainly in regard to Mr. Popo, but it's not even a race thing. He's like
He's an alien.
a djinn or something.
Yeah.
Or,
I don't think anybody hates that character. I've never heard anyone hate Mr. Popo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no one does.
But yeah, I mean, Sweet Baby Inc. is currently destroying themselves anyway. So, I think Kotaku did like things to defend them. Was like, you still like you all missed the point. You're all just doing your journalist thing, or whatever you like to call it, when they do something that's stupid.
I mean, it's the problem when every time someone argues with you on Twitter, you block them, because after a number of years, you find that no one is arguing you on the things that you're saying. So then once you do have a tweet that sort of pops off,
Yeah.
you can catch a lot of heat.
It's just weird, but yeah, I think their support is already dwindling even from the mainstream media, because they're starting to realize what's going on, what they've been doing this whole time, and I was like, oh yeah,
Yeah, well, I mean, the brand's poison at this point. I think at the very least they'd have to change their name and hope that we don't notice.
yeah. I mean, even Mutaha made a video about them saying how awful they are. I was like, yeah, now you have like really big platforms talking about you and how shitty you are. It's like, yeah. Wonder how long they'll be around for. It's just, yeah.
I mean, they've probably got a fair amount of projects in the pipe, like looking at what the scale of their operation was.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think that what we can probably hope for the most is that this has given a bunch of studios and developers, but also the publishers, because they're often will be the money guys that are pulling the trigger on bringing someone like Sweet Baby Inc. into the project, is they might be a little more mindful of not letting advisory companies like that throw off the course of their entire game or story structure.
Yeah.
And and I think actually Grump just mentioned that. I was actually just gonna mention that in Grump. I think that God of War Ragnarok's a good example of a game that they worked on where clearly the people telling the story had stuff that was good enough that they weren't able to destroy them. Because I think like the only thing that people have cited is probably the thing that it is Angrboda being black, which I didn't have too much of a problem with. So I mean, I know people that do, and they'll be passionate about it. But I'm just kind of like, well, I don't know. She's in another realm. The actress was good. She has good chemistry with Atreus.
At the worst part gameplay wise though, because that fucking section dragged on forever.
Yeah. Although I mean, like I guess at that point that's the game design, not
Oh
the
yeah,
writing.
for sure.
But yeah, no, I think that I honestly think that every single person who has, even if not Sweet Baby, any company like them, they're with people who don't really understand storytelling and don't understand game design and what game storytelling can be and how great it can be. In there trying to pull you in a whole bunch of different directions. I'm hoping more of them will just be like, yeah, thanks for the tip. We're not going to do that though. Next.
Yeah.
And then just move on to something
It's
else.
just like it's just a concept to me is where it's like, here, I have the story. Can you check it out? And they're like, you need to change all these things. It's like, oh, but
Yeah, no,
that's
you
gonna
need to
change my
know
story fundamentally. Yeah, but still, I would probably tell them like, oh, here's your money for your scanning of my script. No, fuck off. I'm
Right.
gonna let you destroy my vision so I can get some points or whatever they're looking for. But
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Grunt-
mean, what in-house narrative team is going, you know what, this really needs a punch-up. Like, I'm gonna outsource this.
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you just deal with it internally?
Well, I mean, that's actually one of the things. Grums was on Flashcast yesterday talking about it with Lofty, actually, who was on the show last week. And one of the things he was saying is that Double A is sort of where the money's going to be now, and I think people are going to start realizing that more and more. So you will find more games where the writing team is the way it was in the old days, like when he was working on things like Diablo and World of Warcraft and stuff, where it's just the writing team. Yeah, it's like two guys,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and they have a good idea for a story, and they've been working. They're not doing any other parts of the development really. They're working on trying to flesh out the narrative and get the story in a good spot. And you don't need 50 cooks in the kitchen for a story. Think of how many bad movies we've watched, even on this show, where there's like 6 writers.
Yeah.
It's not always a good idea to have like 10 people involved on a creative project when you're talking about a story, because the result is it eventually just gets watered down if you have too many people trying to throw their own ingredients in.
Oh, 100%. I think I saw a tweet sometime this week. I think it was actually about the Batman games and just showed how many writers were involved in every one of those, and just was like 2, 4, 6, and then it goes like 10, 15, and just goes higher, and they got worse every time, I think. I think Suicide Squad had like 20 writers or something.
Wow.
That might be a symptom of open world design too, because with big open worlds where you have a lot of people running around and characters, you have to write a lot of like flavor text and like or barks.
I wish they
guess is
wouldn't
the-
have.
Yeah, I mean,
They might have
I'm okay with the pedestrians not talking a whole lot in my Spider-Man game. Just that's all I'm saying. I don't really need to talk to the random citizens on the ground very
Right.
much.
Well, Suicide Squad, you had the problem that the fucking characters just kept quipping and it wasn't funny, and they just never shut up. And it's like, Jesus Christ, you need to stop.
Oh man, the amount of respect I lost for Skill Up when I watched his Suicide Squad review and he said that thing about Harley Quinn, just don't stop talking. Every time you talk, I want to hear more of it, please. I'm like, oh dude, you kidding?
I wish no one in that story would have talked, and then Batman just kills them all. That would have been the best case scenario in that game.
Yeah, it would have been great if the thing we were complaining about in that game was that they made Batman kill. That would have been nice.
Did you kill these guys anyway? It's just so silly. They have Superman. It's over. You should have died in that story when you played. You should have died like 5 times, but then just something happens so you don't. It's just okay. I'm very curious to see what they do, because first of all, you don't get a finished story when you finish that AAA priced game, because like, oh, you killed one of the Brainiacs, but there's 12 more, but that's the next seasons. They really thought people were gonna love this game and keep playing it forever and ever, and now it's like below 500 players at any time. So
So they're doing like seasoned campaigns now?
well, apparently,
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
oh yeah, like the last
Like this-
mission you have to unlock with like some kind of like a resource or something, I think it was, and then you go in there and it's like an extra map where you can do a couple of things and then go and do a boss fight against Brainiac, which was just the Flash fight again, but with more things, because that Brainiac has Flash powers or something. So you basically did another boss fight again that you did before,
Okay.
a little bit differently. and then the game is over, and then it throws you into, now you can go do end game things. It's like, no, thank you, I'm okay, because I did all the content you have to offer in the first hour I played. But yeah, that game was bad. It was really bad.
That sounds stupid. Yeah, I was initially intrigued when the first footage came out, because I like the idea of like an open world co-op superhero game.
Yep.
But then like all the reviews started coming in, and like I was really surprising because I mean Rocksteady was killing it for a while,
Yeah.
and now it's poo.
It just made people
Just
go back to
all of a
the
sudden.
Arkham games, which are fantastic. Those are really good games.
Yeah.
I mean, it just seems like a group of people who just wanted to bury their own universe. Like it was almost like the Han Solo coming back for Force Awakens thing. It's like I'll only come back if I can die. It's like it seems like they were trying to just bury the Arkham universe so that they wouldn't have to ever make a game in it again. Because what else could be the reason they did this?
No. And I think one of the
Right.
biggest mistakes was putting it in the Arkham universe, so it actually plays after the Arkham games. So,
Yeah, and it was so confusing too because Gotham Knights, which was the other game that WB Montreal made like the previous year, that one begins with a death message from Bruce. So like kind of the way that, you know, the Batman Arkham, I guess spoiler wars for Arkham Knight, that's sort of the way Arkham Knight ends. And then they came out and were like, no, this is a different universe. And that didn't really make sense. I was like, wait, why? Why is it a different universe? Like, this is how you ended the previous game. And let's face it, this just looks like Arkham, but you know, you don't have Batman. You have Nightwing and all the other Bat family people, but not Batman. Which, you know, I mean, fair enough. I actually think Nightwing's a really cool character, but also it's like, why are you doing this just so you can reuse a bunch of the same enemies that have already been in the Arkham games? Like, is that it? I didn't really understand what their plan was, but it also coming at around a time that WB was trying to sell their gaming's division, but then they got kind of a boost, I guess, with Hogwarts Legacy's sort of pre-release hype, and yeah, I don't know. I think like the live service decision I think was an odd one, and but anyways, you know what's a much better online co-op shooter? Helldivers 2.
yeah, that's true. Well, certainly it just says in chat, apparently they had a yearly plan where 1 month is a season dedicated to killing a brainiac. God.
Did they actually make it canon to the other Batman Rocksteady games?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what they've been saying. Yeah.
They're,
Oh my God.
in line with the
I
Arkham games, yeah.
I thought they were doing some crazy like bizarro universe, and that's why they could get away with something like killing off all the superheroes one by one.
Well, that would have
Like-
been less backlash for them, at least. I mean, the game will still be trash, but I don't know why they put this in this universe. It's just ridiculous.
I honestly think they really wanted to subvert the expectations people had of them making either a Superman or an Avenger, or not Avenger, sorry, or a Justice League game, and just said, yeah, we're not making the Justice League game. In fact, we're gonna kill the Justice League. Fuck them, they suck. It's like, oh, thank you.
Fuck. I didn't know they actually made it canon. That's ridiculous.
Yep. John finding out about kill the Justice League in real time here, captured in 4K.
I knew the Kill the Justice League thing. I just thought that it was a separate universe.
Yeah, that's what everyone assumed, because why the fuck
Like
would they? But you
Like
know,
a sort of what if scenario in Marvel, you know, where it's like, let's just have fun here. But no, apparently.
yeah, no, it was in the thing, and yeah, it's not very well written either. The way they try to convince you that they beat them is just, no, that wouldn't happen. You get captured by the by evil Green Lantern in the beginning, and because he just flies you around instead of killing you immediately or turn you into one of their goons, he's just like, oh, look at all these evil things, ha ha ha, and then the Flash arrives and saves you. He actually saves you twice in that game, and then they try to piss on his corpse when you beat him. It's really good. It's fantastic.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I knew about that too, but it's just the knowledge now that it's all actually canon. It's so fucking
Yeah, it's canon. And yeah,
disappointing.
he saves your group twice, like in the beginning and then from getting shot in the face. And then the
Right.
second time, that's why he gets captured, because he saves you from getting shot, and then you beat him and they try to piss on his corpse. It's
I mean,
so bad. It's so bad.
is there a chance people were thinking, they're just gonna imagine this like someone pissing on Ezra Miller and people are gonna laugh?
Sure.
Right.
It's like, no, we don't hate this Flash though.
Yeah, we still like the character Flash. He's pretty neat. Anyway. Yeah, Just League is bad. If you needed to know that again. Oh god, what a shit show. Hey, let's talk about something that's not shit, and that is Starship Troopers. And man, I haven't seen that movie in probably 15 years or something. Like, I couldn't even tell you when I last watched it. It was kind of fun rewatching it because in my memory it was much more of a clown movie because I only remembered the memes, you know? Just like, oh, look at all these funny memes. Like, oh, only a dead bug is a good bug. And, oh, I'm doing my part. And we laughed.
Yeah.
And then I watched like, oh, wait, this is actually like, this is a movie. Like, you can watch this and enjoy it. And it's not completely trash. It's like an actual movie with characters I can enjoy.
Yeah, characters who grow have really actually decent arcs considering the scale of the story too.
Yeah. From what I understand, it's like based on the book. I think it was supposed to be an adaptation, but that didn't actually work out because the maker of this didn't read the book or something. I think James told me something about this. I forgot. I don't know. Maybe you guys know more about this, but I'm not sure.
I know a bit about it. So Paul Verhoeven, a great director. He directed RoboCop, which was actually the first film I was ever on a Metals Forge about. If you guys want to go back into the old VODs, but he also did Total Recall. He's this Dutch director, very very kooky guy. Definitely has a very interesting style with his kind of in movie commercials for other real life things in that world that happens in basically all those movies. Because even Total Recall, there's a commercial for Recall in the movie. But anyways, he basically had a vision to tell the Robert Heinlein novel Starship Troopers as a satire of fascism. The argument that I'm honestly on the side of, yes, I think Paul Verhoeven was incorrect in his assessment of both the story and the way he executed it, because it's almost like it's a satire of fascism if you're using the Hollywood incorrect and like just everyone who's to the right of like Marx is a fascist type definition. But because when you look at the world in Starship Troopers, there's nothing fascist about it really, because you always have the choice to do everything in that movie. Like, and it's a big part of Rashek's character to like specifically be not talking Johnny into joining the military. He's like, no, personal responsibility is what you have to decide. And the idea that the citizenship is something that is like a social status that lets you do things like vote. The only thing that is weird and maybe a bit on like the closer end of the fasci spectrum would be the licenses for babies that the red hair girl talks about. I don't know exactly how that would work exactly, or like if you can breed without it, or it's like if they just kill your kid, then yeah, maybe that's pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
But even you can always just leave the military in this world. At any point, you can just walk down Washout Lane and you're gonna go home.
Of course, they make it out to be like this, shameful, go to your washout lane, but people can still do it.
Well, that's the thing. There's a social pressure against it. It's not a legal pressure at all. It's not like no. And even when they're doing the oath, it almost seems like they're going to make it sound like once you're through this oath, you're trapped, because they could say in the oath they say for no less than 2 years or however long the Federation will need my services.
Yeah.
And that kind of makes you think, oh, okay, so it's not ever just 2 years, is it? But no. I mean, you can just leave. And yeah, I mean, the costuming of people are saying Neil Patrick Harris dressed like a Gestapo. I mean, yeah. I mean, but I mean, Hugo Boss also still makes suits, right? Like,
I sure do.
I mean, like, it's like there's definitely imagery there. I would say that's true. But I mean, imagery doesn't really affect the story and what they're actually telling. But I actually think the world in Starship Troopers, the film, is actually kind of shockingly liberal and very much based on like your merit and how you can do things. 'Cause even the Sky Marshal, it's a white dude, like an old white guy for the first part of the film, and then he leads a mission that totally fails, and then it's like it's a black woman that comes in and just replaces him immediately. So it's like that.
Yeah.
It's like you can be the leader of everything, but if you fail, you're out.
Yeah. 100%.
We're going to replace someone else, and it doesn't matter what they look like. If they're the best for the job, they're the one who's going to replace you. So like, I don't know. I always thought that Verhoeven got it wrong, but in a way where he still made an incredible movie.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
it's one of the happiest accidents in film ever. I think. Like, I think one of the core issues with the development is that he misinterpreted the militarism of it as fascism, but the militarism actually makes sense when you're up against the kind of threat like the bugs chucking meteors at you, killing people 10 million at a time.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I mean, also he presents both sides in the debate world within the movie. Like when they cut to the two sort of university professors fighting over whether or not the bugs can think. Like they don't. It's not like they're ever saying, "Hey, the people in this world just they listen to what the government tells them and then they follow it." It's like, no, there's televised debates happening here.
Yeah.
Where there are people talking about, "Hey, should we even be over there at all, or should we just ignore them?" And they're like, yeah, I mean, maybe that would have been cool until they started figuring out how to use plasma that they shoot out of their butts to launch asteroids at us, and with pretty good precision too. So maybe we might all die if we don't fight these things.
And the propaganda stuff, I mean, it's very flashy and in your face, and there are pieces of it they're a bit uncomfortable to watch. Like, you know, they show the shot of the execution chair, and it's like, tonight at 6, this guy's gonna die, like as if it's like a wrestling event or something.
Yeah.
And then like the kids stomping the roaches is just but they don't lie. Like it's just very, it clearly has an agenda, but it's not trying to like suppress any truth. I don't think it's just like, here is the reality of the threat that we're dealing with, you know.
And how do you want to respond? You, the person, you, the citizen, or you, the potential citizen, you, the civilian in the world who's just going about your life. Do you want to take the responsibility and put mankind's survival in your hands? And I mean, realistically, that's what military recruitment is. Ultimately, it's you need to inspire within the potential soldier the idea that they might be sacrificing themselves and their life, but the reason they'll be doing it will be something that they'll be able to be proud of.
Yeah.
And if they're a believer in it, which I mean, a lot of people can get behind the survival of your country, and I think even more people would be able to get behind the survival of humanity against like a race of hive mind insects that just shred everything they see to part, to pieces. It's like, well, I mean, it would be pretty easy to get people on board for that kind of military operation, and I think that the propaganda commercials are funny, but they're also kind of interesting. Like, you know, it's like, hey, like, how would we try to get people thinking from when they're little kids that bugs are the enemy and you need to stop them? It's like, well, let's show some kids doing their part at home by stomping on some cockroaches. And...
Yeah. I'm doing my part.
I think a bunch of people see the propaganda stuff and they immediately think, because of the sort of bombastic nature of the propaganda videos, they assume that they're lying about the bugs. But like, we know the asteroid came down. Like, as Rico's talking to his parents, it's so funny. This scene makes me laugh every fucking time. It's like the shadow casts over both their faces during a video call. Yeah. Oh, looks like rain. And then it goes to static. Like, so that meteor did come down. There's no fake in that. I mean, unless you think the world government launched an asteroid at their own planet and killed 10 million of their own people, and I don't think that was the case.
So that has been a theory, and I think it's entirely bunked by the existence of Carl. Like the character of Carl Jenkins makes that
Right.
basically impossible because he's one of the legit like on the ground students whose family was also all killed in Buenos Aires. And by the end of the movie, he's not only one of the highest ranking officers in the military, he's full blown psychic. So it's like who's hiding this from Carl?
Right.
And I don't know. I don't believe that. I don't believe the interpretation that like, oh, it was all just a scam to send people to the skies and kill them. It's like, what? Why? Why? Why does that make any sense though?
Yeah.
Now, apparently, if I understand the timeline, humans found another planet. They didn't know bugs were on it at first, but they went on there, and then the bugs found them and immediately killed the humans that were there.
Yeah.
So I guess the initial first misstep is the humans just stepping onto another planet that wasn't Earth, and some people think that's like them making the first attack. You know what I mean?
Well,
I think it's the slaughter. Personally,
those humans, there was a bunch of Mormons who just set up an outpost, like set up a little mission because they were like, yeah, we need to spread the word of Joseph Smith to the stars.
Well, that was at least one of the missions was like, oh, the Mormons did an outpost there, even though we told them it's bug territory, and now they got all slaughtered. And then they show the fucking outpost just being completely devastated, like corpses everywhere.
yeah.
So yeah, but I don't think that was the initiator. I think that was just some of them being like, nah, this is a safe place. It'll be fine. And then they died.
Right.
Unless
I still think that like because so many of the characters are tied into the world government and the galactic military effectively, I don't see how a conspiracy would make any sense. It's like, well, wait, who are have we just not seen the shadowy figures who are pulling the strings of this conspiracy? Like, I think that if you want that to be the point of the movie, you kind of need to put that in it. Like, because if it's just where to assume that, oh, actually, Bush turns out Bush did 9/11 after all. It's like, wait, why are we going with that as the baseline? I mean, I understand that, people have their theories, but like, you need to give me some evidence for me to accept, accusing basically that world government in the movie of high treason, I guess, like existential treason against all of humanity.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's another thing. If you leave the military, it's like your life is not over. You can just go back to your normal civilian life without any problems. And
the only problem being the social burden of being a guy who joined up and quit. That's
yeah. But also like the parents are not like super pro him going to the military and just go take I don't know, take aim against the bugs or do a military career or something. Like they're actually like, no, you just gonna die out there. Like you stay here. Like we're doing well. We're gonna do a little vacation. You finish school and then you go to Harvard and it's gonna be all gonna be fine. But obviously, Rico gets very excited about the prospect of going there, and also because of Carmen, obviously, just his girlfriend going there. So he wants to join up as well.
Yeah, that's basically his primary motivation. But I think it's interesting that they're saying, "Oh, you're going to Harvard," when like Johnny, his only negative attribute really is that he's kind of dumb. He's not academically wrong.
Yeah, he's just not a math guy, at least. Yeah, not an academic guy in general.
Right.
Yeah.
But he's in ultra good shape. Is like his school's star football player and probably the perfect kind of dude that you could imagine being a special forces operator or something at some point. And I mean, yeah, he in following a girl into the fires of hell because he was a stupid kid, he ended up kind of finding his life's true calling. And that's what I actually really kind of love about Johnny's story in this. He realizes that whatever his reasons were for making the decision, once he accepted the responsibility, he found great power.
Yeah, and he's a hell of a soldier. He has like great combat instincts. I think that's what lets him kill the big tanker bug. You know, like he's got balls.
Yeah, and he's like,
I like balls.
I'm in shape enough to do this, and I'm physically capable of jumping onto the tank bug. And yeah, and then when he gets off, Ratcheks is like, oh, where'd you learn how to do that, son? He's like, it's cool, sir. Don't you remember? I was the captain of the team.
Yeah, it's yeah, because he's what does he become? I think he gets like right. He's like a no, like they have they join the first team that goes in on the planet, gets slaughtered, survive, and then he goes to the Roughnecks. Right, that was the order, and it was in
Yeah.
Yeah, the planet they go to is Klendathu or whatever. It's the alien home planet, and they underestimated the amount of alien forces,
yeah.
and they just got wrecked. And Rico gets falsely reported as KIA, but he's not. He gets fixed
Yeah.
up, and then yeah, he
And
joins the
obviously,
Roughnecks after that. I
Carmen
think.
sees it. That's probably the one thing I have with this movie. Like things just happen a bit too conveniently a lot of times. Like they meet up with the right person. Carmen is the one who gets him out of that outpost that was a trap. She sees that he is KIA accidentally. It's a lot of things like that.
It's true. It's the melodrama is very potent in
Yeah.
this movie, but I love it for that. It's so cool.
They keep the late '90s WB teen drama element of it through pretty much the entire film, and I thought that was. It's such a good counterpoint to the rest of this world that's so militaristic and like violent essentially, because most of the stuff we're dealing with, but whether it be in space or on the ground, is people getting just slaughtered. Right? And then you've got this sort of Beverly Hills 90210 type story that's kind of underneath it all, and it's kind of a good one too. It's the idea of like, hey, there's a super popular guy who's in love with the super popular girl, and the super popular girl likes him, but is also kind of like, yeah, well, I don't know if I really see things going long term with us. And but then there's another girl that genuinely loves him and cares about him, and maybe she was right there all along, man.
I think a lot of the cast was actually in either Beverly Hills 90210 or Melrose Place.
That's
And
right.
apparently people during production were referring to Starship Troopers as Melrose Space.
Also,
But yeah, no,
because
that was.
oh, go ahead.
I remember reading though that Verhoeven was saying that was very much by design. Like he wanted the movie to be cast with like gorgeous teen actors, essentially, or like actors that would be playing teenagers on TV, even though they were 30.
Right.
Which happens a lot. But like back then, that was the thing, which was I preferred that.
There's a part in the movie where the age of the cast really works, where there's like a bunch of new recruits and they look like actually really young. And Rico's looking at them going, Jesus.
We're the old guys now.
Like, yeah, right. Yeah, it's a great scene.
Yeah. Also, someone in the chat just mentioned, I meant to mention that at some point as well. There's a planet in Helldivers 2 that's called Clan Death 2.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so
Cool.
it's obviously a little nudge here for Klendathu. It's pretty cool.
Fire up the name and see if I can find that.
It's pretty close to Earth. I think it's like 2 or 3 sectors away from Super Earth. Because I looked for it, I was wondering where it is. I was wondering if it would like be all the way at the end as their actual home planet, maybe, but it's pretty close. Also, while I have this on screen right now, may I remember people, this movie is from 1997, and it looks incredible. To a point where I wonder what kind of black magic did you guys use to make it look this good? Like
I can tell you quite a bit of it.
Please do, because I would love to know more, because it looks incredible.
So Phil Tippett was the guy that I believe was leading the special effects direction of it, and this was effectively it was basically the same thing that makes Starship Troopers as great as it is the same thing that made the 1997 Berserk anime as good as it is because it was right at that like borderline time where computer animation stuff was starting to come into the industry, but miniatures were still the way to go in Berserk. It was hand-drawn animation. And this was essentially the last major science fiction movie, I think, because like episode 1 came out about 2 years later, and that was almost entirely computer animated effects, where most of the space scenes are shot with miniatures. So the ships look as incredible as they are because those are like physical objects, like just ultra detailed models that they're actually filming with a camera. And it's actually also one of the reasons why, if you watch this movie in 4K or even on Blu-ray, the explosions look kind of shitty because they were apparently not designed properly for that, because they were trying to do digital explosions with the miniature models, and that create a bit of weird disparity. So the explosions now look a little bit pixelated, but not the explosions, but everything else in all of the space fights in particular, I think looks amazing. The tanker bug is CGI, but most of the other bugs, unless it's a big crowd of them, are puppets. So when you see the warrior bugs, those are just big puppets, and that's why they look real, because that's a real thing that's being just expertly handled. And yeah, they get a lot of really interesting cinematography out of that, and everything looks a hell of a lot more real. And yeah, and Phil Tippett also did, as Neil says there, did a lot of work on Jurassic Park, and that was another movie where a lot of those dinosaurs were puppets when you see them up close. In the original, at least, probably not anymore.
Yeah, well, Jurassic Park, I think, was originally going to be stop motion, and then CGI was sort of introduced some way into production, because they were like, oh, this actually looks better. Because the thing with stop motion is the motion blur. Like, you don't have it. So, like, it looks distinctly choppy. But with CGI, you can replicate motion blur. I think that's probably one of the reasons the CGI ages. I think the CGI looks really good in this movie, considering the time. And I think it's one of the reasons is them getting the motion blur just right.
60 FPS stop motion when.
Yeah.
By the way, everybody, that's also why 30 frames a second video games look worse than 24 frame a second movies. It's that film has a motion blur to it that is not as jarring as the one they artificially put in games when they're running at low frame rates, but that choppiness is always there in video games if they're not running at 62, everybody. Sorry.
Yeah.
Evangelize 60 FPS always.
I mean, sometimes in films they'll crank up the shutter speed, like the action scenes in Gladiator, for instance. You can pause that, and every frame looks clean without much motion blur.
Yeah,
because the shutter's going so fast.
The opening fight in Gladiator, Saving Private Ryan as well in the D-Day invasion. It's the shutter speed.
Yeah.
Or low shutter speed, I guess. 120 on my old camera.
Yeah, well, a low shutter speed would let more light in per frame, and so you get more motion blur.
Okay, yeah, then it's a high shutter speed, yeah. Because it was every time I put it in 120, if I was trying to get that kind of Gladiator choppy look, it would always, I'd have to light the scene way differently, because it really cuts your lighting in half.
That's true. Yeah, you got to blast light if you're gonna do that. Yeah.
Well, I have no clue about that stuff, so I'm glad you guys are here to know that.
Yeah, I don't know what it is exactly about the CGI that they nailed with this. I mean, a lot of it's lighting, too.
Oh, yeah.
And sparing use, I think.
I mean, it just goes to show like, you can use it and then you can hide it in editing to make it look a bit better and not look too fake. Because obviously the bugs here, you can tell, it's like, of course they're not there, but it looks pretty good. Like, even the way they interact with them. Because obviously when they have like someone grab it, they have like they have models, like bigger models that grab people and just kind of yeet them around.
Yeah, even for the tanker bug, they had that hard practical shell for him to grab onto and shoot.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to think about, because I feel like this can't be, if you build like a a puppet like this or a model of like a big bug. Like these days, I don't think you think that's more expensive than making it a CGI effect that has like, I don't know how many frames.
It's just more physical work. I mean, and there's things which can go wrong and be expensive to redo. And that's the thing. It's the convenience that they don't want. Or it's the convenience that they're paying for right now. It's not the end result.
Yeah, that's probably, that's true. But it just makes you wonder, like, man, You waste so much money on these new movies, and they look like shit even with the CGI, because you don't give the CGI people enough time to actually make the CGI and VFX properly. Then, I don't know, might as well make some real models and make it look good. But then again, that also would imply that they would know what they want before they start doing the thing, which they don't a lot of times. Go like, hey, can you change this 2 weeks before you release the movie? By the way, this guy needs a mask in every scene from back to forth. You have 2 days. Obviously, it might be a bit hyperbolic, but that's basically how it's been going with all the Marvel and Disney stuff, all the sludge.
So much sludge. By the way, I found out Clendath 2 is in the solar system towards Terminid territory that is immediately beside Earth.
Oh, it's actually next to it. Okay, yeah.
It's the first planet, but we've 100% liberated it, everybody.
Yeah.
Cheers for democracy.
Nice.
I think that this one hasn't been taken at all yet. I wonder if we get an event at some point where they just have like a super assault of one of the armies, and you just have to defend Super Earth properly. I feel like that's gonna happen at some point.
Yeah, maybe like end of phase 1 of Helldivers 2. By the way, now all the automatons and the Terminids have all made it to Earth. Man, can you imagine the maps? Like if they actually do like cities and things like that. Oh, that'd be kind of cool.
Which planet? Oh, Clendath 2, which is basically is Clendathu from this movie from Starship Troopers. They kind of were funny with the name there. Yeah, pretty nifty. On screen, I have the debate bros on the television going on. But it's kind of fun to think about. Like the one guy looks like an absolute dork.
Frankly, I find the idea of a bug who thinks offensive.
Yeah.
At one point, she steps on his foot. It's like, come on, stop it.
Well, that's another point to it not being fascist propaganda, really. I mean, what propagandistic show would allow free-form discussion like that, where you have a, countering opinion?
I hit a good frame to stop on for the left guy. He's like, duh.
The bow tie guy?
Yeah. Yeah, because they're just having a debate on the air, which is just funny. I don't think they would allow this. And just the whole thing, like, I feel like if it would be like proper fascist thingy, they would probably force people to go to the military at all times. And not have the other like Rico's parents. They're like pretty wealthy, have a son. They go to Harvard, and they're just civilians, not citizens. So it seems like you can still do pretty well when you're just a civilian.
It's just you don't have any civic responsibility. So like, I mean, at least that's who they're presented. Which again, the baby license thing is the only thing I'm not really sure of. I don't know if that just means maybe to have more than 2 kids or something. If there's like a child replacement limit, like China used to have or something. Although I think that was a one child policy, so that's a bit different. But you know what I mean? It could be something like that. But I think that's probably the best evidence to this society being unreasonable in any way, really.
Right,
And,
yeah.
I mean, it's funny to think that they're like, oh, this is a fascist society and it's all satire. It's like, it's not, though. It just isn't. Like, I'm not saying that, like, it's not because I think Starship Troopers is cool and I'm not fascist. Like, no. It's if you look at the way the society works, it's just not.
Yeah.
As TR just said in chat, a fascist government wouldn't allow the failure at Clendathu to be publicized, and that Marshall wouldn't have taken accountability.
Yeah. Exactly. He immediately steps down and is replaced.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 2 big lacks are like no kids and you can't vote if you don't want to be part of the Federation. But you join the Federation, do 2 years, and you can come back and live as a civilian, but have those perks. But like Mark was saying earlier, there's a shower scene where a girl's talking and she's implies that there is some process to get a license. I think if you don't join the Federation to have children, but it's a big pain in the ass.
Right.
And there's a lot of hoops to jump through.
She says that it's easier to get a license if you served. So, and the implication after the "so" is that's why I'm here. But it's like, well, I don't know. How hard is it if you're not a citizen, though? I guess,
Yeah.
I kind of need to know that part of the question before I call this society fascist. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is a universe where the world needs a strong military. Otherwise, we're just gonna get wiped out by fucking one asteroid after another. Like,
yeah, they seem to have a lot of asteroids as well. So,
yeah, they got a whole belt because of intense gravitational forces in their solar system, I guess.
And the way they shoot them is just one of the artillery bugs that are basically the ones that can take out the spaceships. Those just they fire a plasma round into space, and it hits an asteroid and sets that asteroid on a trajectory.
Yep.
And you think, oh, it's all totally random. Then they're just chucking it into space and it's hitting some asteroids that happened to hit us though. You can say, well, but if at the end of the film we're given confirmation that there is a sentient intelligence that it can like actually gather our military intelligence data by quite literally sucking someone's brains out, then it's like we're dealing with a threat. Like it's a threat actually. It's not just us going to the stars to kill bugs at random. It's just not what this movie is. Even if that's what Verhoeven thought it was.
Well, if that was his thought, he did a not so good job with that.
I mean, I think he did an incredible job. I'm just happy that he was wrong in the way he was.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he did badly for his intentions, I say.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of why the death of the author thing is sort of important, too, right?
Yeah.
Like, well, I mean, sometimes maybe the artists won't even realize why the thing they made was great. Like, this is a perfect example of that happening. Even if he thinks he made a great thing, I think it's great for reasons other than the reasons he thinks that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of torn on it myself because I don't like the idea of him doing a Starship Troopers movie, but not even bothering to read the book. Like he's, I don't care. I'm gonna do my own or he had someone else write a screenplay, and then he just did the screenplay and just had faith that I hope you understand the material, not even assessing it for himself. I don't like that, but the product is so fucking good.
Yeah,
like I think he's a directorial genius, that guy, Paul Verhoeven.
Yeah, I know what you mean, because I think if any of us would get a job, it was like, hey, write a movie for this franchise, like, oh yeah, okay, let me go back and read and look at everything that is available. That's probably going to take me a couple of months and weeks or whatever.
I'm going to read every book, play every game, read every comic book spin-off. I'm going to go into forums and see what the different communities and the fandoms say about it and what stuff they like and what stuff they don't like, which story decisions people really think could be just left on the ground and aren't very... Like, I would want to know all those things in service of making the best version of that as an adaptation that I can.
Yeah,
but I don't know, I think this is a solid example of someone not doing that, but it's still working out well because they happen to be unbelievably talented also. And I mean, if you want evidence of that, again, watch RoboCop or Total Recall. They're both fantastic.
Yeah.
Basic Instinct, or not Basic Instinct, sorry, the other one. Showgirls, not so good.
Waldron rewrote
he did do Basic Instinct, though. That was another one of his.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Maybe that's why I was thinking that. That was it's probably Showgirls was his second sexy thriller then.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't panned like Showgirls was.
Oh yeah. Showgirls was a special moment in movie history. I remember it, especially because I grew up watching Saved by the Bell.
Yeah.
I was like, well, okay, so Jesse's naked in a movie. We got to find a way to see this, right, boys?
Yeah. Duh.
And I was 13 at the point in time, by the way.
I just saw in chat, Waldron rewrote Multiverse of Madness 33 times. Well, that didn't help. Maybe 34 would have been the golden number. Who knows?
3 times in the span of a week, though. It doesn't count.
It changed like a word. It's like, oh, another rewrite done.
If you delete a sentence and write a slightly different one in its place, that's not a rewrite. I'm sorry.
I did it.
Yeah.
Oh, God. But yeah.
33 rewrites and still couldn't come up with a more interesting universe than one where traffic lights are the other way around.
So fucking stupid. That's the difference in the universe. But the house where the super magic man is in, that's the same. That's exactly the same. Oh, it's so bad. It's so stupid. God, I wish they would just do something normal again. So sick of multiverses and quantum universes. Just can I have like a neighborhood storyline again? You know, Spider-Man, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
But
shit like this.
That is, I think, the only way to go from here. When everything's this much of a shit show with multiverses and all that and time travel, it's like the back to basics approach is the only way forward.
How about we have Spider-Man stop this bank robbery?
What?
I mean, otherwise it's just like Quantumania forever, for everything feels like fucking Rick and Morty.
I mean,
everything's meaningless and stupid.
the Loki EFAB movie, series, TV, I think it's TV, yeah, TV. EFAB TVs of Loki go up. I've been rewatching those, like, goddamn, Loki was a fucking shit show. Oh, all of everything exploded. Excuse me, what? But it's fine because Loki used his flume powers that he could control, and then everything is fine in the end. And now he's a tree or something. It's like I rewatched those EFAB TVs. I was like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck was that show? Like, it just goes straight back into the memory hole because Jesus, it's ugh.
I still haven't.
And all of on the basis that this is 2012 Loki, like the evil cunning version that just changed to being a good guy in like 2 episodes because he saw his life on a fucking television. It's like, God, I hate that show. It's so bad. So bad.
I went out for my birthday with my buddy Ryan, who was the one that was telling me that I should watch Loki season 2, and I said that I would as long as he watches Arcane and Andor, I think. And while we were out for my birthday on Friday, Wednesday was his birthday, but Friday I went out with my dad and him and his fiance. And he's like, "Yeah, man, you've been watching Halo season 2?" I was like, "I have, but because I'm on a show that's clowning on it." He's like, "Oh man, it's really good." I was like, "Oh Ryan," for the love of God, don't say this. Don't ruin my birthday because I'm gonna just get so mad right now because no, it's not good.
It's always funny when my friends that are not terminally online like we are talk about movies. It's like, hey, have you seen that show? It's like, I have, yeah. Why?
I just remembered though. Speaking of my buddy Ryan and Halo, Ryan's brother Blair is the first one who ever showed me an Arby and the Chief episode, and it was a long time ago. Yeah,
that's a good show. It might be one of the best shows ever made.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so.
100%.
In fact, it is the best show ever made. So
it's 100% fair to say, like, actually, not even memeing, that it's definitely the best show that's ever been made using Microsoft Mike and Sam.
I think that's true.
Yeah.
Yep, that is actually true.
And then even then, it's like, well, show me the competition because it's got to be pretty good, man. Arby and Chief started out longer than I ever thought it would ever have had the legs for, but you know. That's the thing. When you write things creatively, you can.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's a stupid premise, but I took the writing of it really seriously, and that goes a long way. You know.
Wow, you never get a job in Disney like this. Can't just take writing seriously. What the hell?
I know, right?
They don't even have real faces. How do you show emotions?
Yeah. Yeah.
Good shots and editing, doing things like something as simple as turning one of their heads.
Yeah, well, so much of it's the screenplay, but then once that's done, it's just like I love just framing a nice shot. Like, I make every shot like fun. It's fun to just like make it look really nice. Yeah, I mean, even though it's really time consuming.
You got me with the you popping up on camera and doing that dance in the previous episode. I lost my shit. I was like, oh my God, John. Being the Chief, everybody. It's good stuff.
Ninja in chat asked where the Janussi is, John.
Oh, the Janussi. You can't handle the Janussi.
It's in the bio.
Yeah, there you go. Bio. Check the bio.
Janussi in bio.
You want that Janussi? Yeah.
Yeah, they're done on YouTube, or you live long enough to have an OnlyFans.
Oh boy.
I saw the first 2 episodes of Halo season 2 so far, and I wasn't really impressed. Still a bunch of stupid dialogue and dumb scenes, like worse. Like, what the fuck is going on? And like, I mean, I know this isn't the topic of discussion. You were just mentioning Halo, and
we love tangents. We do love tangents.
Yeah.
I've got 2 episodes of that show to watch right after this, everybody. I'm not looking forward to it.
I'm kind of intrigued to see where it goes because I saw some reviews coming out like around episode 4 or 5 where people are saying like, "Wow, this is Halo. This is awesome," and other people going, "This is fucking dog shit." And it's like, God, it's one or the other, guys. Come on.
So okay, what they're talking about is episode 4 was the fall of Reach, And it is one where there are two Spartans, neither of which have their Mjolnir armor because they've been stolen by Oni. So yeah, that's why they're not in their armor for this whole sequence. They're escaping with another former Spartan candidate who is blind, and they give him a grenade launcher.
As you do.
Madam Web's medical stuff bothered me. Oh man, wait for that EFAP TV. I was like, well, he's like, he's blind though. It's like, oh, but he's a Spartan, you know, he's got sharpened senses. You know,
he can't see though.
Grenade launcher, man. That is an AoE weapon. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, you can kill everyone here if we give that guy the grenade launcher, and he even doesn't see a thing that's going to move in front of his shot before he pulls the trigger, even if he senses where the target is. What if a Banshee flies by? You know?
That's silly.
Maybe he uses
That
the
sounds
force.
very silly.
Oh, well, but Master Chief pulls out an energy sword for 2 seconds, does nothing with it, and then a really badass moment though, because it's
I
like he
clapped
sparked.
when I saw that.
Not only does he not hit anyone with the energy sword, he does not swing a strike before it is knocked out of his hands.
God damn it.
And people were like sharing this, is like, oh my god, when she picks up the energy sword, I was like, are you people out of your fucking minds? That was useless. He picked up a prop. They put a CGI effect on it for a moment, and then he gets knocked over and like almost killed. And has
I don't know why having a sword and not using it seems to be a thing. That bugged the fuck out of me, and just in the opening scene of the season. So he's surrounded by elites, and then they all have swords, and then they all put him away and walk away. And it's like, why wouldn't you take the opportunity to just take the Spartan out? Are you fucking kidding me?
Do you want to know why Chief manages to live through the fall of Reach? For the exact
I mean, I don't care. Yeah.
For the exact same reason, because in the moment where he's totally surrounded and definitely dead, Covenant Princess She-Twink girl shows up and just tells them to not kill him, and they walk away.
Neat.
That has happened twice during this season. I haven't even watched the recent 2 episodes. We're doing that after this. But anyways,
yeah.
All the EFAP TV stuff, but it's
McKee, who's back for no reason.
Yeah, sorry. Guys, you don't need to watch it. I'll say that much.
Well,
I'm gonna be on EFAP talking about it probably in April, so I gotta slog through the whole fucking thing.
I dodged the Halo bullet. I was just like, I'm good. I'm not super duper into Halo, so I never bothered watching the show. And luckily, I wasn't dragged in for once, so I just didn't do it. Well, but I played Suicide Squad all the way through for that, so there you go.
Wow.
All of our boons to carry.
Impressive.
Oh god. I forgot what I just had something on my mind, but now it's gone. So if you just things, Starship Troopers, doing my part.
Why don't we talk about basic training stuff? I thought the whole basic training sequence in that movie was really awesome.
I mean, we can just jump back and forth for this. I don't really have the
yeah. I think that's sort of what we've been doing. So I figure we'll just jump around, because I think, has everyone here seen Starship Troopers in the chat? Because if you've not, oh man, you got a good movie to watch later.
Hell yeah.
Oh, it is a treat. Like, even beyond all like the isms and ideas of it, it's just a fucking awesome sci-fi action movie about killing bugs. Like, you can enjoy it on that surface level and have a really good time with it.
Great music too. It's like
dude.
Epic, like large scale score.
The score is epic, yeah.
But yeah, so maybe like our main cast in the beginning is obviously Carmen, Dizzy, Rico, and what's Neil Patrick Harris' character called again?
Carl?
Is it Carl?
Yeah.
Yes, Carl Jenkins. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
They basically all like, yeah, we're homies, but we all go to the military now. Well, at least 3 of them want. No, they all wanted to, right? Yeah, all of them.
Yeah.
But Dizzy goes to another station in the beginning. Obviously, Carmen goes to be a pilot, and Jenkins is the only one who is pretty good with the whole psychic stuff. That's like a whole thing that happens in this universe. So you can have some kind of psychic abilities. I'm not really entirely sure how far those go. I don't know if they go super crazy at like in other movies.
Yeah, well, I mean, the only other movie that I can talk about it a little later, but I did watch one other movie that features Carl, which is good. It's a Japanese film called Starship Troopers Invasion. It's a CGI anime, and it's honestly pretty awesome. I would seriously recommend it, but okay, I guess I would have to ruin it to say where okay, it's a weird anime that most people won't watch. So spoilers for Starship Troopers Invasion. Eventually, Carl starts working on a thing that he can use, like a device that he puts on his head that kind of looks like a Lobot's little thing around his head that can let him control the bugs. So he's working on this so that he can basically go on a planet and then just get a bunch of the drones to fight for the humans. And yeah, so that's kind of where they lead, at least in that version of the story, with how the psychic stuff really does kind of play into like how they're actually going to ever have a chance at winning against endlessly multiplying bugs.
Okay, interesting.
Right.
But yeah, obviously Rico goes to sign in because of his girlfriend, because she's going in there. So he hopes to be, I don't know, stationed with her together after they're done with their training, I think is his idea. Obviously, the parents are like, no, we're doing pretty well and you're just going to get killed, so please don't do that. But he goes anyway because that's his choice.
Which I think if we actually dial back a bit to Rashak's talk with him in the classroom, that it's what I really love about Michael Ironside's character, Rashak, as the way he presents the concept of citizenship to them and interacts with their answers I think is really sort of amazing. I think whoever wrote this scene in particular did just a fantastic job, because I mean, the one thing that Johnny says, he said that a citizen makes the responsibility of the world, or the responsibility of humanity is personal responsibility, a civilian does not, or a citizen does, a civilian does not. And he says, yeah, exact words of the text, but do you understand it? Do you know what it means? And he's like, well, I'm not really sure. And he goes with that whole like something given has no value thing. So it's the idea that we could give you the ability to vote, but would you care? Would you care if you didn't fight to earn it? And I'm like, well, I mean, as much as like I do like the idea that everyone could vote, because democracy good. We're talking about Helldivers too, but I don't hate the idea of like, well, what if voting was a thing that you had to put in a level of civic service to do? Now, I think if you made it only military service, people would just think of that as like a recruitment scam.
Yeah.
But if you had to, I don't know, say volunteer at a library for a summer at least, you know, like something, and help the government in some way to prove that, yeah, you should have a say in deciding how this government is managed going forward. And that idea with Johnny being effectively what could have been a spoiled rich kid, I thought was really interesting, because he realized that all the incredibly valuable things that he's had throughout his whole life are just things that his parents have been handing to him, including the Harvard scholarship, which is like, why? I mean, would he even be in Harvard? Like, I guess if they have a whole team. And are you going to go to Zegama Beach? Like, we're going on vacation. You're not going in the military. All of that stuff is them saying, no, you're our pet. We take care of you. You just be a good boy. And Johnny's arc ultimately, even though honestly he was chasing tail into the recruitment office, let's face it, and Denise Richards was a beautiful woman at that time for sure. But ultimately, by becoming the leader of the Roughnecks by the end of the movie, you realize that he's like, no, this is what's given my life value. The fact that humanity is my responsibility, and I'm going to die protecting them. I'm going to see a lot of people die, try to keep as many of them alive as I can, but mostly I'm going to help train them so that the day I'm the one who does die, there's someone like me who I can hand the reins to the way Rashak did for me. Because in that first speech, and when he talks to him at the dance, and then when he talks to him again when they're at the party on the planet with where like Dizzy and him hook up, like in all three of those conversations with Rashak, he's telling him he's teaching him what it means to be a soldier, why it's important, but also what you stand to lose. Because the way he gets him to eventually, drop his bullshit and hook up with Dizzy was he's like, Rico, you once asked me for advice. I'm gonna give you some now.
Yeah.
Never pass up a good thing. and that is the idea. It's like you could be dead tomorrow.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
He's
Like
just
that beautiful.
I really just like him in general, like as a like a military leader here, or his unit's leader. Because when they finish their mission, it's like, well, you fought hard. Now you get to have some good fun because I got a hold of some music and balls to play with. Balls to play with. And yeah, here now you can have some booze, and here I brought the beer. It's like a big keg of beer because he knows, like, hey, this could be the last time any of those guys could have a good time because tomorrow we could go to a mission and we just get wiped out. So here, have some fun while you can.
And most of them do die on the next mission. Like most of the people that are in that scene, really, except for Ace and Johnny. Really, like, does anyone else live? I don't think anyone else. Oh, and what's his name?
Well, at the end they split up, right? Like the main party goes to wherever they have to go, and Rico and the other guy, I forgot his name, from his party.
Watkins, the black dude.
No, don't think the black dude. I think the other one that nukes himself basically to save the.
Okay, I thought you were talking about the people who get off the outpost at the end. Sorry, never mind.
Oh, okay. Oh, it was from already further ahead. Oh yeah, he was already gone at that time. No, you're right. You're right.
That's what I was thinking. It was like of the Roughnecks, every single one of them except for like 3 are dead. Like it's Ace, Johnny, and Sugar, and that's it.
Well, I think there's a bunch of them on the transporter that goes out. I think a lot of them just go in there.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, I think there's a handful of people in there.
Okay, I guess they're the only named characters we get.
Oh yeah, for sure.
On Rat Check, he's sorry. Go ahead.
No, go nuts.
Oh well, yeah, he's a really likable character. I mean, not only is it Michael Ironside, but like he has a very respectable outlook and philosophy. All his dialogue scenes are like, yeah, good point. And that classroom scene is brilliant. Not only just for his dialogue, but it is setting up the love triangle simultaneously without any dialogue. Like Rico's reveal shot has Dizzy in the background, sort of a little bit blurred, but you can see that she's like fawning over him. Like she plays it so well. I mean, I think the casting in this movie is phenomenal. Even Denise Richards, who I do find a bit wooden at times, but I think that actually works in the film's favor because she does kind of represent a sort of artificial relationship. She does. I don't think she really loves him. I think I think she likes him. He's kind of a boy toy to her, but she's not in love with him. Like she can. That was actually one of the moments that impressed me with her acting is when she says "I love you" before she leaves. You can tell she doesn't mean it. It was very well done.
I think I might have been on the receiving end of one of those at one point in my life, and it is not a good feeling. I shouldn't have said it, and I sort of wish she didn't say it back, to be honest.
Yeah, right. I mean, she has her moments in this movie, but I think the screenplay overall, I think, is great. There's only one part of the script that really bugged me near the end, where he pulls this feeling out of his ass that Carmen is down this one tunnel. You know what I mean? But like, apparently that was Neil Patrick Harris's character psychically telling him where to go, and I'm just like, what? They can do that?
Yeah.
Like, if you're a psychic, you can implant thoughts in other people. I didn't think that was set up.
I think it would have been better if they would have gone with like because apparently everyone has psychic abilities, but a lot of them are basically just not evolved. Like it's like a natural thing, from what I understand. I'm not entirely sure.
The thing is, though, inception idea, like the idea that he can put thoughts in someone's. They do establish that with the ferret when he's testing Johnny at the beginning to try to see if Johnny's psychic, and then he kind of, it's a ferret, right, that he looks at. He says like, "Go bug mom," and then the thing just runs upstairs. And
Okay.
like the idea was, it's like, yeah, he's getting to the point that he can control small animals. So when you get later on into the series, when there's like quite a jump of time later, and you know, he's clearly gotten better because now he's a full colonel at like whatever age, like 25 or however they're supposed to be at this point. Which yeah, no, he's probably very powerful, I think was the implication there.
So I thought that was done with like behavioral conditioning with food. Like he had convinced like there was food in his mom's dress or something, and that's why
Right.
it scurries up his leg. I didn't think it was like a psychic, like, do this thing, I command you, you
No,
know?
he gives the thing the impression that the mom has food. Like psychically, he gives him the idea. He incepts the idea of, oh shit, she's got food, and then runs up. It's like he does kind of imply that that's how it's done. And I always felt that that was setting up him telling Johnny where to go at the end.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Well,
Yeah, that kind of went over my head. Yeah, I thought it was done with food.
Well-
But yeah. Like making the ferret, like conditioning it, like saying the food's over here, like,
the thing
you know,
I
and
I wonder about
in one
though.
case it's in the little maze,
Wait, does
and
he
then
say
maybe
what?
he hid it around the house to train it to go places, and then maybe he could have put it on his mom's person
Well, yeah,
to make it target her.
Patrick Bowser's right though. He says can't do people yet. Also, like, isn't that a line?
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, he says
Yeah.
yet.
Right.
But it also makes me wonder: can he just do that from any from any length, like from wherever he wants to? Because if I remember correctly, he has like like there's like eye contact with the ferret as well, and like concentrates on it. Like they're like in two
True, but I
different
mean,
places. Like he's probably even in orbit currently in a starship, from what I've.
He is on the planet. That like at least I was gonna mention that much. Like he is
Okay.
100% on the planet because he shows up to, you know, see if the bug's afraid at the end.
Right.
That's interesting. I'm like rethinking that whole ferret scene now. Like, or well, more specifically, the card prediction thing. Because I'm thinking like it's just a guessing game, or like I'm starting to realize now that Carl he knows what the card is,
Yeah.
and he's psychically projecting it to Rico in that moment. Like that didn't really register with me until now. I didn't realize that was what was happening.
I mean, even less projecting, it's trying to get Johnny's acuity up by having him be able to know what Carl is seeing because the cards are being displayed behind Johnny.
Yeah.
I always understood that's how it worked. That it's you trying to read it, but the reason is because you know the person knows the cards because they're looking at them. So tell them like what are they seeing right now? And that's like the reading thought aspect of it. Whereas Carl's so advanced that he can do the telling people what to think part.
Right. Yeah. So now I think that scene now, looking back on it, is Carl sort of saying in his head, like, the card is the King of Hearts or whatever it was, right? Like, just pick up what I'm saying telepathically here. Open your mind. I just interpret it initially as like just guess what the card is behind you. You know.
I mean, I think that if you don't really have a very developed psychic ability, ultimately that's what you're doing.
Right. So I guess that is set up then. That beat at the end. That makes sense.
There's a character in Starship Troopers Invasion too he's an infantry guy, like mobile infantry dude, and he said that he was 2 cards off from being listed as psychic and going to games in theory. So he's like, like, I might have been all of your bosses. I just missed 2. Fuck you.
Right.
Well, but yeah, that's their little flame going on there.
There's a lot of really nice little character moments. This is even before the basic training stuff. Like at the high school dance, there's one of the first shots is like following Dizzy, and then she sees Carmen, and Dizzy turns around and pretends to like not see her,
Mm.
and she doesn't want Carmen to see that she's there, and then waits for Carmen to go away, turns back around, and then goes to Rico, and it's all done in one shot. And then there's a bunch of other takes like that during the dance where like Rico and Carmen are dancing, and you see in the background that Dizzy's dancing with Carl. He's staring daggers at them. Like it's so well done.
Oh shit! I just clicked.
Like a rack focus.
I
They
clicked
do like a
perfectly
rack
on that scene.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. They do like a rack focus on her where it's like it's focused on Johnny and then it's like focused on Dizzy for just a moment and goes back to Johnny. There's
yeah. I really like the love triangle thing. I love that Rico and Carmen kind of have
quadrangle.
They don't really have much chemistry, I don't think. There's a little something there, but it's like that by design. Like it's supposed to be a bit frustrating to watch, I think. And I just love how committed Dizzy is.
Right.
That role is played so well. Dizzy's my favorite character by far, I think, in the movie.
I think I saw someone in chat say it a little bit earlier that it's interesting how they both Johnny and Carmen split from each other and end up being with the people that are probably actually better for them, like that's like the people that they were probably meant to be with, and then those people both die horrible deaths that the respective person witnesses, and then they kind of end up back together by the end, not like romantically together necessarily, but the idea that it's like, hey, we're both single now, we've both been through some shit. You can imagine stuff happening.
Yeah.
They keep that going in Invasion as well. Like the idea that Johnny's kind of still into her and he doesn't really know what to do about it. But yeah, there's also tons of nudity, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a tragic film, really. I mean, it's sort of campy and silly and high concept as it is. Like it's in this world of intergalactic war. Like you have genuine love in these relationships, and these people just get fed into the meat grinder, and it's just like nothing turns out in a positive way. Like the Dizzy and Rico relationship is like the soul of that movie, and it gets crushed near the end, and it's just like, oh my god. And by the end of the movie, the characters are just, I mean, Rico is just like almost a monster.
Oh yeah,
he screams the line, "Hey, you apes want to live forever!" Like, he's consumed by the war machine. He's that person now forever until he dies, which will probably be pretty soon.
First he loses his parents, then he loses his relationship. Well, no, it's a relationship with Carmen first, then the parents. And while they're fighting, they see all these people getting mowed down. They barely make it out. I mean, he got heavily injured and got put in the magic goop tank. Stitches them
magic
back together.
Green goo,
it's a back tank.
Then he comes together with Dizzy. It's like, oh, maybe it's not all too bad. And then she gets just horribly murdered in front of her, and she dies in his arms. And then he becomes the leader of the Roughnecks. Rico's Roughnecks. And then he basically becomes just the big leader man for that company. So yeah, lots of
Casper Van Dien is quite good in this as well. I mean, people accuse him of being sort of wooden in the movie. I don't agree. Like there are scenes where his strength as an actor shines through pretty well. Like when he gets that guy killed in the live fire exercise, and then he's like getting disciplined, like you can see the pain in his eyes, and he's looking out at the girl who actually shot the other guy, and she looks like heartbroken as she takes the walk down washout lane. Like that was a really good scene, well acted.
Yeah, that scene was almost perfect. And God, you have Hank from Breaking Bad as the warrant officer.
Norris.
And I thought though that Casper Van Dien has very good expressions. He's very expressive in a way that he's capable of also being subtle. I think just a lot of people have some issues with some of his deliveries that to me sound like they could have been a result of direction, because they sort of sound like stuff from a melodramatic like teen soap opera from the 90s, you know? Like, it does, all the dialogue in the movie when it's between the young pretty people really does sound similar to like a Beverly Hills 90210 type episode. And
Yeah.
I think that he got a lot of shit for just being that, but it's like, well, that was what he was supposed to be. That's what every one of the young characters at least were supposed to be. The only person who's like a serious guy is Rashak, really. Everyone else is kind of a caricature, and Rashak's kind of a caricature even, but I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Than anyone else.
But just overall, like the characters, like even the side characters, that just walk around in boot camp. When Rico gets the message from Carmen and she tells him like, "Oh, I'm going career," that's probably not what you want to hear, because they were kind of making fun of him. It's like, "Oh, look, his lady friend is doing a thing." Oh,
and next year they're like, "Oh, okay, holy shit!"
As soon as they realize, like, "Oh shit, that's not good mode," they all stop. Like they all stop.
Yeah.
Like honestly, the second Denise Richards has her hair pulled back and is wearing that different sweater, and I see that shot against that star background, it hurts me a little.
Yeah.
I don't need. You can show me an image of that. I'll just be like, oh fuck, here it comes.
Yeah.
It's so heartbreaking, but it was 100% inevitable. It's so clear that that's what would happen.
The squad camaraderie is done really well.
Yeah.
In this, like I that scene that you're mentioning there, like he's like heartbroken by the video, but then he like has all these fun like friends to like fall back on, and you're with the chemistry between you're going with it, like everybody's convincing and likable on that crew. That dynamic's handled really well.
Jake Busey, I was actually in a movie once where he was like a football player at West Point in the movie, and they just went to my military unit and they needed people who could do drill. So
nice.
I had to get a really stupid haircut in it because I was like this American West Point student from the 60s or something in it. But he was really cool. I actually talked to him about Starship Troopers. I was like, dude, I was like, you're honestly like because I genuinely believe this. I think Ace Levy is sort of the heart and soul of the team. He's the glue that's sort of holding everybody together.
Yeah.
And
I agree with
things like the way he's like a wingman for Rico and will like come up with him, like start playing the slow song on the violin when he's dancing with Dizzy and he's like looking at both of them. I always found him so charming. But yeah, he was a nice guy in person.
It was funny when he's getting introduced, he's almost like, "Oh, look at this bully guy." He's like just cutting line. And it's like, hey, go back in line. It's like, oh, hey, maybe we do become friends. And it's just basically chill after this.
He's like immediately likable after that for the entire rest of the movie. Yeah.
Yeah. And
I do like that violin scene. He goes straight for the instrument. It's like, oh, I'm going to score this fun night out in the desert. Like,
well, I mean,
just makes the role his own.
He's playing violin a few times in the movie. So I assume that Rashak knew that. And that's why he had it in the box.
Oh,
that's kind of the way I was reading it, and that's like because when he sees it, he's like, "No fucking way!" Like he looks at the thing, like, "You're kidding me, right?" Okay, let's have a party. Yeah. I'm the entertainment.
Yep.
Oh, also, people were saying the medic thing. Do you guys want to talk about when Ace when he gets the knife in his hand and how that to the end of the movie and also actually the end of Starship Troopers Invasion as well?
I actually don't know what you mean right now, so go ahead.
What, like,
yeah,
sure. What gets in a knife in a nuke fight anyways? All you gotta do is put your hand on that wall and look cool. Gets him to put his hand on the wall, throws a knife perfectly at his hand, and it says, "The enemy cannot push a button if you disable his hand."
Yeah, can't push a button when you. Yeah.
But what does Carmen use against the brain bug?
Oh, I'll see what you mean. Yeah, because she cuts off the brain sucky tube mouth thingy out of the face hole of the bug. Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
that's true. The knife. And yeah, there's a pretty good moment at the end of Starship Troopers Invasion where a similar thing happens, and I fist pumped a little. I was like, oh fucking hell, I even forgot that happened. It's great.
I thought you were gonna talk mention the nuke being detonated, and I think that was on a timer. I think it's like because it could be that he presses a button manually to
Yeah.
set the nuke off, but they do like sound design with the beeping increasing in
Yeah.
a beat becoming more rapid, which implies it's like a time detonation.
Which
But like
makes
I
me think,
forgot about the proboscis being cut off. That's a great point. Yeah, setting up the knife.
there's a word. Good one.
I think that's what the right term for that.
I mean, I couldn't tell you, but I'll take your word for it.
You know what? It sounded smart, so I believe you.
Yeah, I was like,
It's what mosquitoes use to draw blood. So
neat.
same
I'm
kind
going
of
to
thing.
look that up later. And hey, you might have got me to learn a thing today, John. That's awesome. But more what I was referring to was the use of the importance of a knife in combat. That it's like, no. If you're a soldier, even if you're going to be primarily relying on firearms, you do still need to know how to defend yourself in close combat. Like you will. It might save your life someday. We're teaching you. It's kind of the lesson there, and I like that. Ultimately, it's even the drill instructor himself who ends up capturing the bug too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Zim, right? Zim.
Zim was he was the model soldier the entire time. the guy who could command men but wanted to be on the front lines to the point that he'll demote himself just to get out there and fight, and then he ends up being the one that saves the day, kind of.
Yeah, he's pretty chill too. Like he's the drill sergeant man, of course. But when Rico goes to get his lashes, I'm gonna put the guy on screen here real quick.
Gives him the
thing to bite on. He's like, here, bite on this. It helps. And like Rico looks at him, and is like, oh, fuck off. And he just tells him, believe me, I know. It's like, oh, he's been a bit of a rascal himself, apparently. Or maybe even got someone killed during a drill or something. I don't know when exactly they do all these whippings. But he got in trouble and had to be whipped before. So it's like, yeah, I know. This is going to suck. So he might want to have something to bite onto.
Well, you nailed it. And actually, that's another reason why Johnny's life going the way it does. Like this moment's a turning point. Like him commanding a man which led to a death, and his guilt for that, knowing that he can, in this case, not metaphorically, quite literally, take his lashes and take responsibility, and then decide to put the uniform back on and make it so that guy didn't die for nothing. Make it so that your presence there still ends up doing some good. Like it's definitely the kind of thing that can create a career soldier. Like they can turn a guy who might have just been in for 2 years into a dude who, becomes a general one day.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about the demotion thing. Like, can you not, as a sergeant, just go out and fight? Like,
not if
what's his name? Ironside. Did he demote himself as well to get out there in the field?
He was a lieutenant, so I think he was already in command of a unit, like when he left. So he probably came back saying, yeah, I'm coming back, but I need the roughnecks, and the only people who go into that unit are the ones I pick. And that's me writing the movie, sure, but I did the math on that to think like, okay, that makes sense to me. But Zim is a good drill sergeant. And the thing about fighting a war is you can't send all your best people out to fight because you need new soldiers. So you need a lot of the very best people to be the ones training new people, because that's how you get a steady stream of awesome soldiers. You have people who are very skilled teaching them what they know. And so they're like, I need you here. You're qualified to do here. You're posted here. You can't just decide to get deployed when we don't need you. Right now we have a lot of men going for this and we need you here training new men. So he's like, but if you gave up your rank and all of a sudden you were just a mobile infantry private, you're going to war if everybody's going to war. So he's like, like Pato said, look, your rank, I need you here flat out. I can't be the one to make the decision to let you go have fun in the war when I need you here training men. And I can't tell my boss that, right?
That's a fair point. Yeah, you need good instructors for sure.
I mean, it's all military struggle with keeping good instructors, because most of the people who are really great at stuff want to be out in the field doing it. And the sad truth is, it's like, well, it makes it so that it's tough to train new people and have them be as good as quickly. Where if people are taught things to do stuff right, like very correctly the first time, they're going to be more likely to do it at a high quality and be able to advance to much higher levels much more quickly. So when you're looking at like the macro level of it, to be like, hey, so what are we thinking long term with this? Oh, hey, we find when this soldier is training at this training center, we are getting people that are shooting up to the ranks of sergeant, warrant officer 3 years earlier than the before we had this guy here, and they're all his students. Because, and I mean, by them all, it'd probably be like a dozen over the whole country. So you can track that, right? It's like every one of his students has like become one of the people that we now want instructing or like leading platoons. And that's the kind of thing that people take note of. And even if you're saying, hey, I want to go out and be in the field, you're like, well, but you're really valuable here because you just made another 4 of you, you know?
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, bumping yourself to private though, it's like, well, no, now you're a private. Now you're someone else's problem, and the person whose problem you are is like probably below his rank because they have corporals seem to be in direct command of many people here. I mean, here it's I don't know. I don't want to go through our whole platoon structure, but when they promote Rico to corporal in the field, like that's his first field promotion that he gets, it seems that he's stepping into a leadership role, and corporal isn't really a leadership role in our military, at least. It's master corporal that seems like the equivalent rank. So it would just be you'd have some corporal that needs to fill a squad, and then be like, yeah, private, okay, yeah, you're in fire team alpha.
Right.
This is your life now.
Yeah.
And hey, if you get one of those guys that you know is a former sergeant who has like tons of experience, if you're the corporal there, you'd be like, oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Right.
This guy's pretty much going to do all the work, and I'm going to get a lot of credit for it. So I just got to not die and do my best to help. But I'm pretty much just going to listen to him because clearly he knows more about this than I do.
Yeah. It's kind of fun in the end because
you don't have to worry about him trying to take your job because he doesn't want to get promoted either.
It's kind of funny because Rico has a higher rank now when he goes and meets Zim again. It's like, oh, well.
Yeah, no, Rico's an officer. He's already a lieutenant by that point.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, he's in command of the Roughnecks because that's at the very end of the movie. So he's not only gone through all of the non-commissioned ranks, he got an actual commission and is now commanding an entire unit. Yeah, Rico's Roughneck.
I love when Dizzy shows up when they're all on the training ground. Like because she was in another unit and asked for a transfer so she could be with Rico. Because like Rico wants to be with Carmen, and Dizzy wants to be with Rico. She'll follow him wherever he goes. It's actually really sweet the way it's handled. Like she
also
plays it so convincingly that she likes him. I actually don't find it creepy. It's just she does really like him.
Oh yeah.
And but like there's a point where they're in the cafeteria. She's like, "Hey Rico, want to sit together?" And she's just he gets like mad because it's just like leave me alone, you know. And she sells it so well, the idea that she didn't join because of him. Like, you think I'm here because of you? Like, she says it so convincingly. You would believe it were it not for the shot where she shows up initially and like looks at Rico and smiles, sees him there, and then immediately like straightens like her facial expression as she's looking at the Zim.
Yeah. Well, she also specifically requested to be at that base. She got transferred because she wanted to be in Johnny's unit.
Right. Yeah. So she's just following around like a puppy dog, basically.
Right.
But I mean, she's just so great, though. It's hard to find it creepy.
No, because I think she eases off after that like rejection in the cafeteria.
Yeah,
that's true.
And then it's like, okay, well, I'm just here now. You don't want to be with me, fine. Like, we'll just fight together, I guess, and train together.
In the shower, also, when Johnny won't say why he joined up, and then Dizzy kind of rats on him, she's like, yeah, he's here because of a girl, and they all sort of laugh at him and run away. And then once Johnny's gone, Ramirez, I think, says, was it you? And then she sort
Yeah.
of smiles and says, "I don't know, maybe."
Yeah,
Maybe.
Never really get a solid
that's
answer
a
out of her,
good
and
beat. Yeah.
yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah. By the way, they all shower together. In case chat didn't pick up on that, they're all naked together in the shower, having a shower. I guess.
Can't tell you how disappointed I was when I found out that that wasn't a thing that happens in the real army. I was like, "Oh, we don't have
Oh,
communal
what?
showers here."
Yeah,
Um,
I like these scenes. It like reminds me of RoboCop as well, where they all have like the same dressing room and they all banter together. Well, you know, as a unit, as they should. It's just like that. It's just makes for a good.
Right. Men and women barracks talk, all
Yeah.
just ribbing each other as like peer to peer. Yeah. Apparently that scene was used like that. Verhoeven thought of that scene as an example of like supporting the idea that it was making fun of fascism because everybody was like sexually muted, you know, in terms of their libido. It's like
No,
they're not interested at all in each other sexually because they've had that aspect of their personality suppressed by this fascist regime, you know. I never really read to me that way, you
not
know.
at all. I had the opposite reading entirely. It seems that yeah, they're so sexually liberated that they're just totally cool being naked around each
Yeah.
other.
Right, yeah.
Like it's just not a problem. It's like yeah, whatever. It also encourages us all to be in ultra good shape. We're in the army.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, I like this whole military unit banter. It's just always fun when it's well made, of course.
And there's the one woman who wants to have kids. It's the same, redhead that's talking about like getting a license.
Yeah,
And it's like tragic because she's the one who falls in the bug hole and Glendathu and gets dragged away, I think.
Well, I mean,
It's like,
yeah,
oh my god, that bug bridge. Well, she calls it
because-
a bug bridge. She runs on top of it and it just breaks.
Oh, she ran away. She abandoned
Yeah,
him. It's like you're not supposed to do that.
She was scared and ran, and she paid for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
F.
F for that girl. Yeah.
We had silence. It was just like a moment of silence for redhead baby lady.
Rip in peace.
Yeah. But yeah, at this point, well, I guess the whole military or everyone is not really aware of the bugs being smarter than they actually are. Like they're smarter than they think they are, because they're like, oh, we got to go to this planet and there's going to be random artillery fire because well, they probably just shoot in the air because they think there's something there. But obviously, it seems to be much more concentrated and deliberate. And immediately they go like, oh, someone fucked up big time here because they get shot out of orbit by that bug plasma one after another. Because obviously they do the full scale. Well, I guess it's some kind of scale as well. I don't think it's full scale because they think it's going to be a bit of a walk in the park almost. Because they think they're going to fly in with all their big starships. Like, oh, we're just going to dodge a couple of these things. And obviously they start crashing into each other because they get shot out of the air. And they land on the planet. They lead the party. I mean like our main characters and their unit. They're like the first in line, and well, they get slaughtered basically, and they have to retreat. And it's a meat grinder basically.
Yeah.
And the way it's shot here as well, I quite like, because it's like dark. Basically probably like early night or something, or just night, and they just look over and it's like, oh look, there's these big plasma thrower, like they literally just shit plasma out of their asses into the air, and it goes very high. Those bugs are crazy.
Yeah,
but
they're the most dangerous ones because they're the thing that allow intergalactic warfare and colonization.
Yeah. And then they find two of them and use like rockets, like mini nukes almost. Like the explosions look like mini nukes, kind of. And they shoot one bug down. They're like, yeah, and you have this one guy who's like, yeah, get some, and then he gets just slashed apart. And yeah, you can see like this like all green people. They just kind of randomly shoot at the guy. And we learned earlier in one of these ads or infomercials, whatever they are. It's like, oh, you want to shoot at their nervous system point so they can't move anymore. But everybody just seems to randomly shoot into them and hope for the best because they have no actual frontline experience. And as soon as they as the bugs arrive, they're like, oh shit, we're fucked. And at that point, Rico is already going like, everybody take aim and fire or something along those lines. So he already shows promise of a leading position.
When Levy he's panicking, and that's why he says that he doesn't want to be promoted even to corporal. He's like, I'm just here to fight, because he's like, I've been there and blown it, is what he says about his command. And that's the moment where Rico steps in and takes command. It's like, yeah, like maybe I should have been the squad leader all along, I just fucked up, but you know what, here's where me taking command and being the one to see that, hey, my buddy who's supposed to be doing a job is panicking right now, and we are all going to die. I can do this. And then he does it, and he keeps doing it through the whole movie. So it's like, even when people think that, yeah, no, Starship Troopers is just this silly movie with like meathead characters, it's like, no, Johnny has a story, man. Like, he has a good one.
Yeah, that's what I meant when I went in and rewatching. It's like, oh, this is gonna be a fun little silly movie, because as in the beginning, in my memory was like a bit of a clownish movie with like funny lines and everything. It was like, no, there's something here. Like, these bugs are actually really powerful. It takes, if you don't shoot them in a specific way, it takes like a lot of bullets to kill one of them. And as somebody just pointed out in chat as well, like, it takes effort to kill one bug, and then all of a sudden like hundreds or even thousands appear, and they immediately start retreating and start to get the fuck out of there because they are wildly underprepared for what is happening.
Yeah, it's a totally different kind of warfare than mankind's ever been prepared for. But one thing, just because you touched on the telling how difficult they are to kill, I love that cutaway with Carl, his little commercial where he's talking about the efficient ways to take them down. And nearly every time I'm playing Helldivers and I knock a leg off a bug, but it's still coming out at me, my brain says, you can knock off a limb, but there's still 86% combat effect.
That's true.
Here's a tip. Go for the nerve stem and put him down. Good.
That's great.
I've seen this movie a lot, by the way, everybody.
On the characters being dumb, or at least the notion of it. I mean, it's frustrating watching like behind the scenes material, like listening to the crew talk about it. I mean, they themselves describe the movie as a bunch of beautiful, empty-headed people doing what they're told.
I don't get it. Like, the writer,
and it's just like
the last one on him, I swear.
It's like I don't think these characters are dumb. Like, they're doing what makes sense in that world with that kind of threat, with that kind of government. Like, I don't look down on them as being empty-headed or stupid. Naive, maybe. But yeah, I like all the characters. If they were all dumb, I don't think I would like them.
Yeah.
They rarely make stupid decisions based on what they know at the time.
Right.
Like, it seems like they are always acting relatively appropriately considering what their, general level of intelligence is, and things like the fact that they're teenagers who are, 18-year-olds who just got out of high school and are off to join the military. You can believe a guy like that would chase a girl like Carmen and be thinking, oh, she's going to the military, so if I go to the military too, that means we'll be together. It's like, no, you're not even going to be in the same type of military. Never mind being in the same place. But then, they find ways to have them interact.
Yeah. Well, obviously, Carmen immediately, like, one of the first messages to him is like, well, I'm actually going career, so we're probably never going to see each other again. Bye. It's like, man.
They even give
he's chasing a girl around in a very sort of, young boyish way, but like, people chase love. That's not doesn't mean they're dumb. Yeah,
it's understandable. I've been that guy, right? Like, I've been thinking like, oh man, like I've been talking to this girl who lives in Ireland. Maybe I should move to Ireland and live there. You have those thoughts, and it's like, well, That's probably a stupid decision. And then you know
Yeah.
what? You meet another girl. And that,
Yeah.
that tends to be what happens to most guys who fall helplessly in love when they're 18. You know?
Right.
Oh, just going back to the bugs being like that they're hard to kill. Just create stakes automatically. Just much more stakes than in any other shooty movie you see, where everybody just dies instantly, and all the characters that we like have like plot armor and just don't die ever. Like here, those people just get injured. Like even our main cast, like Rico gets injured, has to go into the tank for a couple of days or multiple days. Obviously,
Yeah.
Dizzy gets slaughtered later on.
Oh man.
We have some other, the other guy in the Roughnecks that seems to be taking some kind of a prominent position, but he gets killed at the end because he sacrifices himself. Like the bugs are always a constant threat. Like when you see bugs on screen, it's like, oh, if there's more than one or two, like that's serious business. If there's only two of our soldiers there, they have to take some really good shots to actually be able to survive. Otherwise, that's a big no for our people here. Like it's always always a big factor of a threat. And of course, later when we're in the like it elevates the scene when they get trapped or ambushed rather by the bugs on the other planet, and they get surrounded by all these bugs. And later there's like then we introduce flying bugs and also those big tanky bugs that go for the
flying ones are the scariest.
The flamethrower ones.
The flamethrower. No, the flying ones. I'm saying the flying ones would be the ones that I would least want to be dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The soldiers get fucked up in this movie a lot. There's a lot of shots where like this soldiers get dispatched in horrific ways. They get their heads cut off. They get melted by napalm. They get just torn apart, tossed into a crowd of bugs, and just shredded. And it's like all made that much more horrific by the fact that there's such a strong chemistry between all the soldiers. You know, you like all the characters, and to see them all get maimed, it's just like, oh no, not that guy, not that girl. Oh man.
Yeah, make the audience care. That's just just something that a lot of modern stuff just doesn't care about. It's just like, yeah, but look, he did a triple backflip and cut someone's hand off.
Yeah, and let's not even give people not even give the people 2 or 3 moments to get to know them, so they actually give a shit a little when they die, right?
Yeah.
Shower scene set up basically every emotional death in the like first battle, because we got to know a little bit about every one of them.
Yeah. Oh, TR again in chat mentioning shots that show like 3 to 4 bug corpses and then pan over to like 20 to 30 human corpses. It's like, yeah.
Like,
they were able to kill a couple of them, but that's it. And the only reason the Roughnecks get to kill that many is because they realize, oh, they've been ambushed or something is about to happen, and they take they take stands immediately or take positions, which is another thing I quite like in that scene. Like when they get into this outpost, immediately like, oh, 2 of you on the towers and check if anything is going on. Like they're not just all walking around like dumbass, like everything is dead already. It's like, no, they like an actual, what I feel like an actual military unit would do in this scenario is like take place and look out if anything else is going to approach, because these people got slaughtered.
Yes, it's called strategy.
Yeah.
Most people who make military movies should be at least considering it.
Well, apparently not only the main cast, but like the extras were all directed by an actual like ex-Marine veteran who served in Vietnam, who like was very skilled at what he does in terms of like just directing everyone on set and getting them to act like real soldiers, like in the way they hold their guns and hold themselves and the way they sort of maneuver and follow the crowd or follow their leader or whatever.
Was it actually was Dale Dye the one who?
Yeah, that was him. That's the guy. I couldn't remember his name, but yeah.
Yeah, he's the legend. He's done every one of the like massive military movies of that era, like Saving Private Ryan. I think all the Medal of Honor games too. He was consulting on, or like the original ones. and Band of Brothers, obviously. But yeah, no, he's a legend. And I mean, that stuff matters, right? Like if you have a guy who really knows what he's talking about with military stuff because he's lived it, and just say, hey, teach these men like you would teach any soldiers. Just know that these are the actions we have to do. You don't really have to go that hard on them because they're not actually in the military, but also make them treat everything from drill to how you handle a rifle to what you're doing during action scenes handled with the respect that a soldier would have for an actual weapon and for the actual military procedure stuff, because you can tell when it's just a bunch of college students running around in military uniforms and when it's people who have had a team of people or even just one person showing them how to move in a way that seems authentic, even if not realistic, at least authentic.
Right.
Yeah, it goes a long way, getting actual people that have an idea what's going on. Not like She-Hulk. Oh, we didn't know how to do it, so that was hard. It's like, did you ask someone? It's like, no. We just kind of did it. It's like, yeah, it was ass. Good job. There's experts out there. Ask them. They can tell you all these things. They might be happy to help someone to, tell you about those things, share their information, experiences, whatever.
As a writer, you've got a little bit of a responsibility to research the things that you're writing about if you don't have personal experience with them. And you don't have to have personal experience with all the things you write about. That's also a myth. But you should research those things so that you write it in a way that seems reasonable to people who know about it.
Right.
And it'll make it feel more authentic to everyone else too, just as a result, because nothing about it will stand out as fake to a normie if it all more or less checks out to someone who knows about the topic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, all the soldiers move and act in a convincing way, including like all the extras. And you also understand like the task at hand, like why they're there on whatever planet it is. Like Klendathu or whatever. They want to nuke the plasma bugs because they're shooting at the ships in orbit. It's just like, yeah, I get it. You got to take those out. And then also operations where like they are being put deliberately without them knowing into a situation that's probably going to get a lot of them killed, and it's a result of like Carl and his department, because like since joining Games in Theory or whatever, or military intelligence, he has become a monster of his own kind, where he just looks at people as just statistics and numbers, and it's just like, yeah, we'll sacrifice this many hundred soldiers, but we can confirm the presence of a brain bug, which is gonna be the key to like winning this whole thing.
So what I find really interesting about that is all three of the main leads from the high school, or like the prospective characters, Carmen, Johnny, and Carl, are at different levels of resolution from the combat. Whereas Johnny is in 100% full detail, I'm on the ground. Whereas you zoom out a bit for Carmen, and she's flying around in the sky while ships are blowing up around her. While even her ship blows up, and her ship almost gets hit by an asteroid. Like, she's in danger too. But all the like MI does the dying, fleet just does the flying is the line that Rico has. And that's an example of saying like, oh yeah, we're just these little ants running around on the ground to you fleet people who are just Jojo, it's okay.
Yeah, you're the beautiful people flying around in the comfort of your ships, divorced from all the fucking slaughter.
Well, and then you have Carl Jenkins. Do you know the guy? You have Patrick Harris.
Yep.
And he's like basically all the way on top. And he tells me, he's like, well, I have to do all these hard decisions every day where I know this is probably going to kill X amount of people every time.
Yeah. He's just looking at a spreadsheet and making decisions based on that, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Well, he's at the
something like that.
Lowest resolution of the battle. He's way up in the sky. Well, like in a totally different solar system than where the combat is happening, and having to make his decisions based on viewing people from that angle, because that is what you would have to do if your job is, hey, you're the psychic military leader who needs to find out a way to save humanity. You would have no choice but to look at that big of a picture.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And all three of them are difficult in their own ways too.
Yeah. Yeah, they're playing the big game, like from the top down. Yeah.
Just seeing this here, and just I'm just kind of wondering. Do you guys have the stream open? Can you see this the screen?
Yep.
Yeah, I've got it.
So these are like these.
It was real.
Sorry.
Oh, the big ass guns. Yeah.
My puppy is real. She's not an animatronic. Don't let O-Snakes convince you otherwise.
Oh, okay. So you have these turrets, right? Like they do shooty thing. I'm not having any problems with it. I'm just wondering, what are the other 3 bullet holes for? What are these? I've never seen them used. It's just they look like smaller guns on top. I'm just like, what are those? I need to know.
Like the little nozzle. Yeah. I don't know.
It looks like there's like a smaller gun like on top of there, and then 2 even smaller guns on top. Cameras? That's for warding shots.
Yeah. A camera.
Viewport. That's a good one.
Interesting
That's
thing,
probably it. Yeah. Definitely the 2 upper ones. So there's probably like a screen inside, and then you can through there.
I was gonna say the 2 upper ones are very likely the binoculars.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But
the middle one, that looks like I don't know, another gun.
It does, yeah.
A little tiny gun.
A blow dart. They got a little blow dart gun in there. That one goes in your mouth and just go fire a dart every 10 seconds or so. It's not a lot of damage, but hey, it's more than none at all.
Optics, filters, rangefinders. Yeah, probably. I just saw it. I was like, why does it look like there's like 5 guns? It was just funny to me. The underneath ones are for attaching bayonets. Oh. It's the gun's penis. Oh, I see. That makes all the sense.
That explains it.
That makes sense. Yeah, I just saw that. It's like, I feel like sometimes in this movie, the commentary about it being a parody or satire of fascism, like sometimes goes through, like when this commander guy falls out of the cupboard or fridge or whatever it is, and they immediately like, "Commander on deck," and they just all salute or just stand tall. It's like ridiculous at the time because everybody is dead and it's like the only guy that's still alive.
Yeah,
like this.
I mean, there's definitely.
This feels like
there's definitely
parody thing that you would do in this kind. If this is what the movie you want to do, like a satire of a specific thing, like especially like a fascism thing, where it's like, oh, there's a commander, I need to stand still right now because he's like a higher rank at this time. It seems silly and like especially for what the rest of the movie is. Like, this seems like a specific thing that shines through, that feels like a parody kind of deal.
Yeah. It has the aesthetic of fascism.
Right.
It's like big logos and insignias, high ceilings, neat, cool looking uniforms, and adherence to like order, like people snap to attention when someone of authority starts talking, and some of the presentation of the infomercials and propaganda and stuff. At a surface level, I can see people, thinking, "Oh, fascism," but they're not analyzing the ideas of it enough.
Yeah, they're not watching the movie.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they're not thinking about it enough. The ideas behind everything. Yeah, I think they're just. Yeah, they're just looking at it at a surface level, and you can enjoy this movie on a surface level, but if that's the only layer you're willing to, enjoy it at, then yeah, you're I can see how you're just gonna think it's a fascist movie.
Well, I mean, it seems to me that the only argument for it being a fascist movie is like, yeah, whatever, it's a stupid bug movie. Do you see their uniforms? It's like, well, no, did you think about the other stuff in the movie? Who has time for that, nerd?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's very surface level. It's like when Carl walks in and he's got that big fucking Gestapo coat on. It's just like fascism.
oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, never meant like most of military science fiction has that. Like, I mean, all of Warhammer is because I guess it's all a lot of the sort of fashions of the old Germans, not the good new ones. You're great, Metal. Anyways, they were very sharp looking and based on a lot of like Roman style, like things like the shoulder augers and things like that you'd have attached to the ceremonial dresses, or sort of kind of calling back to very, very old style. What would be the word? Not fashion design, because it's newer fashion design, but imagery, I guess. And and
Right.
yeah, so it's like, well, I mean, is it a problem for Warhammer 40K? Like, I mean, I guess you could make the same arguments there, and probably have much better arguments for it being, or at least the Imperium being, an actual more fascist society than Starship Troopers, because the Terran Federation is just like, they're not fascist. They're just like a society which values federal service, I guess, or not federal, I guess global service.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it. It's like that's sort of the furthest down the line of fascists you can get. So I don't know. I don't understand what the argument for that reading is. I even don't understand how Verhoeven thought that he was onto something with it. It's like, wait, why do you think that this is making fun of fascists? I'd like to hear what he has to say. And honestly, if his answer is just look at their outfits, I'd be like, dude.
Yeah.
I feel like
That's the only layer they're looking at. Yeah.
How did you do a job this good? And I mean, I guess like the answer is he's good. He's good at what he does. He's a talented filmmaker. So even when he's wrong, he can make something that's kind of all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to think of anything else to specifically point out. I think we hit a lot of the beats already. Oh yeah, I really like the scene, like at the end when Carl goes to mother brain thingy, like brain juice sucker. Everyone is around it. It's like, what is it? What does it think, or is there anything in there in that alien brain? And he just says, "It's afraid," and everybody goes like, "Yeah!"
Right.
It's just there's a bunch of things here. Like, for one, of course, all the military people that just had a battle won and the enemy is afraid of them, they'll obviously go, "Fuck yeah, fuck those guys. You better be afraid." But obviously, this just circles back to the short debate thing we saw. It's like, maybe they do think. So this, of course, when that comes out, and considering how much information they give to the civilians with those infomercials, however they get to these people, they probably tell them, it's like, oh, they can think, and they also they're afraid of us, because that's probably going to be good advertisement for them if they put it that way. But that's going to spark all even more debates around these people, because now one of the sides is correct, because they now know there is something there. And also we see a little bit after this that they start doing experiments on these beings, and that's obviously going to be a whole another moral argument that's going to come up. Like, should you really do this? They are sentient, so isn't this kind of cruel? But then other people go like, yeah, well, they kind of attacked and killed us all. It's like this whole thing you could talk about, and I don't know if further movies go into that at all, or if they just embrace the meme material of the first movie and just made it more silly. But there's a lot to unpack from this one thing he said. It's kind of fun, interesting.
Yeah, the people who think it's a fascist film would definitely look at the "It's Afraid" line, and be like, "See, it is a fascist movie," because they're like relishing in the fear of like a species they're trying to conquer, and this thing can think. And it's just like, well, at this point, you know, they've lost how many millions of people, and now it's almost worse because it's like it's not like the brain bug is a mindless drone. Like it's making a calculated decision despite all the knowledge it's accumulated. It's saying fuck human beings anyway. We're gonna kill them all.
Yep.
Just for setting foot on our planet. You know, so I can't really blame them.
I've also heard people use this scene to as an argument for why the psychic stuff in the movie is just a lie the entire time. It's like, oh yeah, because he's obviously afraid. I mean, look at it. You can tell it's afraid just by looking at it. And I'm like, well, yeah, but that also kind of disregards a lot of this other stuff that happens in the movie where it's pretty clear that the psychic stuff is legit, because we have Johnny deciding to go down a different route because Carl gave him the impression that Carmen is that way.
Right. The practical effects in this, I mean, there's a fair amount of CGI in this movie, but there's also a fair amount of practical effects to balance it out, and it's all really well done. I mean, the gore scenes, like anytime there's a shot of like a shitload of people like having been killed, like in those infomercial things,
Right.
it looks quite unsettling. Like the corpses are pale, like they've been left for a while, the blood's dried. It actually looks horrifying, like in the best possible way. And then the brain bug is just, it's so gross.
Yeah, I have it on screen right now. It's disgusting. I had the close
Yeah,
up
I mean,
earlier, but I wasn't sure if YouTube was going to be upset with that because it looks so disgusting.
Very Yonic in appearance. There's a word for
It's-
you. Yonic. It's the opposite of phallic.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, I remember I watched some behind the scenes stuff, and Paul apparently he's like, I want this to look as offensive as possible. And then they designed this mouth thing that they knew were fully aware looks halfway between a vagina and an anus, and they were
vaginus,
referring
if you
to it
will.
as the poogina.
That's even better. Okay. The poogina.
I mean,
That's
for
gross.
the bug is CGI for some wide shots, but it'll cut to like when it's like a close shot, it's like an actual
Yeah.
thing
With
that's
actual
all slimed
slime.
up with goo, and like it looks really cool. The brain sucking scene is quite repulsive, like
Oh, yeah.
again in the best possible way. It's just like, oh my god, dude, you really saved the the most gnarly shit for last, you know, because there's a lot of scenes in this movie where it's just like, man, that guy got fucked up, or that's a lot of gore. But the brain sucking scene at the end, it's just like,
Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
Jesus,
Just goes
that's so
straight through the
gross
top
and
of the
disturbing.
head, and then he goes like,
Yeah.
It's like, whoa.
Being
Yeah.
conscious through most of it too is just such a disturbing notion.
Yeah. Imagine like what that's the sensation of having that stabbing through your head, and like you're watching your own brains get sucked
Yeah.
out through a tube. That would be like so insane. And he gets like his face is like super sullen and drawn after it's done too. Like there's just nothing left in his head. It's like,
Yeah, like
oh my god.
Out of it
Here
too.
it is. It looks gnarly. Just the still of it. He's just like his eyes half up into his head.
Yeah.
Most of his brain probably already out.
Yeah, I think it cuts away from this shot and then it cuts back to him, and there's one where he looks even worse.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And then he like falls down.
Where his eyes are totally white.
Yeah.
I think actually I was playing Helldivers. I just heard her screaming for her life.
Oh, it's really short. Hang on. I need to get it properly.
Yeah, it's quick.
Because like his face kind of caves in a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're all.
His head's just like it's dried up husk.
Look at this. It looks rough.
Like something out of Evil Dead.
When you nut and she keeps sucking.
Oh, that's the worst one of those I've ever seen.
watching your own brain get sucked out equals watching a Metalcommander game stream. Just saying. Wow, that's true.
And it's a sad little arc for him because like he's not that. I mean, he's kind of an antagonist to Rico at the beginning, but you don't really dislike him that much. At least I didn't. Like he's just like, okay, he's like the jock asshole, and he's like competing for Carmen's affections. But like I still liked him, even though I liked Rico and he was opposing Rico's interests. But then at the end, like he really did like or loved Carmen and wanted to protect her and gave her the knife that she uses. Yeah,
he's not. He doesn't become the usual. Oh, he was a bit of a dick in the beginning, and now he's just incompetent for the rest of the movie. As soon as shit goes down, like no, he's pretty competent in his job. Like the position he has, he earned that through skill. And even when they go down to the when they're in the buckhole, like he's giving her the knife, as you already said, and you even see. Let me see if I can find it here. Actually, I'm pretty sure he crawls in front of Carmen to kind of protect her, and maybe even goes into the I know in the line of sight. Let me see if I can see it, because I remember this distinctively that he crawls in front of her a little bit to shield her.
Yeah.
And to like give her the knife and do that. Where is it? I think it was pretty quick, but that's what happens.
I think even in some of his interactions with Rico actually comes off as more of an asshole than he does. Like there's that scene where he says no hard feelings, and I think he offers his hand to shake, and Rico is just like, yeah, no hard. We won, yeah. But no hard feelings, dude. And it's just like, that's kind of a. I mean, you understand why he's saying it because he's just like, leave Carmen alone. Fuck off. She's my girl, right?
Yeah. But I mean, like that's the thing. Like anyone looking at that situation, you know, it's like, no, man. I mean, that was gonna happen. That was pretty inevitable.
Yeah. So even if you did think he was a jerk, it's just like by the end, the brain suck. It's just like, oh my god, nobody deserves that. Fuck.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, even then, like, I don't even think Xander has anything that makes him that much of a dick. I mean, other than just hitting on another guy's girlfriend, but ultimately it's the dude on his rival school's football team where, you know, like that's like on the scale of like moral things that you could do that are terrible. That's pretty vanilla, you know. It's like that seems like the kind of thing that a high school football player might do, sure. And he actually is legitimately like better for Carmen, like better suited for her as like especially like a long-term partner, because he's as good at her as the thing that they're both two of the best in the military at. So it's like, well, how could Johnny have been better for her than that guy?
Yeah. Also,
and even how would that have logically worked?
Yeah, I found this scene here. Like when they get dragged in, you can see he just goes in front of her there, boop, just to shield her a little bit. It's kind of you can't really see it that well because the bucks are in front of him, but he just goes over a little bit to get in the way. It's just a neat little detail that tells you a lot about the character or what he's thinking of right now, what his priorities are.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he only comes off as kind of a jerk during like the high school stuff, but like once you see him in the pilot's chair, he's just like a really competent dude.
Yeah.
And like Mark was saying, an actual good match for Carmen. Like they have that. Not only is he like that sort of jock type, but he's like a competent, skilled pilot and has that common ground with her because they're both like a flight team.
Could theoretically very easily be posted to the same ship as her indefinitely. So if they did end up getting married or something, they actually could serve together and it will work. Whereas, you know, if you're on a command ship and you're an infantry guy, you're not spending that much time together, even if you're taking ships to get to where you're going. Because what are the odds that it's always going to be her ship? Like, how long are you going to be alive doing mobile infantry stuff? Really, like it's it really did make more sense with having Rico with Dizzy and Carmen with Xander, but that's kind of the tragic thing about the latter two in those equations dying as horrifically as they did. It was sad.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to see Dizzy and Rico have a happy ending, but I understand it makes the story rich
Yeah,
for like her dying. There's a purpose to it. And it's devastating, that scene where she's dying in his arms. Like,
she says it's all right because I got to have you.
yeah, oh my god. That's brutal.
Yeah. It's also all the way at the end, because they they show the know your foe kind of thing with the big bug, and they kind of
Yeah.
put like a probe into its mouth, and it just goes like censored.
That was great. That was a good moment of using censorship creatively for comedy.
Yeah. Look at this, because they stick it right in there. It just goes like, nope, censored.
Confirmation that, like, yeah, it is a poogina.
Which is funny because apparently they show all these corpses of the humans everywhere, but that's too much.
I was like, we don't know why this is disturbing, but it is, so we're censoring it.
The censor bar was also used very cleverly for a scene where a cow gets ripped apart.
Yeah.
Because behind the censor bar, there's actually a guy with a hose spraying practical blood up on the wall.
Oh,
really?
That's cool.
Yeah, because I watched like the untreated footage, like before they put VFX and censor bars and shit.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's just a guy with a hose just spraying the wall, and it's
simple.
like cool. The blood's actually like real. It's no CGI bullshit there.
Yeah, throwing blood at a wall is actually a great way to sell a violent hit in a movie.
Yeah.
Because it sticks to the wall and runs down the wall and looks nice.
Yeah. And like a shitload of blood too. Like it was just going out of that hose that the guy had.
Well, I mean,
See, he would just like slosh it upwards periodically. Yeah.
Yeah, and that shot really sells how brutal the bugs are when they're attacking something, right? Because it's like, wow, it's getting torn to shreds.
It's good stuff. But yeah, you got anything else, or should we segue over to the Divers of Hell 2?
Yeah. So let's talk some Helldivers.
I think we managed to get a lot out of this without going by it like scene for scene. But yeah, if you couldn't tell, it's a pretty good movie, and you should go watch it if you haven't, or rewatch it. You do it either way. It's very much worth your time.
You do not need to watch the 2 live action sequels. Neither of them are good at all. They don't really have anything redeemable about them, and you don't need to see them. But I do recommend Invasion, that CGI anime one. It is actually really good. I watched it last night or 2 nights ago, and yeah, holds up.
Oh, well, maybe.
Yeah, this movie is a gem that shouldn't be anywhere near as good as it is, given like the way it was made, the mentality behind it, the fact Paul Verhoeven didn't understand the material or even read it. Like, I can't believe it turned out the way it did, but it exists and it's awesome.
Yeah. It's a lot of stars aligning to deliver one amazing movie.
Yeah. I just, and a brilliant script. Like, there's tons of setups and payoffs. You know, little lines of dialogue that set up things, and is very satisfying to watch. I mean, at the end, it's like bleak, but it's just a very well structured movie.
Yeah, I like it.
And they managed to make the bleak ending sold as like victorious and uplifting.
Yeah, it's weird how they pulled that off. Yeah.
And most of all the people who are like the young people are the ones that are like people like, and they said Amy Smart's character, who's just like Carmen's sidekick, who's now like her helmsman on her ship, and they give her a name in the scene where they're like, soldiers just like this person who we hardly spent any time on.
Right, yeah.
Because everyone else is dead, so it's like, yeah, it's just really it's just really a few people who are left here, and then everyone else is going to be new. And
No.
next year it might be all different people too, because lots of people die in this universe.
Yeah.
War never changes something. It just works. Todd Howard, 2024 probably. I know my brain just went up that way, but anyway. But obviously, there's a reason we even thought about rewatching this. I think it was your idea, Mark, to give Starship Troopers another. I think you had like conversations about the movie somewhere, and then you asked me, "Hey, have you seen?" It's like, "Oh yeah, it's been a long time though." They're like, "Hey."
I was in a lot of Twitter debates about whether or not Starship Troopers is about fascism, and I was like, I think we should probably talk about this movie.
Yeah.
It's clearly in the zeitgeist again, and I love it. And it's a movie I've loved since it came out. Like I went to go see it in theaters when I was 13. I was a year too young to go, but actually, wait, no, I think it was rated R, so I had to sneak in. But, and I've loved it ever since. And I always tell people it's not the reason, but it is probably a reason that I've been in the military for 22 years.
Well,
Very specifically, not the reason, but it's maybe one of them, because the camaraderie seemed interesting.
Well, film can be a powerful motivator.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people joined the military after Top Gun.
No.
Seeing that in theaters.
But for the record, everybody, though, I did end up losing a limb, too. So
Well, you were just doing your part.
Yeah, I was just doing my part.
You're the guy in that welcomes
Good
the
for
new.
you. The mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Exactly. At first you think like, oh, he lost an arm. Then you show him he just has no legs. Just has this on one arm left. It's like, oh.
Yeah, I still have one leg and both arms.
That's good. But then I was like, you know what? That's a great idea. But we should also talk about Helldivers 2, because that game is awesome, and I don't know when else I should be talking about this. And I thought it was like a nice little package, both together. And here we are, finishing talking about the movie, and now we talk about the video game. I'm just gonna put my my own footage here in the background.
Yay.
From when we were playing it. Look, it's all of us and As, but he's not here, obviously.
I was playing it with my wife right now.
Oh, that's son of a bitch. How dareth he? But yeah.
I find it funny how this game does Starship Troopers better than the actual licensed Starship Troopers game that came out
That's
recently.
something I've been hearing a lot. I never even checked that one out because I never really heard anything about it. I think Ass played it for a little bit, like once or twice, but I don't think he ever went back as far as I know. And
No, it's not that bad, but it's not that special either. It doesn't play nearly as solidly as Helldivers does. I don't think.
I just realized I don't need to copyright thing on top. It's the footage I recorded with my face in it.
Helldivers is also, it's flashy in a lot of really aesthetically appealing ways.
Oh yeah.
But it doesn't try to push things too hard so that the game can't run. But it looks like if in the era of like PlayStation games, because I think this is built on a lot of the PlayStation Studios tech, because they supported them a lot through development, even though Arrowhead is not owned by PlayStation, so that's actually kind of a positive, I think, as far as I'm concerned. I think there should be more independently owned studios. But anyways, I think they effectively made a Horizon Zero Dawn tier as far as like visuals go, like PS4 game but running much better, and making it a shooter that instead of having a kind of boring generic open world loop, it's just, hey, what if this was just always fun? like every single moment that you're playing it, it's going to be tons of fun, and also have that like flashy kind of visual, nice lighting, crazy good explosions, great sound. I mean, it's just one hell of an experience while you're playing it.
Yeah. I want to go even further back actually, because specifically me and my friendos, I always call them IRL friendos because they're not the ones I always hang online with, obviously. Like, we're basically always on the lookout for something to play co-op that's fun, that's not just sweaty PvP gaming all the time. Because we kind of stopped playing all these games because we go in there, it's maybe fun in the beginning when there's no meta yet, and then after a week or two, everyone uses the same weapons, and you just get thrashed with people that are better at the game and just use the meta. Well, we kind of just want to, hey, let's play the game, have fun, and maybe use some other weapons once in a while. you know?
Yeah, competitive gaming, as much as I do like it sometimes, and I've been having a blast playing online Tekken 8. Actually, I finally gotten decent enough at a Tekken game that I can win when playing ranked matches. Not all the time, but sometimes, and that's all I need. But there's also
Nice.
an element of rage induction that happens when you're playing
Oh, yeah.
competitive games, especially team-based competitive games, and there's a lot of pressure because if you're not delivering, you're not only impacting your team, you're making your friends have less of a good time. So the one thing that's kind of neat about a totally PvE experience is with especially I think with the shared life pool, that you're constantly encouraged to not only look out for yourself and get a good score and try to win, but to also make sure you're looking out for your buddies and that you're not shooting them or calling in orbital strikes on top of them, because you'll feel bad when you do, because like, oh shit, I just burned 3 of my lives by killing my whole team with that orbital.
Yeah.
And yes, everybody, I've been using Jin in Tekken 8. I've learned to be good with Jin.
I love PvE co-op stuff, and I wish
same.
it was. I wish way more games of that ilk were made that played this solidly and had this kind of sheen, polish to it. It's a tight game, like it plays really nicely. I find it a wee bit repetitive, but it's really solid and fun, and I love playing at least a few rounds of it. I can't really I wouldn't play this game for like hours and hours. Like I would be tempted to shut it off after 3 or 4 games.
Sure.
Where it's just like, okay, that's enough, but I'll have fun with this tomorrow or like a couple days from now,
Yeah. PvE co-op. There's some games that have it, but none of them really. I don't even know how to put it. A lot of games they just do too much almost. Like it just gets too complicated. I miss games like this, where it's just simple. It's like, here, have guns and airstrikes. Go kill these enemies. And that's basically it. That's why I go back to like EDF 5 all the time when I feel like just shooting things and do big explosions, because that's basically the same idea, but this is obviously much more polished. Because EDF has always been like this kind of jank, kill the bug enemies kind of dealio. But it's super fun. Like I love EDF. I'm looking forward to EDF 6 this year at some point, and I'm going to be playing the shit out of it, even if it's just more EDF 5.
Even if it's just EDF 5 again, but with some new shit.
Yeah, because I really like these. The English dub of that game is hilarious as well. Like if you haven't played the game with the dubs on before, it gets really funny when they start dropping giant frog people on you, and one of the VAs goes like, "They look exactly like us." It's just like, what is going on? Why would you say that? But it's really fun. Yeah, I think EDF is a bit of a cult classic amongst people who like it. I think it's pretty niche still, from what I understand. But man, I do love it. EDF 6 has been out in Japan for over a year already, but the West has always have to wait for the releases over here. But at least we get the PC release at the same time, so it's worth the wait if you ask me. Because I think I have EDF 5 on PlayStation 4, and it runs like ass. It doesn't really run that great.
5 is the latest one, right?
I have 5 on PC.
Oh yeah, me too. I just got it before it came out on PC because I didn't want to wait.
Is there a 6 yet, or is it just 5 now?
6 is the one that 6 is out in Japan, but it's not in the West yet.
Okay.
That's coming later this year. I guess there's also EDF World Force or something, which is kind of a Minecraft kind of graphic style. I tried that.
Okay.
I didn't really get into that much. It didn't really do the same thing for me.
They're just trying to appeal to like a younger demographic and be like, I don't know, if I can make it look like Minecraft, just have it play like EDF, they'll get it.
Well, apparently it did pretty well. There's a second one coming out. I learned this week.
I didn't say it was a bad marketing tactic.
Yeah.
It seems like a funny one to use. Be like, why don't we just use this same game that we've been making over and over again, but it's tons of fun, and just make it look like Minecraft and market it to children.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah. So having a game like this was just so nice to see. Obviously, we it came out on a weekend when actually I was hanging out here with a friendo, and we always look for things to play, and we were playing Baldur's Gate 3. We still haven't finished it, but we wanted to check this one out because a friendo reminded us that came out. And I was like, you know what, this looks actually kind of cool. I'm just gonna get it, and we're gonna check it out. And obviously in the beginning, what was that?
Karlak is best girl. Step on me.
So it was like, yeah, check it out. And we played. It's like, yeah, this is really fun. This is great. And then obviously, unless you've been living under a rock, this game has been wildly successful, beyond anybody's belief for anyone. This is probably the best way you want your servers to be struggling ever, because too many people bought your game. And there's probably people who be like, oh, well, but you could have probably expected it because new games. I was like, no, this was like a scale that nobody expected. Like, they doubled their server capacity twice in like a week. So they could, like, all the players could actually play their game. Obviously, it's really annoying to not get into your game that you bought. I totally get it. But if you're like a developer or publisher or whatever, and you realize people can't go into your game because too many people bought it, like, maybe for reference, I think peak players for Helldivers 1 was somewhere in the 10,000s for on Steam.
Right.
And
yeah, I mean,
this went into the 300,000 and later 700,000 all over. It was like, Jesus. Like, they struck a nerve that people really enjoyed, or like really had an itch for, and yeah, it's been just an upward spiral since then, basically.
It plays very smoothly, yeah, and it is a live service game. You take it or leave it. You know, like I am not a huge fan of the model, but it is annoying to have your gameplay experience just be tethered to whether or not the servers are up or not. Like, there's no single player component, local multiplayer, or anything like that. If the servers aren't going, if you don't have a net connection, you're fucked. You can't use it. But to its credit, the game is modestly priced. And the same goes for the microtransactions, and they don't feel invasive. It doesn't feel manipulative.
No, the only thing you can buy are the super credits, and you can just get them by playing the game. You can just find super credits in everything. I haven't bought a single super credit yet, and I just bought everything I wanted. But I think Mark is probably going to point out the one thing with the time thing that you're not a fan of, which
the only thing I don't like. I'm totally fine with all other aspects of the monetization. It has one problem, and that's it. You can go for it.
Oh, it's just you have the one store, the super credit store. Also, I'm getting wrecked in this footage. Holy shit.
Oh, this is the hell mission. Never mind. You're fine.
Yeah.
We're all good.
So you have like a rotating thing of armor pieces going around. I think it's like a day or something. And if you don't buy it, it goes away. I don't know how the rotation works. I wonder if people have figured it out already. Because I don't think there's too many of those around, I imagine, quite yet. But obviously, if you missed it, you have to wait for it to come back. So obviously, that's going to be incentivizing some people to,
FOMO purchase.
Yeah, do a FOMO purchase and just, I'm going to grab all these super credits. But yeah, it's a pretty small part overall. It's always kind of annoying with the whole FOMO buys.
I mean, James is saying there's only 6 suits. That's actually pretty cool. But I feel like that problem will undoubtedly get more significant over time if they don't change that model.
Yeah.
I just think they should have the super credit store open all the time, so that if you see something you like, you can decide, okay, I'm going to grind out the super credits and save up for that. Or say, okay, I'm just going to buy some super credits and buy it right now because I want it now. Yeah. And I think that would be... I think just as many people would be buying shit. I don't think it would change at all. I think it would just stop that feeling of, oh, if I don't get it now, who knows if I'll ever be able to get it again feeling. That gets a little on the gambling-y side for me. So I don't know. I'm not crazy about that, but pretty minor though as far as like overall monetization structure, because ultimately it's like, well, if you can just save up super credit, just don't ever open the super credits store then, you know? Like that's probably your best bet. Just don't ever look at the stuff because they don't put it in front of you. You do have to click over to the super credits store tab. And yeah, I guess like I don't know. That's probably my best advice. Like if you want to avoid it, just don't look at that store at all, and only use your super credits to buy the battle passes, because you can do that also. Wait, and the super credits which you can earn in game or purchase outright. So
yeah, I got that recent battle pass just by playing the game, and I'm on the last page as well. I'm just basically just spending them wherever. I still need to get to the last page on the main pass thingy, so I can get.
I just want to get to page 7 so I can open up my counter sniper that I used on the automatons. I think actually in the mission that we're playing right now.
Yeah, I think I'm using the diligence counter sniper, something like that.
Yeah, I think you died. I picked yours up and then used it for the rest of the match, and it saved our lives multiple times.
The devs made it clear they wanted to make microtransactions as non-intrusive as possible, and it shows. Yeah, that's good. I'm also a big fan of the guy saying, "Oh, we don't want to make PvP ever. If you want to do PvP, go play PvP in games that are made for it, and probably do a better job at this." But it's like, yeah, good, thank you.
I mean, like the Helldivers are so squishy; it would be constant kills. Like the weapons in this game are built for taking on enemies significantly more powerful than you are. Like that's kind of the whole deal. So if you're fighting against, like, if you just had to kill 4 Helldivers, you know how easily you could do that.
Oh, it's very easy.
Sneak up on one of them, throw it in orbital, and you're done. Like that's the end of the game, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know how PvP would look in this. At least not in a fun way. It's just gonna be who's gonna shoot for. I don't know. It's weird. I don't even want to think about it because I don't want PvP in this. You have PvP in every other piece of shit game. Go play it there. I don't know.
Yeah.
The PvP in this is who can be the best at not killing their friends.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. I know it kind of goes.
I don't
back
think
to
it would
this...
make any sense in this unless you contextualize it as some kind of training simulator or something, where everybody's like a digital avatar, like in the game, in like the reality of the game. Like to actually have Helldivers killing each other and blowing each other up to pieces, it just seems really stupid to me.
Yeah.
Like why?
It kind of goes back to
other
this...
than for the gameplay, obviously, but like,
oh yeah,
it just makes no sense in that world.
it's kind of the same argument to go down as with the does Dark Souls need a easy mode, or like it goes to kind of the same direction with does Helldivers need a PvP?
It's the idea that, like, if this game is designed to be this way, why should it ever need to implement another style of game design?
Yeah, exactly.
Purpose.
It's a very smart business approach, and it's also kind of a no-brainer. It's like I don't know why this isn't done more often. It's just like, who would have thought if you knock the price of your game down, you know, $20-$30 compared to everything else, and make your microtransactions as non-obnoxiously eye-catching as possible, you'll actually make up the drop in price through the sheer flux of players that are attracted by a good deal. You know,
not only that, PlayStation's, I guess, second, because I think the first was Helldivers 1, but its first major profile day-and-date PC release as well, which is not insignificant. And I think that we will probably see Sony dropping their games on PC a lot quicker, especially if Ghost of Tsushima sells well in May.
Yeah. Well, lucky for me, I haven't played that game yet, so I'm just gonna play it on PC.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to actually playing through the story. I beat the multiplayer raid of that game, but I did not finish the campaign. I didn't finish the campaign, so I think I have a trophy that most people don't have, but I don't have the one that most of them do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just so fun. Like, just seeing this, I just want to jump into a game. Just shoot some robots or some bugs.
Jesus.
It's just
I figured out the analogy that I was trying to say before about it kind of seeming like a PS4 era game, just a really good one about killing bugs. It's kind of similar to Ghost of Tsushima multiplayer aesthetically.
okay.
It's just instead of fighting other samurais and or like like armies and stuff that you're fighting at times, you're fighting big bugs, and it's not a sword combat game, it's a shooter. But like the idea of like a co-op only multiplayer sort of horde type mode where you're playing as just a very fun to use character and doing a lot of pretty interesting combat. And the raids actually have a lot of sort of puzzle mechanics to them as well, where you have to really sort of work together. Almost similar to a Destiny raid if you've ever played one of those.
I actually never played the raids. I didn't have enough people to play it with.
Yeah, well, Ghost of Tsushima had a raid that was actually quite good. Played through it with a few buddies, and
nice.
It was interesting. I got really good at the multiplayer, but then I ended up not finishing the campaign because for making a video about Yakuza Like a Dragon, I fired up Ghost of Tsushima in Japanese because at the time, I believe they fixed it now, but at the time, Ghost of Tsushima is a game that was recorded in English, so the Japanese dub didn't match the lips, and it was the strangest thing in the world trying to play Ghost of Tsushima in Japanese, even though you're thinking, oh well, I mean, this game the vibe would probably be better in Japanese, right? Because like it takes place in Japan, and like I forget the exact time frame of it. I think it's Sengoku era, but I could be wrong. But anyways, I fired up that footage for that, but I was like, okay, I just need a cutscene, so I'll do the intro. So I started a new game and didn't realize that I'd not been manually saving very much, and I'd mostly been just using the autosave and hitting continue when I'd been playing, and I lost like 6 hours of progress.
Oh.
And I was like, oh crap, I did that for one shot. That's a little clip in my video of like playing a Ghost of Tsushima line. I was like, man, that sucks. And then I never went back to it. So I think I'll just play it on PC. But yeah. Ghost of Tsushima good, and also has 4-player co-op multiplayer. That's PvE only.
Yeah, PvE always.
The shooting in this game is really well done.
Yes.
I love that you can click R3 and switch from first to third person view.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, middle mouse for us, yeah.
And like Mark, you were talking about on your birthday when we were playing, you were talking about the way the gun sort of drags around. Like when you're in first person, the gun sort of lags behind your movements.
The stalwart does, because it seems like you've got your little reticle, and even in third person, actually, I realized it does this because you've got your fixed reticle in the center of the screen, and then you've got a little circle in the middle that's where your gun actually is aimed at. So like they even incorporate that delay into you can see it in the third person as well. It's just done with reticles. But yeah, I think it's interesting because it makes the game feel a little bit sluggish, but your view is controlling your view isn't what's sluggish. It just takes the weapon a second to get over there, and I don't know. It really feels like kind of saying, okay, I want my gun to be over here. I'm moving it over, but this thing's really heavy. Okay, I got it there. Open up. And it's almost as if there's a bit of an input. There's no input lag. There's a response lag from the character animation itself. And it doesn't feel bad. It feels, I don't know, it feels kind of immersive when you're using a big heavy gun like the Stalwart or one of the machine guns, and having it handle not as well is, kind of neat.
The word I would use is it makes it feel dynamic. There's just it just amplifies the fun of it. I'm not sure exactly why. When you were talking about it on your stream that day, you were talking about how people were describing it as realistic, and that isn't the right term for that. Because like if you're actually holding a rifle up to your eye, like you keep that fixed to your eye. Like there's no like that dragging around bullshit. But like it just makes it fun in this, and I love that you have the fixed reticule and also wherever the laser sight on the gun is pointing.
Yeah.
Like that's where the bullet is actually gonna hit, but you can like make calculations based on where that is versus your center reticule, and like use them in combination to sort of accurately land hits. Like there's something very satisfying about it.
Yeah, the gun plays quite sophisticated in it. I think they do a really good job with the sound design to make all of the guns feel quite powerful, even though you're effectively fighting a bunch of bullet sponge enemies. But the sound design and the level of damage that you see on the enemies you're fighting really make it not feel like you're fighting bullet sponges. They just think it seems like you're fighting things that are just very hard to kill.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
because when you shoot the bugs, you can shoot off some limbs. Sometimes you can even just shoot off their heads, and they just get slower when they take more damage. It's like a quite natural way they show you that they're close to death. It's like there's no health bars, there's no numbers on screen. It just tells you quite nicely the status of the enemy by just
looking at them.
Like the bugs when they're close to dying, like the chargers, for example, they bleed everywhere. They can say, "Oh, he's starting to bleed out," so you could actually make a decision. I'm just gonna run away and wait for it to bleed out, but that could still take a while. Or we're gonna take another couple of shots and give it the death a death. So yeah, it's really nice. It's nice. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a whore for numbers. Yeah, I like games when numbers go up. Numbers go brr, makes me go happy.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's hard to not.
But if it's a game like this, like I think numbers and health bars they would be misplaced. It would feel really weird because the way you play these games, like if you just look at the footage, like the atmosphere, like it's quite oppressive. I mean, this is especially with the robots, like the whole Malevolent Creek Vietnam memes. They're quite accurate. Like Malevolent Creek is hell. I don't know if there's still fighting happening currently. I think it was liberated at some point. But you get a feeling. You get overrun by enemies, be it bugs or robots, and it's like there's a bit of stress going on for you when you go around.
Yeah.
And there's like, oh shit, I need to throw a stratagem, and it's like, oh, this is quite close. So you yell at your teammates like, run away. And then hopefully they run away in time, and then the burst strike comes down, and the only number you see go up is the little combo number that shows you how many kills you got in a single strike in a certain amount of time. That's the only number that really goes up, I think, in terms of killing enemies. And when you see that number go up, it's like, yeah, I just killed 13 bugs, and that's not even that much, but you're like, that they were all a threat, and I killed 13 of them, and that was very satisfying.
Yeah. Regarding like numbers and bullet sponges, I remember that bugged the fuck out of me in The Division.
Yes.
Where like you shoot human enemies in the head and they don't die, and is like a little number will come up. It's like you dealt X amount of damage with this shot to the brain. I'm just like, this makes no fucking sense. I'm playing this with my friend, and he's like, well, it's a video game. I'm like, I know it's a fucking video game, but when I'm shooting at like a human enemy in the head, I want them to die. I've been playing too many shooting games where it's like, a headshot is an instant kill. I understand that you want to sponge it out sometimes for gameplay's sake, and it's cool like that Helldivers has figured this out, where like you create an enemy that is designed to soak a lot of gunfire, and it makes sense in the world of that game, and yeah, like you were saying, it doesn't even need the numbers. In fact, it's kind of adds to the tension. It's just like, is it almost dead? Like how much longer do I have to keep shooting this thing?
Yeah, I mean, Mark already mentioned earlier when you can shoot things, you can shoot these the bugs' limbs off, and then sometimes they still leap at you. Like there's some of them that do like a final desperate charge to kill you before they fully die. I think it's the warriors or something. Like sometimes you shoot their head off and they still come after you, and you're like, oh shit, you just have to dive out of the way. There's a lot of things that happen that just they're like cinematic, really.
Yeah.
That's really
dude,
cool.
The production of this, the production value is great. Like it really nails that Starship Troopers vibe, where like the music, like everything is really well scored. There's always a sense of peril, and this bombastic orchestra scoring everything, and like when you get sprayed with acid, the screams that they let out, like it feels like you're watching the movie sometimes, where it's just like, oh man, this feels like I'm playing Starship Troopers.
Valve's the worst. I hate getting hit with it. I was like, oh man, it kills me so fast. Why?
Oh yeah, I fucking hate these guys. But yeah, obviously by now they have their servers basically figured out. They had some hiccups during the release of the not exosuits, the mech suits. But I think that's
Exosuit
been
appropriate.
Sorry?
Exosuit would also be an appropriate term. They go
okay.
outside your body. It's not like an endoskeleton or anything like that.
Yeah. Chad's like,
It's funny how there, in a way, this is more faithful to the Starship Troopers novel than the movie. 'Cause, like with the soldiers dropping down in capsules, that was in like the book. But they didn't do it in the movie because of budget reasons. Because they couldn't afford to put everyone in jetpacks and exosuits and capsules and shit.
Right.
And plus, it added to the tension to just have soldiers in sort of relatively basic gear, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, you have all the stratagems, and it's like just another thing that just is still driving the advertisement for this game. It has so much meme potential, this game. Like, it's been memed to hell and back. It's kind of funny how you can tell about the success of a game by how much and in what way the game has been memed online these days. Because the memes here were not like, oh, we shot your favorite hero, Lamau. It's like, we soldiers, we need to fight in Malevolent Creek. We need to liberate the planet from the android threat. Obviously, like the biggest one is like, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, and then you just have like the stratagem arrows for the 500 kilo bomb.
I love that meme you posted with the Helldiver in the corner of the party.
Yeah, they don't know.
And he's like, they don't even know I shot a orbital strike or whatever.
It's just one Helldiver in the corner thinking that, and then 3 other Helldivers in the middle of the party minding their own business.
Yeah.
What also helped this game is just the boss of the team. I forgot what his name was, but he seems to be so normal. Like, I don't know, he's normal. He kind of memes around. He listens to feedback, and obviously the one tweet of his that came around, that went around, is the one guy's like, I only have money to buy like one game. I've been hearing about Helldivers, and it's really cool. Would you say I should buy it or not? And the boss guy, he tweeted, he tweeted below that. He's like, hey, we would love for you to play this game, but if you can only afford one, maybe check something else out until we figure out the server issues we're having. Would hate for you to spend your money and not be able to play the game. But it's like, you're a normal human being. Holy shit.
Yeah. Don't be greedy.
And
People
that shit goes
that goes a long way.
Yeah, exactly. That goes a long way today.
Well, I mean, there's a reason everyone hails Gabe from Valve as like an actual deity of sorts. And a big part of that, I think, are when people go out of their way in the video game industry, especially, to do something proactively consumer friendly.
Yeah.
Gamers really appreciate it a lot. Like, so like his statements often use that piracy isn't a moral problem, it's a service problem. If you want people to stop pirating games, you need to offer them a service that's better than what they're getting from the pirates.
Yeah, you know what's better? You know what's already better as a service? Making the game available, Nintendo.
Yes, Nintendo. That will prevent me from ever having to use an emulator, which I'm still going to use because I have a whole bunch of them installed in various places. I will never be unable to emulate Switch games, but newer ones none, because getting hold of real. Because I can. Never mind. I know how to do it.
It's just
you can't.
It's just silly. It's just silly because you buy the actual copy of the Nintendo game, and then instead of playing it on your Switch, you just go and rip it into an emulator from your own copy that you own, and just play it on emulator. You can play it on 60 FPS, 1440p, or even 4K sometimes.
Okay.
That's just yeah.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
almost like
uncapped frame rate with and upscaled is a pretty good reason to play it on a different system.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And especially like because on the Switch hardware, games, sometimes won't even maintain 30.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
that's the thing. It's like, because I keep on saying that like Nintendo's pretty good at setting a hardware spec and developing for it like 30% of the time. So you get things like Super Mario Brothers Wonder that run perfectly because they're really developing in the pocket and they're like shooting for 60 FPS on Switch. But I could see you just maxing out the settings of that game and making it look incredible because it's got an art style that you can add a lot of bells and whistles to if you need to, but you don't need them in order for the game to look good. So it's a very, very scalable game. And which is why I own a copy of the game. I have it on Switch, but I was playing it primarily on Yuzu because I can run it in 4K and it looks better on my stream than upscaling it from like a 720p Switch,
Yeah, it's also just fun. Like I played Ocarina of Time on emulator and put like 4K a 4K mod on it instead of playing it on my N64. And then you have like these nice textures that look nice and crisp because they're like rendered in 4K or 1080p. I think these mods go up to like 8K or some silly shit. Like the textures are like 50 gigabytes, which is funny to think about because the 64 cartridge can hold what, like 300 megabytes or whatever, if even.
4 megs was the biggest one.
Yeah, it's like there's not a lot that goes on those N64 cartridges, and then the idea that you can just put like another 60 gig on top of it to have like nicer texture is just funny, but just also looks really cool.
What frame rate were you playing Ocarina at? Because because that's one of the weird things about Ocarina of Time that I've found. Did you get it running at 60, or you're still just doing the?
I think I was just having 60. I mean, I would need to look back on my stream VOD, but I'm pretty sure it was just 60. I didn't go to 4K or anything. I used 1080p just so I have a little nicer and cleaner graphics. Because that also goes for the text, so not as pixelated.
The original Ocarina of Time actually ran at 20 frames a second, though. And even the version that came out on GameCube, the first time it was ever released at 30 FPS in any format was on 3DS and that remake that they made. And that's still just 30. You can get it to 60 on Citra, but I think the only time it's been locked at 30 ever officially, like just the N64 version of Ocarina of Time, was when it got put on that Switch network. So I mean, they do clean up the game sometimes, I guess, because they did up the frame rate of Ocarina of Time to 30 FPS, but that's also something you can pretty easily do in an emulator. So they've been selling you a subscription service to an emulator, everybody, and then they're trying to shut down emulators.
Yeah, now that they got rid of that pesky Citrix, no, not Citrix,
Citrus.
Citra for 3DS and
Citra, yeah.
Finally, we got rid of this pesky Citra. Now the non-existing 3DS market can finally shine.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure they're gonna add a 3DS tier to the Switch online service or something. It's an extra $10 a month to play. I don't know. Can't even think of a 3DS game.
But that's a shitty part as well. Like, I will never stop complaining about it. If you don't want me to emulate the games, let me buy those games. And I don't mean let me play your emulated shitty version that I only get if I pay your super premium Nintendo online service, so I can play the shitty emulator version.
I honestly think all console games should have, like, maybe, let's say, a 20-year. I'll be really generous. A 20-year sort of statute of limitations where at that point it needs to be ported to PC for the sake of preservation. You can sell it for as much as you want for 20 years.
Yeah.
But after that, port it to other places. You can't keep it exclusively on your hardware.
That is basically what has happened with Ocarina of Time and Super Mario 64 in particular. These games have been decompiled and completely rewritten in what I'm guessing C++ or C. And so there's no emulation involved. It is actually running natively on the hardware. So then you can have things like 16:9, upscaled resolution, uncapped frame rate, and all these cool little features that they add on as well, like
Jack and
little mods and stuff.
The original Jack and Daxter has a decompiled port as well that runs beautifully on Steam Deck. And it's just a native port of the PS2 version of Jack and Daxter on PC. Scalable.
Yeah, and
It's not
I don't think
in a couple of years.
I don't think they can get in trouble for it either because all the code is uniquely written, even though it manifests itself into the same product basically as like Super Mario 64 or Ocarina of Time, because it's all unique code. They haven't stolen anything.
Yeah, because
Like,
you would require a version of the game software in order to have the decompiler work properly. The easiest way to do that is in the form of a ROM, and for an N64 ROM, you would have to do like a little bit of retro reverse engineering with some hardware stuff to get it, just because like not a lot of people have an N64 drive on their PC, right? But for PS2 though, if you have a copy of Jack and Daxter: The Precursor Legacy, throw that into your computer, and basically you've got your ROM that you can then run through the decompiler and have booted up natively on your PC and have it take advantage of all the strengths.
Well, discs have been easy to rip. I mean, cartridges are another matter. You got to have like the specific thing that you can plug the cartridge into to dump the ROM off of it, which are hard to get a hold of.
Well, I've got a machine. It cost me about $300, but I've got one that will immediately rip NES, Famicom included, so like the Japanese MES, the Super Famicom, and Super NES, Game Boy Advance, Sega Genesis, and I believe Sega Master System as well. Although I never owned a Sega Master System game, so I couldn't tell you. But I can just like put the cartridge in, and I can run it natively off the cartridge using that system. But it also will automatically download a ROM to like make a ROM and put it immediately on the micro SD card that's in the front of the thing. And so that's been really easy for me to archive my collection with.
Yeah, it's good for preserving your saves too, because like on cartridge games, that won't last forever. Your save data. Because that's all preserved on there with a CMOS battery that's on the circuit board inside, which doesn't last forever. So
yeah, we will reach a time where original Super NES cartridges are incapable of saving progress. So it's no turn off the system runs or nothing, unless you're running it on different hardware, which is why emulation things like that are kind of necessary for preservation. Because would you imagine never being able to play Final Fantasy VI again and have it save? Like if they just decided, no, that's a Super Nintendo exclusive. We're going to keep it there. Okay, it's never going to be anywhere else.
Yeah. Just so annoying because the retro market is still super fucked. It's just really lame. Like I got Ocarina Majora's Mask copy that is kind of broken. Well, the card is kind of broke, which I don't really care about. I just want the game to run so I can play it on my N64 if I want to. But it was like $50, which is like, Jesus. There was no box with it. It's just a cartridge with nothing. And if you go online, just check for games, like retro games. I really want a copy of Lufia 2. And the only reason is that's the first ever gaming memory I have. From when I was like 5 years old or something, and I really want like a complete box of that, just so I can put it in my like on my desk or in the cupboard or in the display, whatever. But I have to dish out like $300 for that because it's like super expensive. Like even if I only get the game itself, it's like 60, 70, $80. Like some games are like ridiculously hard to get. And then you have other
it's like
sagas, Panzer Dragoon Saga, the kind of Final Fantasy VII-esque RPG based in the Panzer Dragon universe that was on Sega Saturn. That game has never sold for less than like $500 since like the week after it came out, because like there was hardly any copies that shipped to the US, and that's kind of that. The Saturn
If you want the hard, real form of these games, you're paying vintage collector's item prices for them.
And I think the problem was in previous years, a lot of people that are not gamers and just collectors that just want to do the profit later on, they started grabbing all those games and just put them in this place, and they minted them, I think is the term, right? Where they just let people look at us like, this has mint grade Fleam. I think 10 is the highest or something. And it's like, because I said so, this is now worth $7 million. It's like, okay, Can I play it
I
though?
actually, speaking of that though, the collector market, I just wanted to address something. Tyler Sheldon, who, by the way, hello Tyler, he's popped into my stream a little bit in the last few weeks.
Hello.
He's learned to replace batteries. The thing about that is that totally screws up the idea of a collector's item for it, because now it's not the original product. You've
Right.
opened it up. You've modified it, which means you have to take it out of the box and out of the original packaging. So it's like the only reason a copy of, say, Super Mario Brothers, the original one, mint in box, would be worth something is if the cartridge inside it functions, right? Because otherwise you just have a box with a dead copy of the game in it.
Yeah.
And I think we're gonna get to the point that any like relic copies of old battery backup games, or like that was the system was called battery backup. It's basically a watch battery that's in there. That you're not going to be able to have a functional high grade one. So it's a bit weird that they exist right now primarily as collector's items, which sell for hundreds and hundreds of dollars, like way over what their market value for just the software itself should be. And even if you say, oh, but you know, Super Mario Brothers, that's a wonderful game. It's like, yeah, but you shouldn't pay $100 to play Super Mario Brothers. Okay, like
Yeah,
you
that's
should
a
be able to acquire that game pretty inexpensively now and play it just as a part of video game history, like one of the essentials. You know,
that's what it all comes around back to. I just want a way to own the game that's not necessarily digital, so I can just pop it into something to play it somewhere. That's why I'm starting to get like all these copies of older games for my PlayStation and stuff like that. I'm probably going to be grabbing a couple of PS5 and PS4 games of games I like. The thing is, there will most likely never be a physical copy of Soma, because that was released digital only. And I really would like to have a physical copy of that game, but that's not a thing.
you can make one today. I can tell you how. Soma's on GOG. Just
Sorry?
seriously, Soma's on GOG, so
Yeah,
you can buy Soma.
that's the best way, right? You can just pop that on a DVD or a HDD you have, because that's DRM free. You can just use that
you
as much as you want.
print yourself a label, go to a service and get like a custom steelbook laser printed if you want. So like you could go all out if you really want a nice physical edition of a game that's available DRM free.
Yeah.
Regarding the replacing batteries comment, I mean, if that's in reference to like making your save games last longer, as soon as you pull that battery out to replace it, that information's gone, because the save data is stored in volatile RAM, meaning that as soon as current is stopped being supplied to it, that information is lost. It's not the same as ROM. It's not the same as like the hard game data that's always there.
Yeah, probably need to back up it first, in a way.
Yeah.
So it's
right. So if you switch that battery out, that information's gone.
You could though switch batteries out and have them still function as a working copy of the game, which is allowed to save. And to be fair, that was the premise that I set up, that those copies would become non-functional. But my I guess justification for that is if it's a collector's grade game that you're now selling again, it should theoretically lose almost all of its value, because it's effectively a non-functional version of the game, unless you open the entire thing up and entirely destroy its grade, you know, because it would be a tampered cartridge at that point, because Nintendo cartridges weren't exactly designed for you to take apart at your leisure and modify, you know. They didn't want you doing any of that.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, you can definitely recover the game by the battery. But John makes a great point that if your save file is what's valuable to you, which, let's face it, for a lot of people, especially that have longer like Japanese role-playing game saves on Super Nintendo, you might not want to have to grind out every single character to have Ultima in Final Fantasy 3 but you know, like that the save file itself might be even more valuable to you than just that copy of the game is, you know.
Yeah. It's like RAM in a computer. As soon as you turn your computer off, everything in RAM gets cleared.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there was a 27 kill on screen right now. They make me happy. While we were talking about that. But yeah, it's retro market. It's annoying. It's so annoying that you, even when you go to flea markets, which was normally like a pretty safe bet to get some decent games, but the vendors that are there that sell only the games, they know. I went there and because I wanted a Link to the Past for the SNES, and I think I saved like $2 because there was no postage, but the pricing was the same, so they know. So you don't really. Your best bet is probably some flea markets. They're just garage sales basically, where like grandma and grandpa sell the shit of their, I don't know, from the children or whatever. I don't know. People that have no fucking idea what they sell. I mean, I've seen online people that found full N64 systems with like 7 games, and they're like, yeah, you can have that for $10. You know?
My mom sold a whole bunch of Magic cards from like 1994 for about $5 at a garage sale that I wasn't present for.
Oh
man.
my god!
I want that. It's funny you mentioned Magic because I've been getting super big back into Magic the Gathering currently. I just had the itch recently, and I've been on the lookout on eBay for like good deals. But a lot of the things you find on eBay, they're just like, oh, those are like, you can get 1,000 cards, common and uncommon, for a decent price. But obviously they they grabbed all their good cards already. They're just getting rid of their extra cards, which is great for you if you want to just stock up your cards. But yeah, a lot of things like repacks from certain people. I had one offer recently that I found that was just, hey, we had this house that got liquidated basically, and we found these. We just want to get rid of those. I have no idea of Magic or anything. I'm just gonna throw them out there and just a picture of the box, and that fucker went for like $120. Just because it had like the possibility of things happening. I was like, oh, I'll probably go through like 70. And then the next day I woke up and was already sky high. I was like, well, for $10 more, I can get a new display of cards with probably around the same cards, so whatever. Obviously, you have the chance of getting some older cards that might be valuable. So I found it kind of interesting. And obviously, if it's a seller that has no idea and just want to get rid of stuff, there's a possibility there's some good stuff in there. But, you know, that didn't.
Yeah, that's what happened to mine. So.
But yeah, and
I like the idea.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it was basically done.
I like the idea of buying old games as a digital product, but like I don't want it to be exclusive to that one console and that one console's online store.
Yes.
Kind of like the Wii, you know, or the Wii U, whatever it was, the virtual console store.
That was actually it was pretty good overall though, because the pricing was fair. I remember that. Actually,
sure,
I was considering getting a Wii U just so I can get the emulation stuff going, and then shortly after I thought about it, they closed down the shop. I was like, shit, should have got on top of that earlier.
Yeah. Like, I wish you could legitimately just purchase a ROM file, and then you can load that up on whatever emulator you want, on whatever system you want. Yeah.
So I've been saying, Nintendo, all you need to do is start letting me pay for these things. That's it. Just let me give you money. I don't want to not. You know?
Yeah.
Lots of PC players don't want to not give you money either. But the fact is, we can't buy your games on our platform.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you do it on you know, the website. Set up like a payment system, put in your credit card information. Thanks, here's your download link, and it's a ROM file, and you can load it up wherever you want on whatever.
Give an invoice that's properly documented so that if Nintendo ever wants to be crazy and start auditing people on which games they own, you could say, yeah, no, I bought this from you, so fuck off, please.
Yeah. I was actually quite surprised by the Yuzu takedown. I didn't think Nintendo had a case there.
They didn't. They scared them.
Yeah.
Because and the reason I say that so confidently is because Sony had a very similar case in the early 2000s with a company called Bleem, who is an emulator that basically allowed you to put a disc in your Dreamcast that was specific for that game. So it would like run a script that allowed the Dreamcast to then read this PlayStation software, and you could put in the Metal Gear Solid Bleem disc, take it out, put in Metal Gear Solid Disc 1 on PlayStation, and play it on your Dreamcast, and it was even upscaled a little bit. And you had to pay like $10 for the Bleem disc. So they were actually selling an emulator like in stores. You could get them at like EB Games. And Sony lost because he's like, well, no, they're not actually doing anything to your product. They're selling their own code. And I mean, you know, I guess like work on your security, I guess, if that's a problem on your end. But it's like, well, all they're doing is selling their own program that allows this machine to use your software. So if you got any problem with anyone, tell Dreamcast to not allow it on their like to be sold on their system. But ultimately, they didn't win. So there was a precedent that the Yuzu people I think could have pretty easily won. The trick is they didn't want to fight Nintendo.
Yeah, because they have unlimited resources.
Yeah.
And there's also
So it
always
looks
the
like
possibility they could set like a shitty precedent for other emulators. So in case that something did happen that was bad for emulation, everybody else would probably like go after the other ones as well.
Sir Raf does bring up the good point, though, that the big thing that got them was that they were also selling the emulator, and that you had Patreon profits that were giving people earlier builds of the game that had fixes for the newer games coming out. And apparently I think there might have been something like Discord servers or something where people were actually comparing ROMs as well, and that's a bad thing, and you shouldn't do that, because that, like, at least the ethical way in order to get a ROM of a Nintendo Switch game would be if you have a launch edition Nintendo Switch. It's pretty much the only way to do that. I do have one, and modify the firmware so that you can rip your firmware, your keys, and your games into digital files that you can just read on a PC.
Right.
And it's not too tough to do. It's pretty much plug and play once you set it up. And so the Yuzu emulator isn't actually giving you any of those things, and all of that stuff is the proprietary Nintendo stuff. All of what the Yuzu emulator is unique code that's like open source at that too. So I mean, it's the kind of thing that like anyone can use it, really. And that's why also you can, one of the reasons you get around the legalities of it is by not selling it, and just have it be the kind of thing that you can donate to the team if you want them to keep working, but at the same time it's not, you can download this for free and it's not a problem. But having that Patreon wall where they gave certain like new updates and things that would give you performance boosts and stuff behind a paywall, that was deemed as not being, hey, these are people donating so that you do stuff. They're paying you for extra features.
Yep.
Yeah, the emulator devs charging, like, making a profit, that's pretty dicey territory. I can understand companies coming after them for that, but I don't think Yuzu should have been pulled completely. And in regard to that, it feels like the only argumentation that Nintendo had, and the one they were really leaning on, was that this program is facilitating piracy on a mass scale, which isn't their fault. You know, that's not a Yuzu problem. That it's like it's the sites that are making all these ROMs available, right? Like, if you're going to go after somebody, but the problem is that there's so many of them.
Yeah.
Nintendo just decided, well, we'll just nip this at the root. We'll just attack this one point of failure and bring the whole thing down.
But it's like a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. Like, because I think that the idea that Nintendo is losing millions and millions of dollars per year because of PC piracy, I think is absolute nonsense. I just don't think that's true. I think most of the people that are pirating Nintendo Switch games, which they never buy, are people who never would have played those games at all. Like, and granted, I mean, there's some people that would just say, oh, okay, yeah, it's easier for me to just save money if I download all these games illegally instead of purchasing them. But I think the vast majority of people will buy a game if it's a game they want to play. You know, and they'll buy hardware if they want to buy hardware in order to play that game. Whereas a lot of the people I think who are using Yuzu are like, I'm never going to buy a Switch. I'm never going to own a Switch. But people told me this game is pretty good. What the hell? I can play it on my PC, so I might as well. But I think that if you just sold the game to those people, that you wouldn't have that problem. So it's like, why not just let them give you money for it then? It's like, oh, and then we're going to be able to sell Switch. It's like, wouldn't you not? Because I think a lot of people would still be buying the Nintendo Switch, even if the games were coming out day and date on Steam, right? Like, like, do you think there would be people who'd be like, okay, well, now I'm selling my Nintendo Switch and getting a gaming PC? I don't think there's that many people out there who would not view their Switch as a like complementary device to their gaming PC, and would flat out say, yeah, now I'm never buying a Switch game, never using my Switch again. I'm only going to be on gaming PCs, and I'm going to play all my Switch games there. I don't think that person exists. Like flat out. Yes, I would download a Baby Snakes.
Of course. I'm trying to find a thing of the. Oh yeah, so well, I guess coming back to Helldivers for a bit. I don't even
Yep.
know. I don't even know where we left off.
I
Jeez.
really like there's just enough complexity to the tasks that you have to do
Mhm.
to like keep it interesting. You know,
Yeah,
like
no,
you go to a panel, there's like a little combo,
Yeah.
which like when you're being attacked by a horde of enemies, it's appropriately a little stressful. Where it's just like, oh, I don't want to screw this input up. You know, I got to push the right arrows, and
that's a
then like
long one.
doing things like having another player align a satellite at the same time that you're on a corresponding terminal,
Yeah.
like pressing OK when it's in the right position. That stuff's really clever. And it makes sense in the world too. Little tasks like loading missiles into like a silo or like launching a missile,
Yeah.
like they all kind of make diegetic sense. And there's enough complexity to it that it's fun. It's not just kill this guy and run, press this button, and go to this waypoint. Like there's
It's
a little more.
mission-based.
There's more layers to it than that.
Mission-based structure.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
honestly, I think that's the big thing that GoldenEye 007 did to set itself apart. It had you actually trying to accomplish tasks.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. I have it on screen here. So this is right before you jump down into a thing. So obviously you have this overview map. So this is the world. I don't have. I actually. So this is Galactic War. So maybe just to show this, we got yellow. Those are the Terminates, and we got the automatons. Obviously, automatons are the robots. The red ones are the ones are the sectors that the robots have taken over. Quotations that they have taken over, and then the bugs over here in yellow, same thing here, and then you click right in there, and boom, you got multiple planets in here. You can see, oh, those have been liberated 100%, and obviously on top here you see Errata Prime has not been liberated fully. So you go in there, you do a little mission, and at the end, you put a little percentage on there on your own, and the percentage you do is like 0.004% or something. But obviously, if you scale that up to the player base, then that can add up quite quickly. The reason I said
I love.
the robots are in. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, just to add to what you were saying there, I love the idea of like a mass collaborative effort beyond just like, playing with 4 people in a single session. It's just like everyone on the server has this one goal of like conquering all the planets and like, or like whatever the term is, cleansing them of bugs. That's
Liberating.
liberating the planets. Yeah, that's right.
No.
Yeah. So
Okay,
you're
so-
all aimed towards this one goal. All however many concurrent players
Yeah.
there are now, like the hundreds of thousands, I imagine.
Because you get also these major issues, major tasks, and they can reach from kill X amount of specific bugs to here's the super major task, a major order, as what they called. Actually, my face is over it, so you can't see it. But at the time, I think it was liberate 8 planets off of the automatons or something like that, which means cleanse the whole planet. So, and if 8 are
Right.
hit, you get like X amount of requisition slips, which is like the things you use to unlock more stratagems, or you get medals, which you use to unlock more weapons and armor and grenades and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And the reason I said that they have conquered these parts in quotations is something we as the player base learned like a week or two after the release of the game. This game actually has a game master, like a tabletop game, and this ominous person is called Joel, who is a dev on the team, and he has the power to say, those Terminates, they now get this whole sector because they launched an attack and they slaughtered all these planets. Go Helldivers, go attack them back and liberate them. Obviously in a way that it's still possible for the player base to actually push back. But I think it's a really cool idea that there's a game master who can do stuff. Because sometimes he could literally just go online. It's like, you know what? I think the players need some help. So now they get a EMS strike by default without having to use another slot. And then there's like, hey, Helldivers, you got support. And now we have a surplus of EMS strikes, so use them because we have loads of them. And then you get those for free. It's just a nice little thing.
I love the idea of there being a dungeon master
Yeah.
that's sort of orchestrating the whole thing and like providing narrative justification.
Yeah.
Like,
it's
like you were
really
saying,
cool how
oh, the aliens that took back the planet. Do something about it.
Yeah, it's really cool how they've been kind of pushing out these updates, like the mech suit being the recent example, because it was kind of teasered. I wonder if they leaked those on purpose, that there's like mechs around, because shortly after that happened, it's like our production on, I think T Quan was the planet, is being halted. Go liberate it so we can actually roll out these mechs. So the way they advertise their upgrades and updates and patches and additions, it's almost in a narrative way that they just spread online. So if you follow the Helldivers 2 account, they have like little announcements sometimes like, hey, Helldivers, there was like a crazy attack going on. Go back online and liberate the planets. And obviously with our public gamers, everyone's like, yeah, democracy. And then everybody goes online and starts liberating the thing. I think the last time they did this, they were like, oh, you cleared that like 4 times faster than we anticipated.
Right.
So it's like kind of cool how they're probably going to do this for all the DLCs or seasons passes that release. Probably like little, maybe like vignettes or something online. And it's like, hey, Helldivers, this is going on. It's a really neat thing how they've been doing it. I've been really enjoying their advertising as well.
I just followed them on Twitter now because you mentioned that. I'm like, oh yeah, I kind of want to be in the loop.
Yeah,
whenever
it's
there's
pretty
a big
neat.
announcement.
They've like, I think they have sometimes just little things going. It's like, oh, this is the Fleemy bug. He's ugly and gross, and your most common enemy or something. It's just it's kind of cool.
That's one of the perks. A really nice perk of a live action, or not live action, a live service model, is you can have a thing like this where like if it feels alive whenever you're like joining it. It's like things could be quite different. Yeah. And like, even if you're tied to the servers, that sucks, but it does have its perks as well.
Yeah, 100%.
I wish you had an offline mode. Like if you could just launch yourself into a planet that would just attack you with bugs so you can practice with some weapons and try some things out.
Yeah.
Because then if the servers are down, if you could just, play on your own for a bit, and then maybe you would at least get a little bit of a Helldivers fix and maybe not earn any progress or anything like that, but, still have some fun.
Yeah. But yeah, then you choose one of the planets, and then also on the bottom you can see there's all the difficulties, and the higher you go, you get to a certain degree you get different missions. I think at some point it stays the same, but you get different missions and different difficulties. So yeah, I think we just took challenging here. No, we didn't do medium, right? I think we took hard actually. Wait, we did medium in the beginning? Okay, whatever. Maybe just as a warm up. But it doesn't matter actually. So because what you do, you can look around this map here, and it's like, oh, there's all these operations you can do, and it's like, oh, exterminate bug nests or launch an intercontinental missile and democracy stuff. The classic.
Yeah.
And you get like medals for each one of those, and then I think you get a bit of a bonus medal if you finish the whole thing or something. Let me see. Do I have like a thing? Not really. But yeah, then you go to this drop screen, and then everybody has like the little circle and can like, hey, let's drop here. But obviously the host of the server is the one who gets to choose. And as you can see here, so the orange things, those are your main objectives. So in this one, you have to get the launch codes from up here, and then go down here and launch the missile with the launch codes. Sometimes you have to put the launch codes in here, and you go there and do the thing. But sometimes you even have to get the launch codes and then carry them all across the map to another place. I think that's on harder difficulties though. So the missions you do, they get a little bit more complex. Basically, you have like little branches going on. And as you can see here, there's like all these red dots going on. This signals to you there's probably bug holes or fabricators for the automatons. So
Right.
there's probably going to be a bug hole. There's going to be some bug holes here, and you see them on your mini map as well. In addition to that, you have these blue things. Depending on the difficulty, they go from 2 to 5. I think on Helldive and or I think Impossible and up, there's 5 blue side missions. These can be illegal transmissions, destroy the tower, or an artillery artillery station. You can load up with all kinds of ammunition that's lying around. Then you can use it as a stratagem on the map, and you get like mini nukes, static, fields, napalm, explosives, all kinds of things. So you can do those and even get an advantage on the battlefield at the time. What else is there? Destroy a laboratory. So you get to call down a hell bomb and it does a big explosion and everybody is, yay, explosions. I feel like I'm forgetting. So, I mean, there's multiple. There's a couple of them. But you can do those. That obviously gives you a bit more of a payout at the end. And as I said, sometimes even an advantage. Oh yeah, there's radar stations. If you do those are very useful because they show you all the little extra things as well. So on top of the side missions, there's like little bonus things on the map. They're called those minor places of interest. These could be a bit of an ammo dump, or sometimes a crashed shuttle that has some metals in it. Or there's a bunker where you specifically need 2 people for, so you can actually open them. So you need one on the right or on the left, press the button, opens up, and then you get 3 different things. It could be super credits, requisition slips, ammo, a weapon, or sometimes even rare materials. Because that's another thing you need to, that's lying around on the map. You need materials, or samples rather, samples is the word, to upgrade your ship in general. So your stratagems are 10% faster, or your turrets get more ammo, or get called down faster, stuff like that. Here's the kicker though. You get common samples on every difficulty. But if you want cooler stuff, more epic stuff to upgrade, you need to play higher difficulties. So if you want the super rare materials, which are purple, you need to play Impossible and higher. And then you get 3, 4, and 5 materials. So if you want the most materials, you need to play the highest difficulty, because you get more rewards when you play higher difficulties. And higher difficulties are fucked up, I'll tell you.
Yeah. And forget trying it solo.
Oh.
But thankfully, the matchmaking system works well enough that you can get a game going with like 4 players really easily.
Yeah.
Even if it is randos.
I don't really play. I haven't played with randos at all. I mostly have people.
It's definitely more difficult. It is certainly more difficult, but it is possible to get some wins. That's what I was doing all last night.
Yeah. Play high difficulty and look for the Dick Rock geological feature. Exactly. It's a specific rock feature that always has all the samples at one point. So that's quite good to know. So yeah, okay, it's kind of chat is kind of in the way of the VOD, but then you go to the deploy screen and then you can choose: do I get some turrets with me, some auto turrets with me, orbital strikes, eagle strikes, and then your secondary weapon, or rather your support weapon. Then you can choose: do I get an autocannon that is a big boomstick but also needs to use your backpack slot so you have ammo for it, or do I use a laser gun, like there's a big laser that doesn't use an extra slot on your back. So you could go and I'll take the laser and also take a shield with me, or the guard dog or dog rover, which guard rover, whatever, that shoots lasers for me, or an MG, or do I get a sniper rifle, or an anti-materiel rifle, or a flamethrower? There's tons and tons of combinations you could do. It's kind of fun to fuck around with, for sure. And yeah, and then everybody's ready, you drop down, and then everything that you've been seeing on screen the past hour or so is happening. And that's basically it. That's what you do in this game. It's very straightforward. It's very simple, and it's pretty good. I like that it's simple. It doesn't need to be complicated all the time.
Yeah, it's a tight little package. It's simple. It plays really well. They have a really nice framework going, and it's only gonna get built upon with like new shit like that we were talking about earlier. They just added mechs. I haven't tried them yet, but it looks cool. So are they like drops, like orbital drops, and that you unlock at a certain level or something? The suits, the mechs.
Oh, they're just stratagems. They're stratagems. They're now stratagems.
Oh, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what level you need for those. I could just buy it immediately because, well, I'm like level 35, 36 now. And they cost, I think it was 20,000 requisition slips or something to unlock. I assume it's going to be locked behind a level because otherwise you can just get it in the beginning. But yeah, it's just a stratagem you can call down. Oh, it's level 25, James says. Okay. No, okay. That sounds
I got a ways
How are
to
you
go
supposed
still.
to go? The mechs, everyone has the mechs.
Well, I think at the moment it's a current perk, the one as I described earlier, because we liberated the planet, so everyone gets them. But that's not going to be forever. You just have to use it as a stratagem.
Oh man, that sucks.
I know everybody having mechs seems a bit too powerful. I think because they're pretty good.
I mean, they are, but also their ammo is limited enough that you really got to pick your moment to call yours in. Otherwise, like you might really find you want it and you've already used it. I found that was happening a lot. I pretty much only called it in when extraction was called ever, and then would just use that to tank the last attack. Worked out pretty well. I was the only one to extract on quite a few times because of that strategy.
Right.
And again, like I'm not the biggest fan of live service, but for what you're paying and what you're getting, like the amount of gameplay hours and the stability of the games that I've experienced so far. I mean, yeah, they had those hiccups in the beginning, but like I don't even blame them for that. I think that's a totally acceptable thing. Like they weren't prepared for the sheer scale of players, and now they are. So
yeah,
and it's hard to be. Like they didn't have any reason to be prepared for that scale. I really don't think they were expecting that level of success because I don't think Helldivers 1 did nearly as well.
No, didn't.
But the sequel definitely took off.
Oh, yeah.
And there was a huge demand. And it's like you don't want to invest in all that like server hardware if you don't have the player volume to take advantage of it. So it makes sense that they started small scale. And then there was a huge influx of players, and it's just like, okay, well, we got to upgrade now. And then they did it, and now it's cool. So I think it's definitely worth it.
Yeah. It's not a perfect game, though. I have my fair share of gripes with it, especially on higher difficulties. So there's a couple of things, especially in the balancing department. They've made the mistake of balancing in a PvE game recently, where it's like, hey, these other guns, they're kind of poopy. They're fun to use, but they're just not reliable enough to use in higher difficulties. So obviously they nerfed a bunch of other guns, which is like, really? The other guns weren't overpowered. They were just reliable enough. I need the other ones to be more reliable, especially the laser gun, the scythe. I really like using it, but it's not that strong, even though I used it a lot.
Yeah, the rebalancing is interesting because I can understand the frustration. Like if you get accustomed to a loadout that performs in a very specific way in terms of like damage dealt per round, and all of a sudden that's all changed and you got to like rethink everything. Like I get the frustration, but I also understand the need to like fine tune shit like that when you're constantly adding shit to something like this. Like new elements that sort of change up the game. And it's like, yeah, sometimes you got to nerf some shit so it creates an incentive to do this and that actually makes sense. Like getting people to take greater advantage of their stratagems instead of just like constantly just relying on shooting everything. I can understand. Yeah, I'm kind of on both sides of that.
I mean, I don't mind them nerfing guns if they're like way too overpowered, but I don't think any of the weapons were super OP. Just a lot of other guns are just not powerful enough to actually use in most of the combat scenarios. So we'll see how it goes in the future. I mean, that was their first balancing thing, so I don't know. I think there's new weapons on the way. I think on the 14th they release. I saw there's a bunch of new stuff coming up, so curious to see how those are going to be balanced. We have to see for that. I think one of the major problems of the higher difficulty is they start spawning way too much heavy stuff. So a recent example I had, I played a little bit with Rags and Mauler actually, and with 3 people we did was it suicide mission or one before that? One of the two, so one of the higher difficulties for sure. And we had one of these missions where you have to escort, in quotations, civilians to the escape pod thingy, right? Was the small map that was in the event with the robots, but we did bugs. So we started, and the game immediately starts shitting out Bile Titans at us. Bile Titans, Chargers, everything. In a frequency where even with 4 people, we wouldn't have had enough firepower to even stop half of those. It was insane. We had 7 Bile Titans on that small map at one point. It's
wow.
Yeah, it's like in a way, it's like, okay, so this is just unfair now. Like this wasn't even fun. It was just like, okay, can this be over now?
Yeah.
There's just enemies everywhere. Like you couldn't even spam the civvies to just hope a couple of them go through until you reach 50, because it's 50 on the high difficulties that you need to get through, not only 20. So yeah, it gets a bit ridiculous. There's too much going on. I remember for the first time on harder difficulties, we had like 3 Bile Titans at once. We're just like, yeah, that's fine. You can deal with that with 4 people if you get all your shit in. And there's enough space to move around, right? So you can actually outmaneuver them a little bit and start shooting with your smaller stuff. But if we're talking about like these smaller maps and there's like 7 Bile Titans, I don't know, 5 Chargers, Hunters everywhere, because obviously there's all this small stuff still going around on the floor. And it's like, I need to reload at some point at least. I can't shoot forever, and also my shit has cooldown. So what do you think I'm supposed to do here? So yeah,
It can be a bit frustrating, yeah. If the game's dishing a shitload of enemies and they're all aggroed on you and you don't have enough help, it's just like no matter what equipment you have, it's just like, oh well, I'm fucked here.
Yeah, because we talked about it after.
Yeah.
I don't think we were like, I don't think like 4th person would have made a difference here, because we kept dying. I think Rags was the only one left over at the time, and it's like, yeah, there's 7 Bile Titans over there. There's nothing I can do about that. And Rags is really good at video games. Like, it's just it was ridiculous. It was like at a point where it's like, is this broken? I feel this is broken, especially because right after the the game crashed because of the exoskeletons. But I've seen stuff online where people had the same issue going on. I think I saw someone in chat earlier. It was like some people had 12 Bile Titans on the hardest difficulty or something. It's like, yeah, what am I supposed to do against 12 Bile Titans? Unless they all group up and I get to shoot one 500 kilo bomb at them and they die, I can't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely something they need to.
One Wild at a time, and it's stressful.
Oh yeah,
they're really hard to kill.
What enemies? The spewer bug thingies. Their puke can be a little weird. It's like you do a dive to the right, it completely misses you, but the game still thinks, no, that hit you, and then you get instant nuked by it. Which, yeah.
Like specifically when you dive right, there's something about the direction of it
Oh,
or
no,
the
it's just you
animation,
dive
or
out of the way, I should have said. So sometimes you can just dive out of the way, and it still just kind of
right.
gets you.
Oh, okay.
Where just like visually, it doesn't look like it hit you, but the game already got the connection input, I guess, and then you just die. So that can be a bit annoying.
I see. Yeah.
The stalkers, I think the stalkers need work. That's another thing we talked about. Because they're pretty strong, they're invisible, they're fast, they can chase you forever, and then they can also basically insta kill you because you can like strike in like multiple. They can strike you multiple times really quickly. So they can fuck you up, especially when you're on the harder difficulties and there's like 2 or 3 stalker layers going on, and you get blindsided by those guys while you're already fighting another horde of bugs. It's basically GG unless you have a sentry out or something.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of things. It's that thing that only becomes you only get become aware of when you play on the really high difficulties, when they start spamming shit at you. You know, it's like, oh, if these
Right.
2 or 3 bug types work together or attack you at the same time, it's not a lot you can do.
Yeah, 'cause it's not just increased enemy health, it's like more enemies as well, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think they open up 2 buck breaches at a time sometimes, but yeah, there's a bunch of things that definitely need some tweaking and working. But I'm sure there's going to be a lot of changings and doodads and patches coming up because they're quite aware of the community overall.
Yeah. Like with this kind of model, you have to be, and it's good because they really do seem to be on top of things.
Mm-hmm.
Like if there's an issue, they'll fix it.
Yeah, bots dropping 10 hulks in the Civi extract is pure hell. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the civilian extraction one. Anyway, especially the specific levels that are made for it, where you have like 12 minutes to get it done. I feel like these are still just broken, at least on the higher difficulties. Because you start the mission, get your stuff out, and then they just start spamming you nonstop. It feels like it's missing a place where you, okay, I killed this wave, now quickly get as many civilians out as you can, and then the new wave arrives. I feel like that's how it's supposed to work. But I don't know if they put too many enemies out at a time so you don't even realize there was a break, or if they just nonstop throw shit at you. I'm not sure.
Right.
It feels like there should be more of a what's the term? Like a hold and release or something. I don't know if that's huh?
Like a lull in the action where you know like a wave is done, and then it's like a little break to like resupply and shit.
Yeah.
Well, I mean that's how games like Vermintide and Left 4 Dead they use what's called an AI director, where it figures out, okay, they just did a really big battle. Let's maybe drop some ammo over here and give them a moment until the next time we attack them like crazy, so that each run ends up being different.
Yeah. Apparently the meta on those is hide in the woods, one guy sprints and hits all the buttons, then runs back to the team. Wow, that sounds like really fun. That sounds really fun. A tug of war, yeah, maybe a tug of war, yeah. But basically what I mean is like a breather to actually be able to do the mission you're supposed to do. Because it's not like they're like all crawling on the outside and you hold them off. No, like the enemies are just all inside that base where you need to somehow direct these people somewhere. It's just it's a mess. It's a whole mess. I don't like them very much. But yeah. But still, overall, it's just a really fun game. But I feel like currently a little bit lower difficulties are a bit more fun, just because it seems more manageable. It seems like a good mix of stress and being able to actually do your missions.
I was impressed by some of the quiet moments too, like when the four of you are just sort of trudging through a swamp and there's no enemies, but you're just like you're all just sort of aiming around waiting for something, and then occasionally one little bug will like come out from behind a rock. It's like, okay, dealt with him. And it's like there's no like recognizable pattern to it sometimes. It's just like, oh shit, I wasn't expecting that. You know? Yeah, and then it's just like these it feels like playing a movie rather than just constant enemies everywhere.
Yeah,
I
and
like those little gaps in the action.
Even things like having this is just an aesthetic thing more than anything else, but even having things like the cape as a necessary part of everybody's outfit, and the dive being your last ditch attempt to kind of get away from to get away from the chargers that are running at you and stuff. There's a lot of flair to it because you see the cape kind of like blowing in the wind as you're jumping off something, or similarly if you get knocked back really far by an explosion. Also, there's dismemberment too, so you can blow up into tiny pieces and see like your limbs flying everywhere as you die. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, especially for a third-person game, a cape with cloth physics is a nice little visual element to be constantly looking at because it's you're right there, always on the screen anyway. You might as well have a cool little thing to look at.
But yeah, trying to think of anything I missed, but I think that's basically the gist of it. It's still going strong. I would still recommend getting it, play it, do all these kinds of things. I guess one thing that I don't really have a shot of it because I don't really look out of this window a lot. If you look out of the window at the front of your starship, you can see all these other starships, which are basically other teams that are doing missions, and sometimes you see them explode, which apparently means they failed the mission. You can look on the planet's surface and see see like the orbital fire going down on the ground and stuff like that. It's just kind of fun. It's kind of fun. It's just neat little things they put in. That's just nice flavor.
Yeah, it's a very well put together game, and it all feels seamless. Like you're on the ship, you're loading out, you're on the little terminals, putting your gear on, you go into the pods, you shoot down. I don't even think it cuts to black. It just like the pods going through the atmosphere and burning up is like just a loading screen. And then it just seamlessly goes into gameplay. And then you do your thing, you get back in the ship, little reward screen where you get all your medals and shit.
Yeah.
And then you're back on the ship. It's just a seamless loop.
Yeah. Which, by the way,
and it feels like you're part of a larger thing.
Which, by the way, they made faster, the ending screen, so it doesn't take forever to go through that anymore.
Yeah, oh, that's good.
Yeah.
So I remember thinking that took a while to like get through all the accolades and rewards and stuff.
The system's down to 3 stars now too. It's 1, 2, or 3, not out of 5.
Oh, okay.
Or at least I don't know, like how I was playing yesterday. I'm not sure if they crank it up on the higher difficulties, but I was kind of surprised when I saw that. I was like, oh, okay, 3 stars now.
Alrighty.
I think someone in chat, James Moore, he's saying if another team playing on some other server, if they fail, their ship explodes in orbit. So like the stuff happening that's getting rendered in the background, outside the ship that you're on, is all based on things that are happening dynamically on the servers. Like it's all based on like player engagement. So you feel like you're part of like a living, breathing world, as opposed to all of that shit just being, preset animations that could look different for everybody,
Yeah.
Or the same for everybody, however you want to look at it.
Well, I guess, it's just interesting ways to have, if you have stock animations for, say, a ship throwing down orbital bombardments in the background, and have it be able to run at a level that isn't interfering with the main team who's like running the game's actual game. Because if that stuff was destroying the performance, you obviously wouldn't want that. But I think that it's interesting that they've just got all this metadata that they're creating the multiplayer experience out of, both in the moment to moment of seeing other people's ships in the air, but also in the whole deal with the galactic map and liberation percentages and things like that. Like there's a game that we're all playing in addition to being a game that we're each individually playing.
Yeah. Right.
Death Stranding actually does some similar stuff to that, in that once you unlock a region to the chiral network in Death Stranding, you'll start seeing the contributions of other players, and they're all actual contributions. So you might think like, hey, the things you have to do to get 25 meters of road built in Death Stranding seem ungodly as far as like the requirements for the materials you need. Or like, I'm never going to be able to build something that I can actually drive on. But the thing is, it's every single player that's playing an online mode, at least, contributing to build those roads together. So you might find that you logged off when you built 125-meter section of what should be a 200-kilometer road, and the next time you log in, it's just all the other players finished it for you. So nice. Now you've got a road and you can use a motorcycle. Congratulations.
That is cool. That's a good point. Yeah, I really like Death Stranding. It gets a lot of shit, I think, for being a walking simulator or whatever, but like I just think it's a really cool idea. I love that sense of community engagement, like building shit to help each other out.
I mean, Dark Souls kind of does a similar thing with the messages and stuff. Like I was like synchronous multiplayer, where it's like we're playing together even though we don't need to be playing at the same time.
Right. Tri-finger butthole.
A classic. An absolute classic. Oh, yeah. But yeah, go check the game out if you haven't. We can only talk so much about it, but if you experience it, you get it even better. Oh, before, I just saw it. The bugs that call the bug breaches, they need to make that timing longer so you can actually stop them from doing that. Because I feel like the time you get to actually do that is like a half of a second, if even. Like if something was shot them immediately and they still were able to get that bug breach, it's kind of annoying.
It's kind of similar with the Terminators that shoot the flare up into the sky.
Yeah.
I find it's like they do it so fast. It's like, well, I mean, could I have killed that guy and stopped anything, or was that done once he entered the animation?
Yeah.
So is a bug breach when a hole opens up and enemies start spawning out of it?
Yeah, it's when so actually have it right here. That's why I remembered it. So if you look on screen, you can see that one bug is like spewing orange juice in the air.
Yeah.
So that fucker is calling reinforcements basically for the bugs. And when they do this, the bug breach happens. So the thing is, if you're you should be able to kill them and then no bug breach happens. But it happens so quickly that it's almost impossible to do every time. I think you only managed to do it like 3 times, stopping them to do it. It's way too tight.
Are they coming out of a diegetic spot or just spawning somewhere out of your visible radius?
Well, you can see it on screen right now. You see the smoke coming out of the floor or the soil. That's where they spawn. I don't know if they put a hole there, but they kind of just dig themselves out of the ground there, and that's where they come out.
There is a hole that you can't close it up.
You can't close it. There'll be another way to do it. Let me close it with a grenade or something.
Yeah, I mean, I figured that's what it would be because it's basically the Gears of War holes, right? Like the locust holes.
Yeah.
Wait, does a grenade work or not?
No, not on these ones.
Okay.
The NES, and that's why, like, seeing that mechanic, I really thought it was going to be the Gears of War locust hole thing where you have to throw a grenade in there to close it or they'll just keep coming. But no, I think it's just they open up and then they close.
Right.
Pretty much. But yeah, that's just one last thing I just remembered that I wanted to talk about because I forgot, but then I saw it luckily right there at the end. Yeah, good game. Go check it out. It's really fun. Preferably with multiple people, because I don't play it on my own. I think it's pretty lame on your own.
Hey, I was doing it for research for this podcast. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna play Helldivers all night. I'm just gonna solo queue. I'm gonna listen to some podcasts and stuff. And
Oh yeah, I mean like solo
That's all I
without
do.
any other people.
Oh yeah, no. I was definitely going into matchmaking.
Yeah.
I'm not crazy.
Yeah, price is fair. Like that's $50. That's Canadian dollars. I imagine
Mm.
US probably like 40.
It's 40 euro, so I think it's probably 40 US as well. Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
But
armor
I
abilities
think that's
effect
pretty
on.
reasonable.
Oh,
Sorry,
thoughts
go
on
ahead.
armor abilities effect in game. Oh yeah, I get. I keep forgetting that's a thing because I've been using the same armor for a while. So, the different torso armor pieces they have different abilities. So some of them grant you the ability to carry 6 stim packs instead of 4. Then another one gives you 6 grenades, and you can also throw them a bit faster. The one I'm using basically all the time is you're able to withstand a lethal attack, meaning you just survive with 1 HP instead of dying immediately, which saved my ass quite a bunch of times. That's why I feel like that's kind of the best one to use personally. Maybe not for utility, but I really like the extra survivability.
Now, is it only once per life, or is it just anytime you have anything
It's
other
a
than
it's a
one
chance. I think you have like a 50% chance to survive
Okay.
the thingy. But the thing is, if you survive, I had it happen before that I survived the initial attack, but the attack
Clear
flung me
spot.
through the air and I splashed into a wall and died.
I could see that happening in slow motion before you said it. I was like, I know exactly what he's gonna.
But yeah, I hope they do a bit more with it. I really would like some customization because I would like to customize my armor a bit more, but I don't want to lose this the ability with the 50%. And currently, the other armor pieces don't have any bonuses on them, like the helmet and the cape. They're just purely cosmetic. So you can switch those around if you want to.
Right.
But I think I think a bit of customization would be nice for sure. Light armor 30% detect range reduction is king. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, I should probably check that out. The thing is, I never play sneakily, so
Yeah.
I'm a guns blazing type of gamer. But yeah, that's another thing you can fleam around. I guess if you're in a very well organized team, you can say you get 6 grenades and you get all the stims and ba. But the people I play with are normally not that organized. We're just let's shoot bugs, woohoo!
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in regard to stealth, like I've never snuck around. The only stealth thing is like when you see a bunch of bugs, you haven't aggroed them yet.
Yeah.
And you can just like sort of hide behind a rock and it's like, okay, I'm gonna call in an orbital strike. That is if one of your lone wolf teammates hasn't fucking run in
I bet
and shot them and aggroed all of them.
Apparently, stealth is a pretty valid way to play this. Apparently, you can do
Really?
like sneaking, all that stuff.
I learned that stealth was even an option on the stream that's on the screen right now when Az was apparently directing us to sneak around a bunch of bugs, and I just started shooting, man. I'm like, what? I was like, aren't we killing bugs? I thought that's why we're here.
I love that you can dive and go prone with like a rifle and just like perch.
Oh yeah,
from there.
the dive mechanic can lead to some epic epic scenes. You just do a backwards dive and start shooting while you're on the ground. It's like
Really
That's
up
cool.
the accuracy of the machine guns too. If you go prone with the machine gun, it's like a laser beam.
Oh,
Cool.
sick, yeah.
Because like the bullets are so focused.
Yeah,
Like
it's
the-
just the barrel's not jumping all over the place. You know, it's fixed to the ground. So I mean, in real life, yes, that is also the proper way to fire a machine gun. You don't want to be
Right.
standing up generally.
Yeah, if you can avoid it, for sure. Yeah.
You want to mount or to be prone.
Well. But yeah, if no one else has anything anymore, because I can't really think of anything except telling people to go play the game. Wow, that was a great orbital cannon I threw there.
Well, yeah, I think that's why this was a good game to talk about while doubling up onto a movie, and I think that it just fits so well with one that we hadn't talked about that it seemed to me like a good idea, because the truth is every mission of this game is ultimately similar to each other. Like there's different objectives and things, and it does add some variety, and obviously the more tools you unlock, the more you're going to want to go play with your new toys, and it's got a good loop in that sense. But no one game is going to be all that much different than the next one. It's just a whole lot of fun, so you can continue playing that. Like it's like the old Bungie 30 seconds of fun deal. Like there's a pretty solid 30 seconds in Helldivers, and you can do it a lot and not get bored. But it makes it an easy game to kind of cover more quickly too, because we're not going through a whole story or anything like that.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's if you have a mission on, especially on higher difficulties, that goes pretty smoothly, and you get all the extra things, and you go back and you get all the rewards, and it's like, yeah, that felt good.
Yeah.
But yeah,
There's only one other thing I can think of, but
Yeah,
like we may have already really covered it with the movie discussion, because obviously this game has reignited discussion around
oh yeah,
the movie, and you have all these people that are weirdly sympathizing with the bugs. You know, like, oh, leave them alone. And it's just like, you know, in Starship Troopers, they were hurling asteroids at us and killing us by the millions. So, like, what do you mean? Like, just leave them alone. Like,
my brain
you know?
doesn't even go there. Like, by the time I realized people were doing political discussions about Helldivers, I was like, what? I'm a level 13 death captain. What do you want from me?
Yeah. That's why it felt to me like maybe another thing to quickly bring up, because I think this game has gotten flack for this idea that you're like these soldiers going into these alien planets just killing all the aliens, and people are like, oh my god, the poor bugs.
Yeah.
How dare you shoot the bugs? And it's just so like ridiculous. Like, because you know, when you play a video game, a lot of the time it's about shooting things, you know, whether it's other people or some kind of enemy, or you know, going all the way back to Space Invaders, just like shooting aliens, you know, like.
I think it must come from a place of wanting so bad to empathize that you don't realize the absurdity of empathizing with the automatons and the Terminids. Like it's like, well, it's like you guys understand that they are not ever going to be our friends, right? Like it's not like if we just go over there and say, hey, do you guys want to open up trade relations and stuff? Like no, they're not ever going to say yes in either case. They're evil Terminators who want us eradicated, and they're evil bugs who want us eradicated.
Right. I mean, they're drones that take command from a central brain bug. You can't sit down with one of these, you know, warrior bugs and be like, hey, let's just have a beer and talk about this. You know, like he's going to eat you. He's going to chop you in half with his pincer mouth as soon as he gets a chance. So, like, you know.
It's the issue with people viewing things like media, especially video games, especially fun video games like this that are primarily gameplay focused, through the everything is political lens. Because it's like, well, maybe this isn't, maybe it doesn't have to be. Maybe we can all just have fun teaming up and shooting bugs together.
Yeah, maybe we just have maybe just bugs and robots as enemies, and we get to shoot them. It's not that complicated. It really isn't. Just let me just shoot the things. And fun. I just want to play video games. God damn it!
Yeah, it's like when we were talking about Dune, and we were talking about how like everyone has politics brain.
Yeah,
and they're constantly mapping on modern day politics onto like the protagonists and the enemies in like a movie or a video game, you know, and seeing the plus side in enemies like these bugs that just whose sole objective is to tear apart human beings.
I mean, and they hive minds is the purest form of communism.
Yeah,
I don't even think that's a
like it's like you can't make anything now without people mapping on politics onto it and trying to assuming that you're trying to say something politically that they don't agree with, and it's just like, I'm not even going there, dude. Like I'm just trying to, like with this, it's just like, we just want to make a fun game where you're shooting things.
Yeah.
We got to shoot something. Like, what do you want it to be if not like these weird spider bugs?
Yeah.
Like what else is it supposed to be?
It's just not very sensitive to just relentlessly slaughter the bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked
I mean,
up.
it's weird that it's more acceptable if it's like Call of Duty where you're shooting other people
Yeah.
as opposed to like an alien race of spider bugs that want to kill you
Yeah,
immediately.
it's odd. Although I think most of the people that would be rallying about Helldivers 2 being fascist propaganda or something like that would probably not be huge fans of Call of Duty. I'll give them that much
Right.
credit. They're the ones
Yeah.
that are calling Call of Duty like jingoistic military recruitment tools, like for all of the Modern Warfare era, like on Xbox 360. When most of the people I knew I was in the army when that game came out, and most of the people I knew who loved it had no interest in ever being in the military. They just like playing Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Yeah, just clearing the screen of all the hostiles. That's
Yeah, it's
like
satisfying.
what it boils down to for a lot of people, I think. Which I get. I mean, yeah, that can be fun.
This reminds me of every time there's a game where you can do anything to animals or whatever, and then PETA does their post like, people are wanting a non-violent version of the game. It's like, okay.
The Koraks
Yeah.
don't have feelings.
when they like people go out and throw out guides how to craft vegetarian in your video game. It's like, I don't know, I feel like it takes kind of far for me. It's like, okay, calm down. It's just pixels on a screen. It's not that serious. It really isn't.
Right, yeah.
Video games, aren't they great?
In general. I don't know. Do we have any ideas of what we might be covering next week? Is there any like movies coming out?
I don't have anything specific in my brain. Oh wait, I think the 1% Warrior thing comes out in 2 days.
Oh, okay. Yeah, awesome.
That might be a thing. I'll check it out, and then we can decide if we want to talk about that. I think it could be a nice little thing. I think Jedi Brooks was interested in watching that as well. I might give him a message and see if we can do that. But yeah, that might be a contender for next week. Other than that, we just have to see what happens next week, I guess.
Cool.
But yeah, that's basically it for this little package, the Starship Troopers / Helldivers 2.
Yeah.
That was a good amount of fun. I enjoyed it. Let's do some super chats before we get out of here. Let me see. Those pixels are marginalized community, bigot. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll take it back. Okay, let's see. Hyperbolic Ninja with the 17 months of Flim Flam variety. Thank you very much. I can't find the Jonussi. Watch Parasite the Maxim. That's been recommended to me for, a couple of times. Is that an anime or a movie?
I'm sorry. I don't know what Jonussi is anything other than it's something to do with John, and I think it's personal. But sorry. So read it again, maybe.
What's that?
No. You just read the super chat again, Metal, just so I can, or the membership chat, just so I can.
It just says I can't find the Jonussi. You heard correctly.
Oh yeah.
It's because
like I have this. There's a inside joke in my stream where like people want my Jonussi or people call me Job instead of John. I don't know why that became a thing, but it's like this weird inside joke. And people were just like, "Show us your Jobussy," and I'm like, "You can't handle the Jobussy." It's just like a little dumb back and forth that we have. And on Twitter, I put Jonussi in bio. It just occurred to me. I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
Because if I put Jobussy, I feel like a bunch of people would be like, "What?"
What?
Jonussi, it's just like, okay, it's John, his name. I get it. Like,
Okay.
it's really dumb.
As we all do dumb here. It's fine. Yeah, and then watch Parasite the Maxim. a recommendation that's been recommended, I think, a couple of times already.
I have not seen it.
And it's an anime, so I don't know. Maybe I'll give it a watch someday. I don't know. We'll see. We got 100 Swedish shekels from Storm. I have a stroke. Hang on. The morbidly funniest thing about his death is that some people tried to farm clout by saying that he was a nasty racist. Fans didn't take that kindly. Oh, that's about Toriyama. Yeah. Well, that guy has been banned from Twitter, I'm pretty sure, and he got massive backlash. So, it all healed itself, I guess.
The gall, though, to be that guy and to fire off that tweet right when your company's under the microscope. Like,
Yep.
So that was that the Sweet Baby Inc. person?
Yeah.
Oh wow, okay.
That's just they've been taking L after L in the last 2 weeks. It's just
he's I think the guy who the dude who posted that thing about Toriyama is also the guy who went after Kerbutus's page, like the dude who's been on Side Scrollers the last few episodes.
Ah, right.
The guy who runs the Sweet Baby Inc. Detected Sweet Baby Inc. Detected Steam forum. Yeah. He was the one that was like leading the campaign to take that down, and then like a few days later, just said something that pissed off every single Dragon Ball fan.
Which is a lot. That's a lot of people.
Yeah, quite a few of those.
Yeah, well, it's like the dude just died, and the guy has like this huge, like he's contributed so much in terms of content, and he's inspired so much other content, and it's just like you can only pick out the negatives in this moment right now.
Yeah.
Like after he's dead, really. Like I can see, like it doesn't surprise me that people are just like, dude, fuck off, man. You know.
Oh, there's always one person when somebody dies. There's always one.
They've been hiding that spicy take in their back pocket for years, and they've just been waiting for the moment to tweet.
Just sitting in their desk like, oh man, I can't wait until that fucker dies. Yeah.
I've been calling him racist in 1992.
Right.
Oh god. Then we got 17 months of bearded fleam from Cernia. Thank you very much. Hello, Metal. How are you fleaming? I'm fleaming all right, sir. Thank you very much. Hey, Mark and John. That's you guys.
Oh.
Yes.
Fitting topic for the Forge. I'm planning to start my first Helldivers match. Rest in peace, Toriyama. Well, good luck with that. I hope it went as horribly as it should be on your first run.
I mean, if you're playing on the easier difficulties and you got a team who's not terrible, you could be okay.
Yeah, no, it should be all right.
Once that difficulty starts cranking up, don't get used to feeling safe. That's all I have to say.
You're not safe on any planet.
You're never safe. Not even if you're fighting bugs. We made that mistake also. It's not. The bugs aren't always necessarily a pump on the brakes difficulty wise.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
The automatons are always hell, though. It will guaranteed be hell every time.
11 months of bearded fleaminess by Snakes. Thank you. Do your part. Help Metal hit that tip goal, comrades. Metal needs to get Hex on Jim Duggan and WWE champions. Flexing snort. I will never let the DSP memes die. They're just too good. Gotta hit that tip goal.
I was gonna wear the vest, guys, but we got 20 minutes left in the stream, and we're $50 away, so I guess there's not gonna be a vest tonight.
That's it. That was my Halloween costume. I bought a vest and
That's amazing.
And a propeller hat.
Oh man,
yeah, that's good stuff.
That's a good impression, Mark, too. I like that.
It's like what Ohio kind of accent, I guess. I don't even know where he's from. It's just he's got an easy voice to impersonate.
Right, yeah.
Metal rarely snorts these days. I don't think he's committed to the tip goal. Shaking my head. Damn it! I need to do better. Damn it. $5 by James Moore. Thank you. Verhoeven only read the first 2 chapters of the book, so everything is based on that. And even then, it still gets things wrong due to that. And then,
I mean, the whole first chapter of the book is mostly about the experience of being in a drop pod, and like those aren't really in the movie.
Where it says example, and then there's nothing. Oh, I guess it's the next super chat. Example, limbless recruiter is in the book, and Rico encounters him later with prosthetics, and it's revealed to the point. It's revealed the point was to discourage people from joining by showing them possible first-hand consequences. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, the pods and shit weren't in the movie because of budget.
Right.
Yeah, they are in Invasion though. They drop into the battle in pods at one point in the film, and I was like, ah, neat.
Cool.
Using
Yeah.
power armor at that. And it is Casper Van Dien playing John Rico in the English dub, at least.
That was another thing I forgot to mention about the movie, actually, is the sort of deliberately boxy design of all the transport ships. Like, they're basically just crates with wings and thrusters on them.
Yeah,
Which kind of makes sense, because it's just about transporting as the maximum amount of troops from point A to B. So I kind of like that.
Fun stuff. Also, that second super chat was $10. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we get $5 by Mr. Potato. People treat the government in Starship Troopers like the One Piece world government. I don't have any memory about that, so I just have to take your word for that. Unless you guys know how
my only recent experience with anything One Piece has been the live action show on Netflix, which oddly enough isn't quite the self-report as it would be talking about pretty much any other Netflix live action adaptation. But yeah, One Piece was actually pretty good. I know that there is a world government, so it is only one. But also, isn't the world like one big piece of land in One Piece? That's oceans on either side.
Maybe. I don't.
So that's why it's called that.
Oh, it's only one piece.
I don't know if that's actually what it's called that, but you were talking about the Netflix adaptation, right? Is actually good, because I know people like the anime, obviously the manga.
I've only seen a bit of the anime. I never really got into it, but it was something I only ever saw like the casual episode of here and there. Same with Naruto. My wife's a big Naruto fan. I've seen like a few episodes. Couldn't really tell you much about it. Pretty much the same deal with One Piece. But it was actually during the Nerdrotic UK meetup that me, Shad, Gary, and Adam Krigler and Garrett just ended up watching like 6 episodes of One Piece in a row. It ended up being way better than any of us thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I still need to watch it.
Yeah, no, the first couple episodes are you're going to have a little bit of tone whiplash, as far not whiplash exactly. Sorry, it's going to be a bit jarring because it's a very silly world. But I think if you frame it up in your head similarly to the tone of a Stephen Chow movie like Kung Fu Hustle or Shaolin Soccer, it gets a lot easier to get the level of, I don't know, realism, I guess is again not really the word. The level of insanity that this world is functioning in, you get a pretty decent sense of that. And by the time you get to the end of the 4th episode, you're going to think it's a great show. And it gets better afterwards in some ways too.
I know what you mean by tonal whiplash too. Like that makes sense to me. Like if the tone isn't consistent and it's all of a sudden it feels like a different thing. Yeah.
And that's the thing. I wanted to not say that because I realized that I think Mahler was actually the person who clued me into that being a term that was as useful as I wanted to use it. But I used it incorrectly there because it's not necessarily that One Piece is bouncing back and forth between a bunch of different tones. It's just, it's probably sillier than you expect it's going to be aesthetically, like, because everything's very colorful. There's a lot of really low angle fisheye shots where people look kind of silly. The special powers is the guy basically has like Mr. Fantastic powers and they look kind of weird on screen, but everything is so weird that it all kind of starts coming together, and the writing in it's really good. The performances are top notch across the board. Like it's it's a good show.
He's like a stretchy guy, right? I don't know what the extent of it. Like if he's like Stretch Armstrong, where he can just fucking like extend his arms out or his legs out and shit.
How it started in the anime. It's getting crazy, like the weird way. Because I've seen the reason. Because it's basically like, oh, he can stretch his things and can do powerful stuff with it because of like, you know, he stretches it and then he just uses the momentum to punch people, right?
Right.
And then I think at some point he gets like the second gear, I think it was called, and then that gets his shit pumping faster, so he gets faster and stuff. And then I think they're up to like 5 now, where he becomes like a weird god creature or something. I don't know. It's very different from when I watched it as a child. That's gotta tell you.
Right.
The good old anime power creep happened. It's just like, okay. He can do weird things now.
As far as power levels go, oh, good girl, Jojo. She just started coming down. Jojo, you tiny puppy. Anyways, the power levels are treated in a pretty interesting way on the show because they effectively make Zoro seem like he's unbelievably powerful.
Oh, yeah,
But
he's very strong.
there's a person who he fights at one point in the show who just entirely humbles him. Like
Oh, yeah.
absolutely unbelievably just like, oh yeah, you're nothing compared to me.
Oh, I know
But-
who it is. Because I know the story already from the anime back in the day. So because I already know it's pretty tight knitted to that.
And it's great how they do it because automatically you're like, oh wow, yeah. So as powerful as these characters are on the scale of how powerful some of the people in this world are, they're not in the big leagues yet, like not even close. But also there's that element of, hey, yeah, come fight me again when you're better.
Yeah.
And he's serious, and it's going to be a thing that'll drive Zoro to become the greatest swordsman in the world, which is his goal.
Yeah. Metal in the early 1940s be like, I'm doing my part. Oh no. We got $6.99 Canadian by Trintovai. Yeah. Even with the whole kit license in Starship Troopers, you clearly don't need to be a citizen to get it because both of Rico's parents were civilians. Yeah.
Yeah, I know that you don't need to be a citizen because she does say it's easier to get a license if you serve. She doesn't say you require one. She just says it's easier.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
$5 by James Moore. Should force you to watch every Starship Troopers sequel, including the animated ones. That'd be funny. Also, an animated TV show that's closer to the book. Oh.
Yeah, Roughnecks. I remember watching that when I was younger.
James always wants to force stuff on me. It's rude.
I haven't seen any of the sequels.
Yeah, the live action sequels aren't worth watching, but Invasion, the anime one, good. That's the only thing I will recommend because Starship Troopers 2 is really bad and 3 was just, it seemed.
Is it like CGI or actually 2D anime?
Oh, it's CGI anime. But I mean, I say anime because it's clearly Japanese art style as far as the way the characters are drawn and stuff. But and they don't look very much like the actors. I'm willing to bet that both Neil Patrick Harris and Denise Richards were not part of this project. I know that both Phil Tippett, the visual effects guy, and Casper Van Diem are executive producers on it. And Casper does the voice of Rico. He's also in Starship Troopers 3 though, and I don't remember that being impressive at all. Yeah, it was very forgettable.
I think Phil Tippett directed one of them, didn't he?
Yeah, he directed the second one, I believe, and it was not good.
Oh, that's too bad.
It's basically
he's obviously a talented dude, but like I guess he just doesn't have the director chops or writer chops.
I think part of it is the budget and the scope of that movie. It's basically The Thing, but they're on some planet where there's a bug that is like cloning humans or like kind of taking the place of humans, and I don't know, it seemed very strange as a follow-up to Starship Troopers. I remember that much about it. The girl from Nip Tuck is in it though, and she's quite attractive.
Right.
James just wrote in chat, I have 4 Hulks on a level 4 mission. Oh, that sounds not great. Man. Time to die.
Guess it's a good thing you have that mech.
We got 1,000 Hungarian shekels by Cernier. Metal off topic, sure. But someone said in an evil EFAB universe, you would be Sydney Sweeney. Just wanted you to know that. Can I be with her instead? Is that can I have that? Or I don't think I don't get that. Damn it.
He's saying you would be Sydney Sweeney?
I would be Sydney Sweeney apparently.
I'm not comfortable with that reality.
I don't
know. Okay. Good to know.
Oh well. No, you can't. Damn it. Always taking those L's. Slumpy with the $5. Huh?
Booba Commander.
Slumpy with the $5. I want to know why they don't have an area of effect weapon where the mortars with airbus explosive with giant mounted shotguns, canister cannons. There's actually something I was wondering while they were being attacked in that outpost. Like, why was no one throwing any grenades? They would have been very effective, especially because at the end she throws a grenade. I was like, why didn't you throw a couple of those? Oh, it would have been cool shots. I mean, you would have still been, overwhelmed easily because there's a lot of enemies there. I was just wondering why no one threw any.
Maybe they knew their explosions weren't that great, so they were like, let's not do more of them than we need to.
I team killed Mark with an AoE weapon. I think it was the arc rifle.
No. We're still in the movie.
Oops.
We're in Starship Troopers movie.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
But no, it's okay, John. We've all team killed each other with AoE.
100%.
I made you feel bad because when it happened, I was like, John, why?
I was like, what does this gun do? Oh, shit.
Oh, whoopsie.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. It's why we have reinforcements.
Right. Another $5 by James Moore, thank you. Third weapons need buff to break armor, even if it takes an entire mag, or add a fifth stratagem slot to compensate. For a game like this, better be OP. Yeah. Also, give me the rest of the information. Like, give me all the information on the guns. I know you cut them out because of fluff and don't overwhelm people, but the way the values are right now, they're pretty much worthless. Like, I just have to try it myself. Tell me what the weapons do if you have the information.
Do they not tell you that in patch notes? Like what they've tweaked?
Oh,
in terms of like damage?
No, I'm talking they deliberately hide certain. There's way more values than you can see on screen that they hid because they were afraid it's too much information and would put people off. So they give you those 4 base ones, and the rest they just don't show you. Which I'm like, no, show me all the information I need to know.
It's funny that people are talking about Armor Core in the chat because Armor Core 6 has the like simplified view and the actual view.
Exactly.
If you want to see the like normie stats or the detailed autistic stats, you get both.
It's true. Armored Core.
If anything has a value in the code, like you should see it. You should be able to see it as a player. Like
apparently
know exactly what everything's doing.
Something like 20. Yeah, show me. I want to know. It's the same with Dark Souls. Tell me what the items do as a value. Don't tell me it slightly reduces 5. How much? Is it 5%? 1.5%? 0.05%? I need to know, especially in a hard game like Dark Souls. Please.
Should I equip this in place of my other flame reduction item?
Yeah.
Yes or no? Please let me know whether I'm making the right decision here. Because if you just say they both slightly reduce, am I to assume that that's by the same value? Are they slightly different values?
We got another $5 by Slumpy. Thank you. Any map that limits visibility to 10 feet is true hell in Helldivers. Oh yeah, I've had that before. It's rough. Sandstorms are terrifying on bug planets. Oh yeah, that shit can fuck you up. You just can't see anything. That's another way they make the missions a bit more like dynamic or different. Like because they added planetary hazards now, so they can be like fire tornadoes or meteorites crashing into the
meteors.
The great
Meteorites.
tremors.
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind like vehicles in an update one day.
I'm sure we get.
I don't know, just going around in like a warthog with a turret on it. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I think the old game had those, so I'm pretty sure we'll get those eventually. The mech was the first one, so there's much more. I don't know if much more, but there's probably going to be more. Probably don't want to put too much in, I guess. But we'll see.
Right.
And then also Slumpy with 7 months of flimflammery. Thank you very much. Should find a video of 12 Bile Titans on hardest. Jesus. God damn. That doesn't sound like fun. And then we got $5 by That Nobody Guy. There's a 2000 animated Starship Troopers show, Roughnecks. Oh, someone just mentioned that. That's pretty cool if they upgrade. That's pretty cool if they upgraded to CG. It'd be awesome. Okay, interesting.
I mean, it was CG. It was like that reboot era of CG, though. Like
right.
Where It was basically no textures. It was all like simple models or like very minimalist textures.
Right.
Cool.
But I mean, hey, that was the building blocks of what eventually gave us Arcane. So
Is that Mainframe Entertainment, that show? Or is that a different company?
I don't know. I because Mainframe were the ones from BC who did Reboot, and Beast Wars, right? Yeah. Or Beasties, as it was called in
Beasties,
Canada.
Beast Wars, yeah, it was a regional thing.
It couldn't be called Beast Wars in Canada because war's bad, okay?
Yeah.
But Star Wars is fine. We can have that here.
I guess. Yeah.
And the last one, another membership. Critically Chibi with the 5 months of Bearded Flame. Thank you. Behold my epic milestone. Gotta go back and listen to the Starship Troopers bit because I slept in. Do you go do that? That sounds great. It was a good conversation. Good Forge, boys. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, all. Yeah, thank you. I will. And
I will not.
That will. Oh yeah, you're gonna go. You're about to go watch Halo in a little bit. Hooray!
Yeah, right.
But yeah, that's we did it. We did it, lads. We did it. Good times. Good times.
Nice.
That was very cool. Well, John, thank you for joining us once again. Always a treat to have you on. Fun stuff.
For sure, man. Thank you. Starship Troopers is one of my faves, so this was really cool to chat about it.
Awesome.
I really enjoyed it.
Awesome.
Sir Ruff said we had Beast Wars on YTV. Mark, what are you talking about? No. On YTV, it was Beasties. It was Beast Wars on Fox Kids. That was an American that also aired here. So
yeah,
you could see Beast Wars in Canada, but you were watching it on an American channel.
Right.
John, you said on Twitter you've been working on something. Obviously, you put out another little Arby and the Chief thing, I guess. I don't know if you call it that even anymore. Just a short of them with the whole mask thing going on. So obviously, go check that out.
It's still Arby and the Chief. Yeah, it's just not story driven. They're just sort of one-off comedic things now. And the most recent one I made was about Chief taking his helmet off. Because like that's just such a hot button issue with the show. I just thought it was funny. And but right now I'm working on a new machinima series. It's like a cops versus aliens sort of thing.
Okay.
Nice.
I wrote an entire season, and I've just finished a shooting draft for the first episode, and I'm shooting the whole thing right now.
Nice.
So that'll be done soon. I'm really looking forward to putting that out. Yeah.
Awesome.
So, John Graham on YouTube if you want to subscribe
Link
and all that.
in the description, of course. Go check it out, or your citizenship will be revoked.
Yeah.
Mark, what you up to? Streaming video games, I assume.
Mostly, I've been making my way through Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which I like quite a lot. I think it's pushing the PS5 a little bit harder than it could really handle. But unlike Final Fantasy 16, they do give you a mode that mostly holds 60 FPS, even when you're exploring. Which, despite the fact that the game looks quite low resolution, if you're playing in performance mode, it is the better way to play. And the game is good enough that I look forward to replaying it on PC where I can run it properly. But the story's actually kept pretty close to the game for the most part so far. There hasn't been any of those. If you've played Remake, anyone out there, I've not once seen the time ghosts which pop up in Remake. I'm not saying they're not going to show up, but at least as far as episode 9, there's only one sort of alternate universe through line, and it's just a little bit at the very end of every chapter. And yeah, but overall though, I think the combat in it is a pretty good way to adapt Final Fantasy combat into real time, or effectively real time, because there are turn-based elements in it here, because unlike 16, where you only control one character and it's basically just a Devil May Cry game, here you do have a party. You can switch between them at any time, and you do physical attacks in order to build up your active time battle gauge, and then you can use like a spell or an ability. So it's the same gauge that builds up organically in the turn-based original FF7, but you have to make it build up by doing physical attacks, and that's basically the real-time element with a little bit of dodging and parrying in there, but it still doesn't forget to also be a JRPG and isn't just an action game, where 16 is just an action game. So yeah, recommend. Even if you weren't crazy about Remake, I think Rebirth is quite a bit better.
Oh, there you go. Go watch his streams, or you will be killed.
Oh no, you won't be
Minecraft.
killing. Yeah, I don't kill my audience viewers.
Yeah.
You're a lot around here. We have puppies. It's nice.
True. Well, as for me, I'm currently going for Dragon's Dogma 1 for the first time. Obviously in preparation for Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm sure that's going to be a Forge topic when we played for that. At least that was the idea.
Yeah, I'm probably going to play Dragon's Dogma once I'm finished with Rebirth, and I have 5 chapters to go out of 14.
Yeah, that comes out in 2 weeks. You can already make your character. They released a character creator, and I've already created the Ascendant of Jobless, the current Dragon's Dogma character I'm playing. So we're going to be playing Dragon's Dogma 2 with another abomination. I'll leave it there. You'll see the actual person when we start up the game, because they let you transfer the character to your game. So that's going to be fun.
I saw Lofty immediately created Griffith from Berserk.
Nice. Yeah, also, I now have like 3 weeks of not having anything going on the weekend. I sorted all the fun IRL stuff out. It was actually fun IRL stuff. I just had a lot of things lined up the beginning of the year for some reason. So I'm going to be going into full capacity mode here again. So I'm going to go back to my video. I'm going to prepare forges. I'm going to do streams. So you'll be probably seeing a lot of me in the coming weeks here on the online fleams. But yeah, tomorrow I have to go to the office, so might not be a stream tomorrow, but probably Tuesday I'll be jumping back into Dragon's Dogma. So yeah, lots of things to do. And I need to finish up my server as well. It's basically done, but I still need to set up a bot that does all the roles and stuff. So soon enough, there's going to be a Metalcommander Discord server, and I'm going to let you know when that's done. Don't you worry. It's going to be fun, I hope. Or cringe, or both. We'll see, as those things go. Anyway, without further ado, thanks again for hanging out, everybody. It was fun. And we shall ride in the Sunday sunset, even though it's already dark for me. It's 9 p.m. There's no sun anymore. No sun. Anyway.
Come on, you want to live forever?
Yeah.
Had to say.
All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out.
You want to live forever?
Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, wait. Hang on. The Chibi just fucking throws in a 10 Canadian super chat. Let me read that real quick. Quick, The Last of Us 2 Season 2 shooting news. They just spent a week shooting footage right in my neighborhood, and I can confirm Pedro didn't drop by the neighbors to ask to borrow a golf club, so maybe there's hope. Oh, okay. All right.
Are you out in Saskatchewan then? I think that's where they shot the first season at least. But
no, they're shooting in BC. It's near where I am, actually.
Fair enough.
There's a little place near Vancouver that they're shooting the Jackson stuff. So
right on.
Well, maybe we'll get Ben. I hope that's gonna be good.
I mean, I'm interested to see what Craig Mazin might do to that story.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's got nowhere to go but up as far as I'm concerned. Like, it's just terribly told in that game, and it's not a great story to begin with underneath it all. But at the same time, I think the structure of Last of Us 2 made it emphasized the worst elements of that game. Like, it's
amazing.
Writing is not good.
A show could potentially mend the issues people have with the game. Yes, I'm curious what it'll do.
It does. Like, I would want nothing more than for it to be good, but you know, they're behind the 8 ball, so I guess we'll see.
Right. Apparently we stopped right in time for EFAP Return of the King. Well, there you go, guys. Go watch that. You don't even need to search for anything new. Go watch that thing I wasn't invited in, because I only get to watch bad stuff with my friends. Anyway, goodbye. See you guys later.
Bye. Thanks, guys.